Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2A Divisional B Wrestling Tournament here at San Juan High School. Thanks for joining us here on StreamUtah.Live.
Let's go ahead and start wrestling.
We just heard the national anthem by sixth grader, I believe, Emery Black from ARL Middle School here in Blanding. As we get set to start this divisional tournament, tournament consists of teams from American Leadership Academy, Beaver High School, Grand, Duchesne, Gunnison Valley, Utah Military Academy, Enterprise, and your host, your San Juan Broncos. San Juan has not hosted the divisional tournament or region tournament back in the day for over 20 years, so pretty excited to get this. I'll be joined here in a minute by Coach Tad Barton as he makes his way. This is getting to be a pretty packed house, so if you're in Blanding watching and you want to come, you may want to come early. We will start this tournament at 113 pounds. Mat 2 will be the solid blue mat. Mat 1 will be the mat with the Bronco SJ logo in the center. On mat 2, we have San Juan Bronco Grady Lacey, and his opponent is Sebastian Corneo. He's a sophomore from American Leadership Academy. Grady also a sophomore. Some of these wrestlers do not have records on track wrestling, so Corneo doesn't look like he has any matches, but Grady has a record of 17-12. That'll be on mat 2. On mat 1, just getting started, we have Alejandro Valdez from Gunnison Valley. He's a freshman with a record of 12-19 versus Cassius Fryer from Grand County, another freshman with a record of 16-17. On mat 2, ALA wrestler gets a 2 takedown, and Fryer on mat 1 gets his takedown with the Gunnison Valley wrestler on his back. Grady Lacey with a reversal on his mat.
Grady working that cradle there.
Yep, welcome in Tad Barton here. He's usually a basketball color guy, but he's helping us out today with the wrestling. We appreciate him coming in here. We appreciate you joining us here on StreamUtah.Live for this live stream. As Fryer's going to get 3 near fall on his mat as he's going up against Gunnison Valley's Alejandro Valdez.
Yeah, so please forgive me for my lack of knowledge and my ignorance today. I'll do my best.
That's all right. We love to have you. On mat 2, the San Juan Grady Lacey versus Sebastian Corneo ALA. Score is tied 2-2. And on mat 1, Fryer versus Valdez. The score is in favor of Fryer, 5-0. Both matches still in the first period as Grady Lacey getting near fall for the Broncos. And we're going to run out of time here. That score on that mat will be 5-0 in favor of the Bronco Lacey as we go 29 seconds left in the first period. Fryer, Grand County versus Valdez, Gunnison Valley. Gunnison Valley, great hip separation there, unable to finish the stand-up. And we're going to get a locking hands now on Fryer. So we're going to get stoppage with a locking technical violation. That's going to give the Bulldog 1 point. Score 5-1 on that mat. Grady Lacey in the bottom position. Score 5-2 in favor of Lacey. Lacey's really got to get his hips over here. Finish his switch, go to a switch on that sit out. ALA wrestler trying to get a tilt there, but he's unable to get Grady over for the near fall. But he's got that chicken wing, it looks like now, and a wrist. Grady's really got to come up hard with that outside leg, not give up any back points. We're going to end the first period on mat number 1. Cassius Fryer, Grand County. 5-1 over Gunnison Valley's Alejandro Valdez. As Grady Lacey now, a great move off the bottom there. Able to get reversal and near fall, or just near fall. So the score's 10-2. It's hard to pay attention to both matches at the same time here, Coach.
Yeah, it really is. There's a lot going on.
Oh.
Usually on the normal duel, you got one match, things are a little slower, but there's no slowing down here today.
Especially get these lighter weights, and there's a lot of action, a lot of scrambling going on. And it's just scoring left and right here. 10-2 in favor of Lacey on his mat. Getting more near fall with that cradle. Breaks the hold. For a minute, the ref didn't see that, so we're still hasn't been awarded the points. He goes back over. Now he's got it tight with that bottom knee. We got blood time on mat 1. Fryer leads that one 5-2, and we're going to get a fall for the San Juan Bronco, Grady Lacey. This is the first championship round of the 2A divisional tournament here in Blanding. So the first Bronco to get to wrestle at their home divisional tournament gets a fall for his team.
Yeah, really solid match there by Grady. Worked some good moves there. Took advantage of a few mistakes by the ALA wrestler and got that one.
Yeah, on this mat 1, we've got Cassius Fryer still leading 5-2. We're at the 113-pound weight class. Our next match on mat 2 will be between Beaver Wrestler. As soon as my computer uploads here. We're going to go Carson Kelsich. Hopefully I don't butcher these names too bad. And Tegan Cooper of Enterprise. So Kelsich from Beaver with a 14-18 record. He's a freshman for the Beaver Beavers. His opponent, Cooper of Enterprise, with a record of 11-20. A lot of young wrestlers at these light weights. This is where your freshmen come in. This is how you become a 4-timer right here. You start at a low weight, get those 4-time state championships. Beaver wrestler with a nice takedown. Fryer only leading 5-4 now against Gunnison Valley's Valdez. Beaver looking for a quick pin here in the first period. Enterprise wrestler fighting hard, but he's got a tight half on, and he's got under the arm. Just a matter of time here for the Beaver wrestler to get the mat slapped.
Credit to that Enterprise wrestler, really working hard to get up off those shoulders, but I don't think he's going to get out of that one.
Yeah, and when you're in that minute 30 left on the clock, that's a long time to sit there in that half and fight that. That's a lot of energy, you're just fighting for air. That's a tight half. He's got it deep. Not sure. Now we're going to get the fall. I think the coaches were the same as me. Not sure why it took so long, but Beaver come out on fire, and they're the team to beat here today. They definitely have the upper hand in the divisional tournament and are the favorite to walk out of here with the divisional crown.
Beaver, long tradition of great wrestling teams and great wrestlers.
Yeah, Beaver's well coached. They've got a great established program all the way up from their little league, junior high, all the way into their high school program, and that's what it takes to be successful. Fryer up 10-4 now. He's built quite the lead in the third period start. On mat 2, it'll be Enterprise. Kyson Carter, he's a freshman with a record of 6-10. We'll have another ALA, American Leadership Academy wrestler, Donaldson Escobar. There's no record on his profile. He's a sophomore, and Carter from Enterprise is a freshman.
Big takedown there by Escobar.
We're going to get a stalemate on Fryer versus Valdez, Grand County versus Gunnison Valley. Fryer still leads 10-4, a minute 16 left in the match. Oh, the ALA wrestler just gets a little too high, gets out of position, and the Enterprise wrestler, Carter, capitalizes for a two reversal of his own, scores 5-2 in that match in favor of Escobar from ALA. As we get look like a one count there on a near fall. He's going to secure 3 more points here. And we're going to get stoppage. Got blood time for the Enterprise wrestler. So the score's going to be tied up now 5-5. So after the ALA wrestler comes out and really, right at the start of the match, Enterprise just fought through it. ALA gets a little high. The Enterprise wrestler is able to capitalize on that, get 5 points of his own. And now Fryer, he's actually leading 15-4, and now he's on his back. There's 15 seconds left in the match. Fryer's leading 15-6.
Just got to survive those last few seconds here to get that win.
Yeah, 8 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, right here, this is where you, as a coach, it just drives you crazy. Your kid's up big, and then he gets put on his back. And it looks like the period's going to end, so Fryer will survive. But scary moment there for the Grand County Red Devil as he was put on his back, up 15-6. Going to end up winning 15-9 that match as we've got blood time on mat 2. So as we wait for them to cycle through to the next weight, we'd like to give a shout out to a few of our sponsors that have helped us all year bring these broadcasts to you, and especially this divisional tournament: Canyonlands Tire, Flights Gymnastics, Hello Beautiful Salon, San Juan Counseling Center, and the San Juan School District. We sure appreciate it. We also like to thank Maverick Adventures First Stop, our local Maverick, for donating some of the water and things for the concession stand here. Great help they are. Maverick always looking to help the local athletes out in schools, and we appreciate them as well donating to this tournament. Yeah. And there's a thousand volunteers that it takes to put on a tournament like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big tournament. Like you mentioned, it's the first time in 20 years here at San Juan that they've hosted a regional or a divisional tournament, and lots of moving parts behind the scenes, a lot of folks giving their time and effort there. We appreciate it.
Yeah, so now we're going to go back to, we're still at 113 on mat 1. This is going to be a match between Gunnar Bastian, a freshman from Utah Military Academy, and Robbie Blackburn from Duchesne. He's also a freshman with a record of 26-14. Scores tied up on mat 2 between Carter of Enterprise and Escobar of ALA, 5-5. Utah Military Academy, you've talked a couple of their wrestlers in the hallway up here, freshman and a sophomore, and it's one of those schools that's adding 8-man football next year. So Utah Military Academy is just growing their athletic programs and becoming, here in a few years, they'll be a program that's very competitive at multiple sports.
Yeah, and where they're located, Camp Williams, right?
Yes.
So that area, probably the fastest growing area in the state. I don't think it's going to be very long before they are, like you're saying, fully fledged in all their athletics.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure where they've wrestled at this year. I haven't seen any. I haven't been any terms or anything where they've participated, but I'm sure they've wrestled throughout the year. No records on track, but we'll see how their wrestlers fare here today at this Divisional B tournament. The other division tournament happening today is in Kanab, and we'll try to keep you updated on the results as we go forward into the afternoon at that tournament. Of course, Millard, Kanab, they're over there. Millard ranked number 1 in the 2A team race with Beaver right behind, and then San Juan in third. So interesting to see how Millard turns out over there in their divisional tournament. Blackburn here on mat 1 has his opponent from Utah Military Academy on his back, and that's a tight neck wrench there. And he's going to get the fall. So Blackburn from Duchesne. Duchesne, another program that's always been tough. Their numbers are a little down right now, but just always a tough wrestling program. from year in and year out. Always have tough wrestlers, always have kids in there vying for state titles. Just another program that's just been built and put together well over the years.
Yeah, that speaks a lot to the community there, right? Because it's just a really great community that support their athletes and their young people, and those young people feed off of that, just like in a lot of other places in these rural schools. So.
120 is the weight we're on mat 2 between Carter of Enterprise and Escobar of ALA. Score is in favor of the ALA wrestler, 10-8. He's going to get 2 more, a takedown. He's looking for some back points here as he switches over, looking for that half. Up now on mat number 1, also in the 120-pound weight class, from Enterprise, Cole Flanagan, a junior, 13-27 record, and then Connor Consa. He's a freshman, 11-21 from Duchesne, and he's got his opponent on his back. Duchesne wrestler, already with 2 takedown. He'll get the 3 near fall. If he doesn't get the fall before, he's got a tight half on 2. I love to see these kids that really get that half on tight. They don't, not a lot of slack or play in there. They really suck it down. Just hard to get out of that.
Yeah, it's hard to work anything when you can't move, right? And the tighter that is, you're just bound up
and it's one of the hardest things to teach young kids is, hey, you really want to get elbow deep, put that head in your armpit and get that tight, because that's going to help secure your win there. We're going to get Enterprise wrestler coughs out his blood rag out of his nostril, so we're going to go off the mat here on that match. Scores 12-9 in favor of the American Leadership Academy wrestler over the Enterprise wrestler. Coming up on mat 1, still the 120-pound weight class. Now, most of these weights you won't see the number 1 and number 2 seeded wrestler in this championship round because they'll all have buys depending on how many wrestlers are in that weight. We are working off of 16-man brackets, so most of the number 1s and number 2 seeds will have a bye into that next round. Unfortunately, if Lacey wins his next match for the Broncos, he'll actually face Chad in that. So they're on the same side of the bracket, which as a coach, you hate to see that. You like to see your kids on opposite sides, but when you're seeding these things, that's just what happens with your seed.
Yeah, you'd like to see them both have opportunity to make that championship round.
And that goes for every program. You're always fighting for your kids but you want to seed them appropriately as well and put them where they can have the most success. On mat 1, we're going to go to Waylon Nowers from Beaver. He's a freshman, 13-6 record. And Omar Avila from Gunnison Valley, another freshman. Beaver has a really good freshman class.
Again, you talked about the reason being is they've developed that through their junior high programs and their youth programs there. And I know with almost every sport at Beaver, they have that going on in their community where they really invest the time and effort into those young kids.
Gunnison Valley with the takedown. He's looking for a fall here. Beaver wrestler been real impressed with how he's fought out of that front headlock. We're going to get stoppage here. It looks like we got blood time on the Beaver wrestler. So the score's going to be 4-0 as we go into blood time for Beaver, 120 pounds. We go back to the other match. It's 14-10. We're in the third period, coming up on a minute. It's now 10-14 in favor of the Escobar from ALA. And he's on the edge there, is keeping 2 supporting points in. One of the best things high school wrestling ever did was going to that 2 supporting points on the side so you can still pin your opponent on the edge, because you'd get kids that would just try to edge off and get to that line, and it really benefits the defensive wrestler on this bottom and penalizes the offensive guy. And good rule change there a few years ago by the National Federation of High School Sports.
It's an amazing rule change considering most of the rule changes we get these days favor the offensive player or position more than they do the defender.
And now we're going to We'll see what the ref calls here because, we're back on now. Enterprise fighting hard out of this. We're going to get a potentially dangerous because ALA wrestler was above the elbow on that headlock. Got to be below the elbow on that. Just something that happens, nothing, no ill will intended there. Just sometimes kids get out there, they get above that elbow, and good call by the official. Score 17-11 in that match. 18 seconds left in the match. Escobar from ALA currently leading. He's going to let his opponent up, wants to start on his feet. 17-12 that match. 4-0 Gunnison Valley. Avila over Nowers from Beaver. And we got a potentially dangerous stoppage on that, so we'll go back to the center of the mat there as well. 120-pound weight class. .15 seconds left in the Beaver Gunnison Valley as we go off the mat with 13 seconds. It's going to be 8-6 in favor of Nowers from Beaver.
So Beaver's got to go to work here.
And they're working hard. You can tell they're both tired here. This is where your conditioning comes in. Into the third period in a tough match. This is where your conditioning, those short walls, those up downs that you're doing in practice that you hate your coach making you do, this is what wins you the match. .2 seconds. Gunnison Valley just has to hang on here, and he does. But, man, again, 5 more seconds, and Beaver's out of that match. On mat 2, we got a fall here. De Palma from Beaver gets the fall over Pearson from Utah Military Academy.
Yeah, the action on mat 2 been, with the exception of the one match that went 3 rounds and was a decision between Escobar and the kid from Enterprise, been pretty quick matches. Yeah,
those have been a lot of falls over there. This mat 1 has been just a dogfight almost every match. As Beaver looking to pull his head out, he's going to secure 2. So he'll get the reversal, which takes his score 10-6. A minute 40 left in the match. Nowers of Beaver over Avila of Gunnison Valley, 120-pound. Avila putting himself in some bad spots there. Going to give up 2 near fall. You never want to roll across your back. He keeps reaching down for that foot. And the problem is he doesn't have his hips clear. Beaver wrestler Nowers has a great positioning inside on his hips, and you just want to get your hips clear here if you're the Gunnison Valley wrestler before you're reaching back. Now Nowers gets out to the side, working that half and an ankle. This is, if you're the Gunnison Valley wrestler, this is where you got to explode. You got no weight on you. Right like that. Clear your hips, get separation, and get your points. Now you want to be heavy up on the top. Oh, and he body locks him. He's able to bring him down. Gunnison Valley's going to get the takedown here. Beaver's in real trouble. As Gunnison Valley puts in the legs here, he could be over. 40 seconds, long time to fight if you're the Beaver wrestler. You're winning 12-8. We're going to get the fall for Gunnison Valley. So Avila of Gunnison Valley down 8-12, able to come back and get a fall. Great little scrambler there. Both those wrestlers, good scramblers.
Yeah, good little chess match, back and forth, just countering stuff that the other wrestlers did, and Gunnison Valley with the Avila with the taking advantage of the last mistake there by Nowers and gets the pin.
Yeah, but back and forth that whole match, back and forth. Mat number 2, we're going to go Grand County versus Enterprise. This is going to be Bowler from Enterprise versus Cervantes of Grand County. And we've seen these Grand County kids a lot because we've either dueled them, quadded them, or met them in a tournament at least 5 times this year. So they're pretty familiar with us.
Yeah, they're down a little bit numbers-wise this year, but some good, strong wrestlers still in that team.
They've got 3 or 4 wrestlers that I think will be in the champ. One for sure that I would put money on in Austin Paris to be in the finals here tonight. But they've got 3 or 4 other kids that can earn a spot there. As the Enterprise wrestler gets 2 takedown, On mat number 1, we're now with Sims from the Utah Military Academy and Jace Harris of Duchesne. Both sophomores on mat 1. On mat 2, Bowler from Enterprise is a freshman, and Cervantes from Grand County is a sophomore. So freshman versus sophomore, still young kids. Sometimes you're just trying to figure it out still as a freshman and sophomore. It's a big jump from junior high to high school, competition-wise.
A lot of action there on mat 2, but nobody gaining control there. So
yeah, a lot of back and forth, but good for the official to making sure they establish control before just awarding points. On this close mat, we have Harris from Duchesne with 2 takedowns, and he's got his nice tight cradle on with that bottom knee in the side, and we're going to get a fall. So Duchesne coming out, earning another quick fall in the first period. Only took him a minute and 15 seconds to come out here. Harris from Duchesne get the fall. And those falls in a tournament like this where you're looking at team points, anytime you can get a major decision, a tech fall or a fall, a fall especially, that just bodes tremendous for your team because you get more team points. You know, you win by decision, you want those bonus points. You want those tech falls, those majors, so at the end of the day, you can be in that team race. And when you come out here and you notice Beaver has the most wrestlers in the tournament, followed by San Juan Enterprise. If you're a smaller team, those bonus points add up for you.
Well, absolutely, especially if you're, like you mentioned, Beaver having the most wrestlers. They're probably 2 deep in every weight class, and so they double their opportunities for those points. So these smaller schools really have to take advantage of the situation and get those falls, tech falls, major decision stuff to add up to stay in the running.
Yeah. On mat number 2, on mat number 1, we're getting a fall action here. Gunnison Valley's Brock has his opponent on his back. His opponent from ALA Castleberry. Sophomore versus a freshman. Brock from Gunnison Valley is a freshman. And I know talking to the Gunnison Valley coaches beforehand, they've got some kids they're really excited about. Got kids that are ranked pretty high and some really tough kids. Another program that's steadily building, getting some tougher kids, getting their program going, building their junior high. And that's what you like to see in the 2A. You want that competition.
Absolutely. And you get these lighter weights, you see some of these kids that are dominating. You can tell they've been in the weight room, though, too. And, that's a big problem, in my opinion, for high school athletics in general. That's if you want to be good, you want to be one of the best, get in that weight room.
Yeah, Gunnison Valley's Brock, the freshman, going to get the win by fall. That was the 132-pound weight class. And Cervantes from Grand County, the match was tied 7-7, and he gets a fall for the Red Devils. We're at the 132-pound weight class.
Cervantes really excited about that win, almost forgot to go and get his hand raised.
Well, anytime you get to a divisional tournament and you got a chance to win your way into the state tournament, you got to be excited for these kids.
Absolutely.
Some of them may be their first year ever wrestling, maybe their first year with the chance to get to that state tournament, and it means a lot to you. Put in a lot of work over the last 3 months and 4 months, and it's just one of those things that you really want to get to that state tournament to have the opportunity to go get a medal. As we reset both matches here, on mat 1, the Broncos center mat with the yellow trim, it's going to be Benjamin Williams from Enterprise, a sophomore, and Zach Lamarche from Grand County. He's a freshman. On mat 2, we're going with Coyer Johnson, San Juan Bronco. He's a sophomore, a newer wrestler. And he's up against a tough Duchesne kid, Richens, who's a junior. Johnson's going to get taken down. And now Richens getting near fall. But way to work off your back if you're Coyer. I mean, he's just a kid that continually works hard, gets better every match, but sometimes you just come up against kids that are just have more experience and been in the room longer. But Coyer is just, he's done a tremendous job this year for the Broncos. He's placed at some tournaments, done well, and just getting better every week.
I've been really impressed with the freshman and sophomore class from San Juan this year. A lot of new wrestlers, And you see that out there, but you also see the growth they've made throughout the year. And Coyer is one of those wrestlers.
Enterprise wrestler Benjamin Williams makes short time in his match, just over 30 seconds, as he gets the fall over Grand County's Lamarche. And I know Lamarche, we saw him wrestle Wednesday at the San Juan duel, but I haven't seen him throughout the year, and I don't know. It looks like he's only got a 1-4 record, so not sure if he's been hurt and didn't come out or what, but hopefully they can build with him into this the rest of the season and next season for Grand. Duchesne wrestler up 4-0 over Coyer Johnson of San Juan, coming up on 20 seconds left in the first period. As we go single to that mat. There's no match on mat 1 currently. Coyer really needs to work hand control here, not let him put that half on. He's got the half on the wrist, Duchesne does. See that half's not as tight as we've seen other wrestlers, but still could be effective. Just going to run out of time. So we're going to get 3 near fall for Duchesne. Richens. He'll go up 7-0. We'll go into period 2 here. And on mat number 1, a kid from San Juan that I'm really excited about with his career here. Just a sophomore, Kai Fox. And just being able to watch him at 4 or 5 duels and some stuff. Man, just a kid that has a lot of basic skills. Just needs to learn those things and get more mat time for the Broncos. But a kid that's just exciting for me to see what work into his junior year. His opponent's from Gunnison Valley, Heston Pickett's as a senior.
Yeah, Kai just a sophomore, so like you mentioned, working into the junior year, and he's kind of I believe he's fairly new to wrestling. I don't know if he wrestles in junior high or anything like that, but I know he didn't wrestle last year as a freshman. So
when talking to Coach Lacey on some of these broadcasts, he didn't. He's newer to wrestling. I think he's newer to Blanding, right?
No, they've been here for years. Nick, his dad Nick, and his mom both went to high school here at San Juan. They're both alumnus, and they've been here for a while.
So we're going to get a restart here. The ref stopped it. I wasn't paying attention. I was watching the Duchesne wrestler over here on Johnson match, but 1 point, obviously a technical violation against Kai gives the Gunnison Valley wrestler a point as we restart on our feet. And unfortunately for Coyer, he's going to lose by fall. Kai has a cradle hooked up, but so does both wrestlers have cradles. It's going to be who can end up on top here. Just back and forth, kicking over. Kai's got to get his leg out and get his hips down.
That's a crazy match. And, you don't see that very often where both guys get cradles in.
Yeah, he's just got to spread out and get heavy hips here. His head's fine where it's at. He just got to get heavy on his hips so he can't be rolled over here. Right there, extend out and get heavy. So we're going to get 2 now. After all that back and forth, the score is going to be 3-4 in favor of Kai. He's got to get under that arm as he's got that over the head, but unable to get under, but no harm, no foul as he comes back in the top position. On mat number 2, we're going to have Gunnison Valley's Valencia, a senior, versus Wardle from ALA. He's a junior. Kai trying to tilt. Over there on that edge of the mat, you really want to circle back in if you're looking for a pinning combination so you make sure you don't get out of bounds here. Kai leads 4-3, and now the Gunnison Valley kid gonna get Kai still in control, no reversal given yet. We've got 1 second, so Kai's able to hold off a rally there by the Gunnison Valley wrestler as he had that head and he was looking for that head throw, but Kai able to just keep his hips heavy and not give it up. And we're going to have some discussion here by the officials. A little question.
Yeah, I'm sure the Gunnison Valley coach wanted that reversal, and I believe that's probably what they're discussing.
I didn't see that control had changed. You've got to let them. They've got to establish that control. He's got to pop out, come up on top, and establish a control position. And both wrestlers were equal. If anything, I still don't think Kai was lost control enough to give an escape point there. I think. We're right to leave it, but we'll see what the officials decide. They're the ones that make the big bucks.
I don't read lips, but body language says they're probably gonna leave it. It looked like the official that came into question, the off-mat official came into question, agreed with the mat official.
And now they're looking at the score, so maybe they've scored it wrong, and they've just got to do some score adjustments. But on your mat 2, Gunnison Valley versus ALA wrestler. Wardle from American Leadership is down 2-0, and Gunnison Valley with a cradle. ALA's able to slip out of that. He's going to come up. He's got short time here, 10 seconds. Gunnison Valley still has control as he throws back to the mat with that over-under. But a good fight there by the ALA wrestler, Wardle, the junior. And the score is going to be 2-0 in favor of Gunnison Valley's Valencia going into the second period. Choice going to be Gunnison Valley. He'll defer to Wardle, and Wardle's going to choose the bottom position. As we wait on mat 1 for the discussion, they've now changed the score 5-6 over there. So obviously some chicken wing in there's got to watch that that armbar coming across the top for the official. Keep that out of a potentially dangerous situation. Now Gunnison Valley with a 2-on-1. So after it's all said and done, the score is going to be 5-6 on mat 1 in favor of Fox from San Juan, and we'll go Gunnison Valley with the choice. He defers, and Fox chooses neutral.
Yeah, Kai's been kind of an aggressive wrestler. I think he's really good at shooting those takedowns, and that's where he's most comfortable. So
well, and there's not as much on that. You can get those takedowns where if you're on the bottom or top, there's potential to get locking hands and different violations. And Kai's in on a nice double leg. Gunnison Valley with a body lock, and Kai just got to battle through this. It looks like Gunnison Valley's going to get the advantage. He's going to get the 2 takedown, but Kai's still fighting. Kai's going to give up 2 near fall, but not before he comes back on top, and we're going to get 2 reversal and see if we can get some near fall swipes here. We're still on the mat as he goes to a half and an under. Gunnison Valley trying to roll out of it. We're going to get off the mat here. Gunnison Valley just has to roll out harder. The outside he pulls us off the mat may reset himself. Kai's got to keep his toes in bounds here. We're going to go out of bounds. 2 near fall there at the end is going to make the score 14-9 in favor of your San Juan wrestler. And on your mat 2, Gunnison Valley now in a pinning combination here. He's got his 3 near fall. He's looking for his fall now against your American Leadership. He's able to get his arm underneath and swims through the body to come back to his base. 3 near fall on that mat. The score is 8-0 in favor of Valencia from Gunnison Valley. Both Gunnison Valley wrestlers on both mats wrestling tough. And you're going to see this because I'm sure we're 144 and 138 pounds. They wrestle each other in the room all the time. So they're getting this kind of momentum every practice. Kai has a great blast double. He is quick. Just got to pull his head out and swim the body. As he takes the head, he's going to get 2 because he's got the cradle. He had the cradle locked up. Gunnison Valley to come out. He's got to get under that arm though, Coach. Just one of those things as he develops as a wrestler and gets more mat time and experience, he'll learn that when I come out of that, I got to get under that arm.
Yeah, again, I love the aggression that Kai shows there, and he's, like you said, he's quick. He's always on the attack. So
he just gets out of position, right? Like right here, he's just out of position. Going to give up the reversal. You got a 2 swipe on the near fall as time runs out. So this score is going to be tight going into the third period. Probably be 14-16 in favor of Fox. High score, and that's a lot of scrambling right there. You get that highest score in a match.
Yeah, and this again where that conditioning will come in over there with all that scrambling, all that moving coming into that third period. Which wrestler is in better shape?
And we're going to start on our feet. So Gunnison Valley, if I'm the coach, I'm starting on bottom against Kai because you've already seen that he can blast W and get you down. And a nice body throw there by Kai as he spins behind. We're going to get out of bounds, so no takedown. And the hometown crowd does not like that, but in my opinion, that's the right call. You've got to establish control in bounds, and our hips took us out of bounds, and it's a good call. We're going to start back on our feet. 13-0 in favor of the Gunnison Valley wrestler on mat 2. As Kai shoots in again, gets his 2 quick. He's just got to pull that far shoulder. Now he switches to a half. 18-14 in favor of Fox from San Juan, your 144-pound weight class. as he switches to that half. He's got to jump over. He's got to get his hips over. Really run that. Get your hips over the side so he can't roll you through, Kai. He walks to the head. Now he's got good position.
Just walk those feet up around that head and twist him up.
Tight half. Keeps that arm around the body. He just doesn't want to get too high and let the Gunnison Valley wrestler bridge out.
Again, Art, I'm not versed in wrestling, but I'd like to see Kai get those hips down like he just did and up on his toes, drive that pressure down on him.
Anytime you got that half and you're on the body, you want your head up, hips down. You want to be driving your chest through the guy into the mat. Gunnison Valley are doing a great job at fighting this off. And on the far mat, the Gunnison Valley Valencia, he gets the fall. Oh, he gets the tech fall 16-0. So 30 seconds in the third period left on the San Juan Fox and Pickens from Gunnison Valley. This has been an intense first round match. As Kai switches to the other far half, gets on this side. I can't see if he has the far wrist or not. Coming up on 10 seconds, score 21-14. Kai just has to ride him out here. We're going to get a stalling on the bottom man. And with 5 seconds, Kai's going to return him. Gunnison Valley's going to kick over, but time is out. So we're going to get one escape, but that'll do it for that match. You're going to get Kai Fox as your winner. He'll advance to the next championship round. 21-15 your score, and both wrestlers are exhausted in that match. As we go to mat 2, this is Bavera from Enterprise versus Barilla from Grand County. Couldn't have made that one a better matchup.
Yeah.
Bavera and Barilla.
Yeah, the crowd's going nuts for Kai there. Good support, like you said, for that young wrestler. And he really is a young wrestler when it comes to not only his class but his experience and good things ahead for him.
Yeah, and he's battled through. He's had to wrestle Paris. You know, he's battled Peterson from Grand, and he's taken his lumps as a young wrestler. So it's always good to have that come out, and that excitement right there. That will build for this tournament for the rest of this round with his teammates as well. You go out and get a big win for your team as a young wrestler. That just builds in your wrestlers that come after you. They're more excited. They're more passionate. They're like, hey, I can go get this done as well.
And to speak to the caliber of kid Kai is, most kids that are going up against an Austin Paris would be, oh, I don't want to wrestle him. Kai welcomed the opportunity and knew he was going to be able to learn some things, and I think he did that when we went in those matches against Austin. So
yeah, I love his attitude. He's always positive, always got a smile on his face, win or lose. Just a great kid. Great kid to have in your program. On mat 1, we have from ALA Gabriel Hill, a sophomore, and his opponent from Utah Military Academy, Preston Fenton, also a sophomore. That's both matches are now 150-pound weight classes. Both matches still scoreless, 0-0. Both in the first period. And our first score is going to come for Fenton from the Utah Military Academy as he's getting the takedown, but the ALA wrestler Hill able to pop right back to his feet and get his escape for one. On mat 2, we're going to the second period, score 0-0. Barilla from Grand County is going to defer the choice to Bavera, and he's going to take the bottom position. We've had 4 or 5 matches, Coach, that have just been dynamic matches, a lot of scoring, a lot of scrambling, and now we've kind of settled down in this 150-pound weight class. These guys are a little more cautious at this right now.
Yeah, a little slower pace going on here, and which for us is a little better, but maybe the fans were enjoying I enjoyed the other ones as well, but it's a good time to catch your breath up here in the booth.
Fenton leads on his mat number 1, the SJ Broncos mat, 4-1, still in the first period. In the other match, Barilla and Bavera Enterprise Grand County, score still 0-0, coming up on minute 20 in the second period, so not a lot of scoring. As Barilla attempts a little roll tilt. Now he puts the chicken wing in. He's got the wrist locked up. Better position to do the tilt here. They're going to pull him straight back over. Now he's looking at near fall. He's got 2 swipes, now 3. He's going to get 4 swipes out of it, so only going to collect 2 near fall here. Still got the lock hold, so no points awarded. That's just being a savvy wrestler. And his coach was telling him, break your lock, get your points, come back to it, put him back on his back. So savvy, good coaching over there by the Grand County coaches to tell their wrestler, hey, break that hold so we can get our points, as he leads 2-0. Fenton from Utah Military Academy leads 4-1 in his match as they go into the second period over Hill of ALA.
So for me and the other ignorant wrestlers, you got to get a 5 count or higher for the 3 back points.
Yes.
And when you break your hold, you can reset and get more.
Yeah. So you've got to break that. So if you're in a cradle, if you're in, whatever pinning combination you're in, you come back to your center, you break it, you'll be awarded your points. You can go right back in and get your points. So 2 for 2 and 5 for 3 is the way that near fall works. Barilla is going to choose the top position for Grand County in his match. He's winning 2-0. 4-4 is the score on mat 1, and now 2 points is awarded as a reversal for Fenton from the Utah Military Academy. His score is now 6-4. As that match is still in the second period, coming up on a minute. Barilla and Bavera, they're at start of the third period. Now we're getting some near fall. We're getting a fall out of this match. So Fenton from the Utah Military Academy in the second period, just a minute 1 left. He gets the fall. Score still 2-0 in favor of Barilla. He's unable to turn the wrestler. And I'm looking to see if we get some stalling here on the bottom man. Green has not worked very hard to build a base. Even though you're in that chicken wing and he's looking for that wrist, you still have to start. You still have to be offensive from your defensive position and build your base and try to come up. Sometimes it's to your detriment, because as you work up, you're giving them moves. And as a wrestler, you're like, well, hold it, I just want to stay here. He's got the offensive. If I move, he's going to put me on my back, but you still have to move on the bottom.
Yeah, like you said, I'm surprised that there hasn't been at least a warning given.
Yeah, there hasn't been much activity out of the Enterprise wrestler. As we go to mat number 1, this is going to be Peyton Taylor, a sophomore out of Enterprise. He's in the yellow and white singlet, and the blue and red singlet's going to be Axel Sanchez of ALA. He's a freshman. It's 150 pounds on both mats. Enterprise wrestler gets the 2 takedown.
And barring anything crazy, it looks like the mat number 2 match is going to end with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, and there it does. It's not a low-scoring, low-activity match, but if you're Barilla, hey, you got the 2 points, and that's all it took to advance to the next round, so you're happy with that.
Survive and advance, right?
Exactly. So Taylor on mat 1 from Enterprise is up 2-0 as we come up on 40 seconds left in that first period there. Our next match on mat number 2 is going to be between Enterprise, Maddox Davidson. Doesn't have his grade listed, but I'm going to assume sophomore, junior here. And then his opponent, Kel Worthen from the American Leadership Academy, is a sophomore. 165-pound weight class on mat number 2. As the Enterprise wrestler gets the fall, Taylor against his opponent Sanchez on mat number 1. Looks like we will have a Bronco up next on mat 1.
What's this broadcast called? StreamUtah.Live.
Yeah, Trey Bass, freshman kid, I'm really excited about for many reasons, but I watched him wrestle a little bit up at the Monticello quad duel, and had a good night there. So
Yeah, and Trey, just a freshman, has battled in a lot of matches this year. As a freshman wrestling at 215 pounds, he's going to take his lumps because as a freshman you wrestle. I know this because my freshman year I wrestled 171, and you're wrestling a lot of juniors and seniors, and you're going to take your lumps as a freshman coming in at those heavier weights. So on mat 1, we're going 215 pounds. Trey Bass from San Juan, a freshman, and his opponent, Killian Pollock from the Utah Military Academy. He's a junior, and I think if Trey goes out here and wrestles within his ability, he can get this win as this ALA wrestler's a newer wrestler as well, or Utah Military Academy.
I know some guys hide weight a little bit, but I would be hard-pressed if Trey was much over just 200 pounds, probably in that gray area and not quite down enough to get to that 190 class, so he was wrestling up a little bit.
So he's not a heavy wrestler wrestling down. He's a light wrestler wrestling up. He does not look like a 215. I would say 189, 195 maybe. He's a good, solid kid. Of course, San Juan wearing their black singlets, blue trim, and yellow stripe down the back that says San Juan. On mat number 2, we're going 215 as well. Enterprise wrestler Dylan Cram's a freshman, and Jesse Coxon from ALA, he's a sophomore. So a couple of young wrestlers out here. You've got a couple of freshmen and a sophomore. As Trey's in on a double leg, and he's going to take, and we're going to get, for a second there, I wasn't sure if Trey thought he was hurt or what. The Utah Military Academy wrestler Pollock, because he just laid there, but Trey's able to get the fall quick in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think Trey saw that ankle bracelet come flying off a little bit there, and it distracted him maybe, because it distracted me at first too. I just saw something there and was like, what the heck happened? And that's kind of where his eyes were, but Trey with the quick fall there, good job by the young wrestler. Yeah,
Trey's able to come out and get a first-round win. And in a 16, man bracket, if you can get your first 2 wins, then your way to placing is a lot easier. If you come out and you lose your first or second match, you've got to wrestle back quite through the crowd to get onto that podium, especially for 3rd and 4th, where we're placing through 8th here. It makes it a little more reasonable, but winning your first 2 matches is definitely what you want to do in this tournament. As we're going to get a quick pin by Coxon of ALA. He's going to get a quick pin over Cram of Enterprise, so he's going to get the win. As we go to your heavyweights on mat number 1, this is going to be Porter Keith, sophomore from San Juan, a kid that's really got a lot of ability, and he's really, you wouldn't think so, but he is really light on his feet, and he's really mobile. And his opponent's from Beaver, his opponent Cooley from Beaver. Cooley's a sophomore, so both sophomores out there at heavyweight. And at heavyweight, you just don't want to make that first mistake on your feet. Let your opponent get that big throw and get his weight on you. It's hard to get out from underneath those big guys. On mat number 2.
Porter with the takedown.
Porter with the takedown. Goes for that far shoulder. Get that leverage. Now looking for a reverse half. Going to switch sides here. Pull that elbow. Look for that headlock. Now he's just got to keep his weight back. As he leans back, lifts the head. Porter's going to get the fall. 56 seconds into the match. Porter Keith with the fall over his Beaver opponent, Cooley. Mat number 2, we have Solano from ALA versus Moffitt from Beaver. Moffitt's a senior and Solano a freshman. And Moffitt currently up 2-0. What would it be like to have, 3 or 4 heavyweights in your room? Holy cow. What a luxury.
Oh, yeah, usually you're lucky if you have one and two and they can match up against each other and practice and don't have to wrestle some of those skinnier guys. So.
Yeah, and Beaver's going to get the fall on mat 2. Moffitt, the senior. I was going to look here real quick and see, as it looks like we have a couple more heavyweight matches. And now the tournament will run as fast as track will allow us. Obviously, wrestlers have to have a 30-minute break in between matches, so this tournament's scheduled just to continue rolling. But Beecham Bosch from Grand Heavyweight gets the number 1 seed And then Enterprise Jones gets the number 2 seed. So I was just trying to see Beaver. It looks like they have just the 2 heavyweights. As we go on mat 1, this is Carlos Reveles, he's a junior from Utah Military Academy, versus Wyatt Bless, a senior from ALA, from American Leadership Academy. The ALA wrestler able to get the takedown. On the far mat, we're going to be Enterprise and Duchesne. Watkins from Enterprise and Schaefer of Duchesne. Schaefer's a junior and Watkins is a senior.
Bless really aggressive down here on mat number 1, you know, taking it to Reveles before he can catch his breath and whenever they're back up on the mat. So
yeah, another quick takedown there by Bless, leads 4-1. First period coming up on a minute. Over on the other mat, still scoreless, but Duchesne in on a shot. And now both with an over-under. Got to stay out of those throws if you're the big guys. And I say shot, that's a heavyweight shot right there. You just want to do a little snatch and grab. You're not going to penetrate. You're not going to go down to your knee duck walk through. You're just wanting to get that. And over here on mat number 1, Bless from ALA is going to get the fall over his opponent, Reveles from Utah Military Academy. So he'll advance in that championship side. As we go to the Duchesne Enterprise match, scoreless, coming up on 25 seconds left in the first period. And it looks like we're going right back down to 106 on mat 1.
yeah, a lot of great wrestling so far, and you know, you mentioned how those higher seeds have all had buys, but these lower seeds have really provided a lot of great wrestling so far this morning.
Yeah, and it'll be exciting when you get into those 1 and 2 seeds and even some 3s and 4s that had some buys in that first championship round to see how they can come out. You know, you like that rest, but you like to get out there and get warmed up and get going and get wrestling. And unfortunately, when you're running a 16-man bracket in a tournament like this, you're going to have some open spots, and you're rewarded as being the higher seed. But me, I just like to get out there and get that first match out of the way.
Yeah, the nerves, get the nerves out of the way, get going. It's just like, you know, in football, you're a little nervous until that first hit. You get it out of the way, and you're good to go. Imagine it's similar in wrestling, just in that first match.
Well, you know, and if you're the higher seed, you're expected to get out there and win that first match. You have the bye. But if you're that lower seed, you're coming in off a win. Maybe it's a hard-fought win, an exciting win that's got your adrenaline going. You've kind of got some momentum, and that's where you see some upsets in these tournaments. Enterprise wrestler is going to receive 1 point because of a locking hands on the Duchesne wrestler on mat 2. So he'll get the technical violation point. So he leads 1-0. Watkins from Enterprise. And on the far mat, 106 pounds, you have time to talk about that one. Leal from Grand County gets pinned by Hughes of Enterprise, both freshmen. But Hughes comes out and gets the fall.
Yeah, another quick match there on the mat 1, and a good job there by Hughes. Got an escape there by Watkins over on mat 2.
So Hughes from Enterprise, 106, he'll advance to the championship semis, and his opponent will be from Beaver, Olson, when they get to that match. But he's advanced to the championship semifinals. One more match, and he's in the finals. We stay at 106 pounds on mat 1. This is going to be Jones of Beaver versus Rodriguez from Utah Military Academy. Whoever wins this match as well advances to that championship semifinals. We're getting Enterprise, the heavyweight, is going to get the fall over the Duchesne wrestler. He was winning 4-0 in the second period with short time on the clock, and he comes out and gets the fall for the Wolves. Messersmith does a good job over there, Enterprise.
Yeah, Schaefer there just got a little, was going to let that arm out there just enough, and Watkins took advantage of it. Good job by Watkins.
£106 on mat 1. Jones from Beaver leads it 2-0 over Rodriguez from the Utah Military Academy, as he has a chicken wing. And he's got the stack now. He's got the half on the far side. It's going to be hard to get out of if you're Rodriguez. As Jones repositions himself, gets it a little deeper in there. Just got to pressure down, get your hips down on that shoulder next to you, sit into it. Get off your knees if you're Jones there.
Yeah, I don't know how some of these kids bend like they do. You know, you got that chicken wing and stacked up like that, and he's still fighting.
You ain't getting a heavyweight in that position, that's for sure.
No, you're getting a trip to the hospital if you get a heavyweight in that position.
That's maybe a 145-pounder. Beaver's been awarded the fall. Nope, we're going to get a potentially dangerous call. So 5-0, stoppage for potentially dangerous. I'm sure he just brought that chicken wing hand up too far. Got to go straight across the back with that and not come up to the shoulder blades. It's typically what happens with those guys. As we go to mat 2, this match coming up now is Vest of American Leadership Academy. His Enterprise opponent, Brody Putnam. Putnam, a freshman, Vest, a junior. On mat 1, your Beaver wrestler, Jones, he's a freshman, and Rodriguez is a junior. Jones leads it 5-1 in the first period with 29 seconds left. Vest from ALA with the quick takedown. Beaver wrestler. He likes that half of that far arm stack, man. He needs to get over the top now. He's in a good position here. Take the head, lift it, hips down. He's going to get the fall. 7 seconds left in the first period. Your winner is going to be Jones at 106 pounds. So he'll advance into that championship semifinal match at 106. As on this far mat 2, Enterprises Putnam's going to get one escape. Scores 2-1 in favor of Vest. And whoever wins this match that we're currently watching will wrestle Jones from Beaver in that championship semifinal match. So if you're Jones, you want to hurry off the mat, get over here and get a peek at your next opponent, see what you need to do to get into that finals match.
Absolutely. You know, any advantage you can build in any sport, especially wrestling, I think knowing those opponents, some of these kids they've not seen before, like you mentioned at the first of the morning here, and so scout them up.
Yeah, mat 1, we're going to go with Chad Yellow, your San Juan Bronco. It's going to be 113 pounds, and his opponent, he just wrestled him Wednesday night, Cassius Fryer from Grand County. Cassius in on a shot, but Chad looking for a near side cradle. Chad, you know, last year was second at 106 pounds at the state tournament.
And Chad is a very unique wrestler. So the best way I can describe it, he gets himself in positions and you think he's in trouble. The next thing you know, he's got the guy pinned.
He's got a leg cradle right here. Maybe a little showmanship for the hometown crowd at the region tournament as he's able to get 2 near fall. Goes up 4-0 over Fryer from Grand. On the far mat, we have Vest still leading 4-1 over his opponent from Enterprise, Putnam. Vest with a nice stand-up, good hip separation is able to come out. And on mat number 1, your Bronco wrestler, Chad Yellow, is going to get the fall over Fryer. 56 seconds. He gets the fall, so Chad advances. Vest leading 5-1 over Putnam. Second period, minute 30 left in the second period.
Nice takedown there by Vest.
Vest now with the cradle. We'll circle to that head. Drive him over. He's got it tight. He's got a nice cradle in there. He's got to get his hips back. There he goes as he settles down. He's going to come away with the fall for his ALA team at 106 pounds. Vest advances. We go back to mat number 1. This is Blackburn from Duchesne and Hughes of Beaver. Beaver with the quick takedown.
Yeah, if I was to just glance at those scoreboards with that last name, Blackburn, I would have assumed he was the Beaver wrestler. No big Beaver area name there, but.
Yeah, so your Beaver wrestler Hughes is going to get the fall in the first period. Hughes is a sophomore and Blackburn from Duchesne a freshman, so those two may have the ability to wrestle throughout the next couple years. As we go to mat number 2, we have Grady Lacey from San Juan against Kason Bird of Duchesne. And Bird's going to get the quick first period takedown. Grady a sophomore, Bird a freshman. Bird a very technical wrestler. I remember watching him at junior high state last couple years, and just a very physical, technical wrestler. Puts stuff together, combination moves, and just a product of that Duchesne wrestling machine. Up now at 113 pounds on mat 1, we have Williams from Enterprise versus Kelch from Beaver. Enterprise wrestler gets the 2 on the edge, able to spin his hips. Grady really needs to get hand control, down 4-0. Against a wrestler like Bird, you really got to be physical but technical at the same time. You can't make little mistakes. You can't get out of position. You really got to get good hand control and not let him come across with those cross faces. As he gets 2 near fall for Bird, brings the score 6-0. Come up on the final 20 seconds in that first period at 113 pounds.
You know, a lot of these.
Grady with a switch. Bird with a re-switch, able to get in on the double and sit Lacey on his butt. In that situation there, Coach, guy keeps his hips up, keeps moving, usually wins that scramble. And you saw that out of Bird. He's able to keep his hips elevated and put Grady on his hip, on his butt, and able to come around and stay with the nice movement, good hip separation. We'll see if the ref gives us one. Time's going to run out, so no escape. But I think Coach Simpson's going to try to argue his case for at least a separation there. That's a 50-50 call. It's a judgment call by the official.
And it's always worth the time to ask at least. The worst thing they say is no, it wasn't, and you go back to wrestling.
So Bird's choice, he defers to Lacey. Lacey's going to choose bottom. And if you're Grady, that scramble right there at the end, you didn't get any points out of it, but it showed you that you can get out of this now. You can get away. You can score some points. So if you're Grady, you don't want to sit here. You want to go quick, 3 moves, and just keep moving to get out of this. Bird does a great job with that, keeping that tight waist, that flanker, to control the hips and stop that move of Lacey. Score on mat 1 is 9-1 in favor of Williams from Enterprise over Kelch from Beaver. Like to see Grady get under that leg instead of over that leg and get some elevation. But like I said, Bird just does the little things. He's a very technical, he's a technician on the mat, and I've watched him over the last couple of years, junior high, wrestling some very tough kids, and I've noticed that about him. He doesn't get out of position. He stays following. He keeps his hips elevated. He just does everything right. So if you're Grady, you got to really bring your A game here. And he's had some opportunities to get away. We just got to keep that momentum.
Yeah, one thing that's impressive about Bird, especially for being a young wrestler, a lot of times if they're aggressive, they're overly aggressive. But he seems to have a great balance. You mentioned his technical abilities. He balances those two so well, making it really hard on his opponents.
Yeah, and I love the way he rides. He's always in that tight waist or that flanker, always tight to the hips. He's never out of position. And it's hard if you're a bottom wrestler, if you've got a guy that has good top ability to ride, to get that hip separation that you need to get off the bottom. And Bird's just always really tight on the hips. Doesn't get real too high, doesn't get elevated. Always hooking that leg. Score 6-0 as we do have near fall count coming. Looks like he's secured 2 so far. Grady working to get off his back here. Ref now into a 3, a 4 count, and now still 2 points. Grady doing a good job at not getting up that 5 count on his back. Bird puts in the legs, stretching Grady out here. He's going to get 2 near falls, score 8-0, coming up on 15 seconds in the second period. On mat 2, on mat 1, we're up 11-1. Your Enterprise wrestler Williams over Beavers wrestler Kelch. So Enterprise scoring a lot of points over here. Then the major decision now, as coach says to cut him. Gives 1 point. And if you're Enterprise, this is where if you can't get the fall and you can get more points, you want to get that tech fall to score those team points. So a good decision there by Messersmith to have his wrestler cut him to see if we can get some more points here. Short time in the second, he's able to secure the 2 with 1 second left on the clock. So going into the third period, 13-2. So 4 points will get him that tech fall. Grady down 8-0 in the third period of his match. And Bird able to come out and around and get his 2 reversal. And that's the difference. You watch a kid like Bird wrestle and some of these other matches where it's just flailing around, kind of, call it scrambling, where there's back-to-back reversal. And Bird is just he's really poised at what he does. He just sits there, little move, works his way out so that you can't reverse him, you can't get a switch. He's just always in control as he leads 10-0 now over Grady. But Grady's wrestled a great match. I mean, he's losing 10-0, but Grady has wrestled a great match, staying off his back, working back off his back, and then just making Bird work for everything he's got.
Absolutely. A lot of these wrestlers being underneath, under the control of your opponent for going on almost 6 minutes now, would have given up, but Grady's just keep battling and keeps working moves like you mentioned, even though he's on bottom, working those moves to try to get something going.
And right there, Grady tries to go back for the head and trying to get out of that, but Bird's got his good heavy hips on it, and Grady just unable, and he keeps good leverage on that back ankle. Bird's going to pick up two near fall as Williams from Enterprise is going to get the tech fall on his mat, so he'll get that bonus point for his team. There's 5 seconds left in Grady's match. 12-0 is the score in favor of Bird. And I know if you're Grady, you're going to walk off the match a little defeated because you lost, but you just went up against a very good wrestler, and you fought off your back quite a few times to not give up the fall. So you got to have a little bit of pride going into that next match that, hey, I battled that match, and take that into the next match if you're Grady.
Oh, yeah, he was, just really close a couple times there from being able to maybe get an escape or a reversal. Just couldn't quite get it because, like you mentioned with Bird, kept those hips down on him, kept the weight down on him, and really just controlled the match.
Yeah, Bird just, again, wrestlers that could see each other for a few years, depending on how they fluctuate in their weight. So now we'll reset both matches here, as we give a special thanks to some of our sponsors that we got this little break: Candylands Tire, Flights Gymnastics, Hello Beautiful Salon, San Juan Counseling Center, San Juan School District. Thank you for helping us this year with our broadcast and bringing you this live on StreamUtah.Live. Also a big thanks to Lane Palmer, who's working us up here behind us in the booth, and Cortland Lyman, who is our cameraman when we go single mat down there on the mat. He's down there in the thick of it in the action. Both mats now going on mat number 2. We'll go to mat number 1 because that's where Staley Dandy from the Broncos is wrestling. Had a nice head throw there, but unable to secure it before getting to the edge. Comes back up and now in on a shot. Switches from a double to a single and now comes back to his feet. Staley, high motor so far today. I think taking 3-4 weeks off with an injury, you're just amped to get back on the mat and get out there and see what you can do as a freshman. But Staley's opponent is Escobar from American Leadership Academy. Escobar is a sophomore, Staley a freshman. And on mat number 2, we'll go Jared Anderson from Gunnison Valley and his opponent, Connor Conca of Duchesne. And Conca a freshman and Anderson a senior. Nice headlock here by Staley as he's got his 2 takedown and he's going to get his 3 near fall swipes. Stay below that elbow and just squeeze and sit back. Just elevate that head and sit back a little bit if you're Staley. Elevate that head. Staley comes from a rich tradition of wrestlers. That Dandy family has had some fantastic, and of course his grandpa was a fantastic coach here for years. That Dandy family, can't say enough about them and their wrestling ability within that family.
Yeah, I grew up with Staley's uncles, Shiloh and Nate and Delwyn, and all great wrestlers. And then again, Coach Jim Dandy Sr. was a great coach and proponent for wrestling in the southeastern Utah for years.
Staley fought out of a bad situation, is able to get the fall. And that's his second win of the day. He's excited. I think he's ramped up. Like I said, you come out after not being able to be on the mat for a few weeks, and man, it just feels good to get out there and getting some scrambling and wrestling, and especially when you come out and get 2 big wins, 2 big falls for your team. And if you're San Juan, you're ecstatic because you need those pinpoints if you want to chase that title here this afternoon.
Exactly. The Beaver are again the favorite, so all those points add up for whatever team.
Yeah.
Right.
On mat number 2, the score's tied 2-2 between Anderson of Gunnison Valley and Conca from Duchesne. As we go to the second period, Gunnison Valley will choose the bottom position. Back over on mat 1, we're going to go with Winkler from Duchesne and De Palma of Beaver. Winkler placed 4th last year at 113, so a wrestler that knows how to get to the finals. He took 4th at state last year. Gunnison Valley got the Duchesne wrestler on his back. Anderson looking for a fall here. Circle that arm to his head. Hips down on the mat if you're Anderson. I'd like to see him reach out and grab that wrist, post that arm to his head, really stretch his shoulders out. If you're Duchesne, you just want to bridge through this, and you got a long time. We got 1:15 left on that mat, so it's a long time to spend on your back if you're Duchesne. He's able to come back up. Now you got to watch for that shoulder there if you're the official.
I think the coach there working that, asking the official to watch that. So
yeah, you're getting a bad spot there. You can blow a shoulder out pretty easy and cranking on it, getting in the wrong position. But Gunnison Valley, a little too high, but still able, and that's what's going to cause him to lose that battle there. Duchesne able to get Gunnison Valley out of position. And on mat number 1, we're going to have a quick fall here. Just under a minute of the first. You're going to get your Duchesne wrestler Winkler with the fall at 120 pounds over De Palma of Beaver.
Yeah, and we're seeing a couple of these higher seeded wrestlers now getting in there and getting after it. Is some of these wrestlers, the second match of the night, and so getting some of those higher ranked wrestlers in there now.
Anderson from Gunnison Valley over here on mat number 2. He was 5th last year at 120 at the state tournament. So another wrestler that knows how to find his way onto the podium. Now wrestling on mat 1, 126 pounds, you're going to have Sheldon from American Leadership Academy and Coates from Gunnison Valley. Gunnison Valley Coates with a quick takedown. Just under 9 seconds on that takedown, and now looking for a 3/4 stack. Sheldon does a great job of flattening out and not allowing him to stack him up there in that 3/4. We're going to go off the mat here with Anderson and Conca. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that name correctly. It's in the third period. Anderson leading 10-2.
Yeah, some of these names you almost need a pronunciation guide, like in the program, built into the program here. It's a little difficult. I don't know how else it would be pronounced, but I'm not a language expert either. So we got a pinning combination down here on mat 1.
So I just got a text that Watkins that just wrestled, that he was Chief Lloyd Watkins' son. He's Chief Lloyd Watkins' son. It was the chief down here. Is that correct?
He was chief here for a short time.
Okay.
His family stayed over in Enterprise,
Okay.
and we're going to move over. Then he decided to go back over there. But because I believe one of their older sons came over with Dad. Both eventually, a year maybe less. But yeah, so there's some Blanding ties there. His dad is from Blanding, I believe, originally. So.
Cool. And shout out to Dan Hunter for that information. You know, when I was coaching up in Monticello Junior High, Dan was my assistant, and that was one of the best things about him. He remembered stuff that I couldn't remember. He was great at that, remembering stats and different things. So you like to have those people on your side. As we go mat 1, Gunnison Valley's coach leading 11-0 is going to get the fall with 9 seconds left in the first period.
Yeah, it's amazing how some people are like Coach Hunter there. I coached football in Cedar City with a coach like that. I swear he knew everybody from St. George to Logan along I-15, and he knew not just of them, he knew them well. Yeah. He had stories about all their kids and from every school along there, and he just remembered everything. So
yep. So third period's going to end on 120 pounds on mat 2. Anderson's going to get the win over here, 14-3. And that's going to bring up Declan Helquist for your Broncos now on mat 2. And on mat 1, we're going to see Hunter Keith. Hunter versus Beavers. How do you say that name, Coach? Pimentel? Mikey. We'll call him Mikey is his first name. And Hunter in on a shot, but Mikey's from Beavers able to counter that, get the 2 takedown. Hunter's a freshman.
And believe it or not, that's Porter's little brother.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, there's 3 of those brothers on this team. You've got Logan, Hunter, and
goes skinny,
and
big,
Porter.
skinny.
Yep. And so Hunter, 126 pounds here against Pimentel of Beaver. And then on mat number 2, we have Declan Helquist, a senior for the Broncos, up against Avila of Gunnison Valley. He had to wrestle a match in the round of 16 to get into this match. Declan with a nice takedown. Puts in a nice tight half, and he's getting the fall. Minute 25 left on the clock, which will bring the hometown crowd to their feet for that senior. A senior that's had to battle, was unable to play the football season because of an injury, and then has battled to get down to 120, and a weight that he really feels like he has the shot to go get that title. So, and to come back after an injury like that took him out for 3 or 4 months, he's wrestling some good wrestling right now, Coach.
Yeah, and he's kind of had injuries throughout his career a little bit, kind of been bit by that injury bug, and it's good to see him have this success here down the stretch of his senior year.
Yeah.
So.
Hunter Keith down 2-0 to the Beaver Wrestlers. We go out of bounds. Hunter's one of those that's come a long ways this year as well. He's one that I think if you can just build his confidence, he's a tremendous wrestler, got a great skill set, comes from a good family that, you know, they live and die wrestling. But coaching him last couple of years in junior high, just a wrestler that really needs to get his confidence that in his ability and know that he's good enough to go out there and finish stuff. Sometimes he'll stop short on stuff because he's just not sure. But a kid that's come a long ways this year as a freshman, look to see him go a long ways next year as a sophomore, as he's down 2-1 We go out of bounds again. On mat number 2. The internet just died on me. There we go. We're going to have Carter of Enterprise versus Anderson of American Leadership Academy. Carter currently on top, up 2-0 in the first period. Again, right there with Hunter, man. You just want him to drop, lower his elevation, drop down on that single leg, maybe get to that ankle, and then elevate that, and he gets those points. And sometimes as a young wrestler, as a freshman, you just don't really want to get down underneath people. You're not comfortable. What if he comes on top? And if you're Hunter, sometimes you just got to go for broke right there and lower your elevation, hit that single, and see what happens. We go to the second period. Pimentel leading 4-1 over Hunter Keith of San Juan. On mat 2, Enterprise now up 8-2. Carter over Anderson of ALA.
Yeah, I work with Hunter's dad, and you say they're a wrestling family, I think that's an understatement. Victor doesn't get excited about a whole lot of things, but his kids wrestling is probably right up there. So,
yeah, he's always one that's on the edge of the mat. And if you look over there, team race so far, top 5, Gunnison Valley with 28.5 points after the first round, going into the second round. Duchesne with 33, Enterprise at third with 37.5, Beaver in second with 39, and San Juan in first at 43 after that first round and into the second round. So, like I said, anytime you can get bonus points for your team, that's going to go huge for this. Hunter here on a nice step over. He's able to get the reversal. And now needs to put that half on. Oh, get that half quicker. Beaver wrestler able to come back out. Hunter down 3-6 now in the second period. But a great little scramble there by Hunter, able to come off his back. If he could have got that half on there, I think maybe we get a near fall or a pin out of it. Near fall at worst, but that's just one of those things as a freshman you got to learn. As soon as you come up on top, you got to be looking for that. If they're out of position, and shoot that half. As the Beaver wrestler now gets one escape, up 7-3 on the mat 2. Enterprise working for a fall. He is up 11-2. Carter over Anderson of ALA. And Carter's going to get 3 more near fall points.
It's a pretty good battle here on mat 1 between Pimentel and Keith, though. They kind of just go back and forth. Of course, Pimentel with a little bit of an advantage right now, but plenty of time for Keith to work things and get back in this.
Yeah, and Hunter, he's always been one that he'll continually wrestle. He'll wrestle throughout the whole match, and he runs cross country, and so he's got a little bit of a motor on him. He can keep going. It's just finishing those moves and getting in position for him. That as he continues just working in the room, that's going to come for him. On the far mat, Carter of Enterprise is going to get the win here. He's going to get the fall. As we go to the third period, Beaver wrestler Pimentel leading 7-3 over San Juan's Hunter Keith. And we're going to go neutral on that mat. Up on mat number 2, it's going to be Harris of Duchesne and Bradshaw of Beaver.
Definitely another Beaver last name there, Bradshaw. A lot of Bradshaws over there. Great athletes in multiple sports.
Yeah, and Jex is looking for, he was second last year at 120 pounds at the state tournament. So a kid that has some unfinished business for the Beavers, wants to get that state championship. To come so close, take second, man, it just ignites that fire in you. You really want to get to the top of that podium to get so close. He's going to get 2 takedown over there. As we're up to a minute 15 left in the third period on mat 1. Beaver up 7-3 over Keith of San Juan. Hunter in deep. He's got the fireman's. He's got to finish it here. We're going to go out of bounds.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get that wrist control on to finish that move there.
132 pounds over here. Bradshaw from Beaver is going to get the fall. So Jex, like I said, he's looking for that state championship this year, and he's only a sophomore. .45 seconds left in the mat 1, Keith versus Pimento. We're going to get a stalling on the Beaver wrestler. So this is where if you're Hunter, you really want to capitalize. You're down 3-7, 30 seconds left. You got to push the activity here to not only maybe get a takedown, but also to get that stalling point now, because you've got to build some points here. You're going to step off. We're going to go off. Right now, if you're Hunter, you really got to push it here off your feet. See if you can get the point. See if you can get a big throw for 4 or even 5. But 22 seconds left. On mat number 2, we also have Hunter, Mike and Keith now. He's a freshman for the Broncos, and his opponent from Beaver, Durbridge, a freshman. 11 seconds left. 9-3 is the score. Hunter Keith is going to be down. Mike and on the far mat, mat 2.
Yeah, Mike and another one of these young San Juan wrestlers that I'm sure Coach Musselman and Coach Simpson are really high on.
Yeah, and being they're both freshmen, I had the opportunity the last couple of years to coach them in junior high, and Miken's a kid that he's got a high motor too. He can go, and he's a fantastic wrestler. I thought he was going to lose into basketball because in junior high he was doing both. I'm just glad that he's stuck with wrestling because he's a dynamic, fantastic wrestler. And now as a freshman, you get to come out here at your first year at Region, perform in front of your home crowd. So hopefully he can live up to his ability because he's a fantastic wrestler.
Yeah, you mentioned just a great athlete all around, but he could have been a good basketball player, but he got the potential to be a great wrestler.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Beaver's going to get the win over Hunter Keith at 126 pounds. As Miken leads 2-1 now as the Beaver wrestler able to escape. Durbridge is his name. Roe Durbridge is a freshman. So both freshmen here trying to see what they can do at their first divisional tournament.
Little chess match going on here between the two.
A lot of coaching going on right now, too, between the two sides, too, trying to get their wrestler in a position to get the points right before time runs out. But either wrestler unable to get the takedown as we go to the second period. On mat number 1, we now have Hernandez from ALA versus Monroe of Gunnison Valley. Hernandez, a freshman, and Monroe, a junior. And the junior with the takedown. Oh, and Miken with a great move there on his switch. Able to get the 1 technical violation for locking hands and the 2. Anytime you get your opponent to lock his hands, you want to, Coach Musselman will yell, and his famous thing is, you're free, you're free. You just want to do whatever you can to get out of that. Even if it puts you in a bad situation, the ref's going to stop the match. So you really have nothing to lose in that situation. You have everything to gain. And Miken there able to get 3-point swing. Now leads 5-1 over the Beaver wrestler. Score 3-1 on mat number 1. Monroe from Gunnison Valley currently leading over Hernandez from American Leadership Academy. Score 2-1 now. Correction on that mat. Now the ref's telling them it should be 2-2. And now more points are going to come here for Hernandez as he's going to get the takedown. His score will be 4-2 now once they figure out the score over there on that mat. On mat 2, Keith from San Juan gives up an escape. But I'd rather give up an escape than a reversal. He's really got to get on that cross face, really got to pressure that face away so he can get behind. Drive that face. Get your hips back here if you're Miken. And it just looks like he's kind of Nice kick out, and we're not going to get anything here because there's no control. I know that if you're Beaver, you're wanting to. If you're San Juan, you're grateful you didn't. But not any control there. As Mikan just able to keep moving his hips, kicking his feet, and is able to get out of it. So Mikan 5-2, coming up on the end of the second. Mikan, nice takedown there.
Oh, just ran out of time.
He's going to get the 2 for the takedown, and then he's going to get 2 near fall. So should be 9-2. Thought it wasn't it 5-2?
It was 5-2, so I don't know if they gave him near fall points.
Well, he went to his near fall. He indicated near fall. And now we're going to get the table over here. I thought he indicated near fall. Takedown is high 2, near fall off your shoulder, and he indicated 2 off his shoulder. So we're going to see, and I think that's what we'll see if he and he does get it. So the score is 9-2 in favor of Mikan. And we're going to wait for the clock's not reset. There we go, period 3. We're going to get a caution on Mikan for hand on the belly. Got to be right on that button down there. On mat 1, Hernandez from ALA currently leading 4-3 over Monroe from Gunnison Valley. Second period, a minute 30 left in that match period. Mikan leads 9-2 in his match, third period. Beaver wrestler working hand control on the bottom.
Just a battle over there, right there now between those guys trying to.
And if you're Mikan, you don't want to just sit on the hips. You got to work side to side. You got to work for a pinning combination. You got to be offensive here and not give up a stalling point here. If you're Mikan, you can't just hang and then get in a bad position like that against a scrappy wrestler. Mikan's able to put the leg and elevate it, but no near fall swipes. As Coach Musselman gives him some instructions. Going to drive that far shoulder. Elevate that leg and move your hips. 50 seconds left in that match, period 3. Mikan up 9-2. On mat 1, it's going to be 7-6 in the second period with 40 seconds left. Hernandez of ALA. And now he's going to get 2, gets the 1. That's the hard 3 right there. You get that escape point, but you're still tied up, and then you get the 2. That's just continuing to work if you're the ALA wrestler. So now the score 9-6. 20 seconds left on mat 2.
Mikan with that chicken wing there, just let it go though.
Durbridge in on a single leg for the Beavers. Mikan has that back ankle hook working the face. 4 seconds. Mikan's going to come away with a 9-2 win here. So at 132 pounds, Mikan will come away going to the bracket here at 132, and that puts Mikan into the championship semifinals, and his opponent's going to be Bradshaw, who just wrestled before. So Mikan's going to have to do a lot more technical work if he expects to beat Bradshaw, and not flip and flop around as much.
Yeah.
But a great freshman, and just his ceiling's so high for what he can accomplish over the next 3 years. Excited to see him as we go to another San Juan wrestler here in Lennox Ben at 132 pounds. His opponent from Gunnison Valley, Brody Brock, a freshman, and Lennox, one of our seniors here. Like to see Lennox have a great tournament here. Finish in a good position to give him a better advantage at state. See this senior finish out his senior year on a high note. Mat 1, we go with Christian Jones from Duchesne and Jose. Can't say the last name, Coach. Can you? Requeo from Beaver. Have to ask these Beaver folks sitting next to us to pronounce some of the names for us. Apologize again. We don't do it intentionally. Lennox in on a nice double leg, able to elevate it and get the 2 takedown. 2-0 on mat 2. As he adjusts his headgear. And now he's got the Clemson. If he can finish this. And Gunnison Valley able to get his arm back. But, man, he almost had that Clemson roll stack. That's hard to get out of if you can finish it. And now Lennox gets a half underneath that arm. Just going to drive with his chest. Head up, hips down here. Keep your chest driving with your toes. Head up. Get your hips down.
There he goes. Getting that head
Coach
up.
is yelling at him. Guys want to get their head down. They feel like they need that head down, but if you just put your hips down, accomplishes the same thing as now he switches to go to the legs. Gonna get the fall. 25 seconds left in the first period. The senior Lennox Ben advances and moves on. 126 pounds on mat number 1. You've got Duchesne wrestler Jones in there. Had the quarter for a minute. Trying to work the Beaver wrestler over. Puts that quarter Nelson back in. Nope, he just got the hand over. Man, if it'd go to a quarter Nelson there, he could power that over. Now with the power half. Coming up on 3 seconds left in the first period. He leads 5-0. Jones from Duchesne.
Just a reminder, we're going to take a half-hour break after this round. Half-hour break after this round.
All right, Coach, I got to take off here for a minute, so I'm going to leave you in charge.
Oh, boy.
I'll be back. We are
Apologize
watching
to the listeners
2A
and viewers.
Divisional B tournament on StreamUtah.Live.
Alrighty, on mat 1, it looks Christian Jones up 5-0 still in the second. And on mat 2, just underway, we have Cervantes of Grand County versus Skews, I believe, of Duchesne. Skews in control, got Cervantes quickly on his back there. And on the mat number 1, in a pinning combination, Jones has Requeo of Beaver on his back. 3 near fall points now to on the mat number 2 to Skews. He leads 5-0 a minute in to the first. And on mat 2 we have a win by fall for Jones of Duchesne. Skews from Duchesne really working it over there on the edge. Just kept his toes in and gets the pin, as they were flirting with going out of bounds there, but Skews was able to stay in control and keep Cervantes, or keep his 2 points of contact in. On mat number 1, right now we have Austin Paris of Grand County versus Braden Richens of Duchesne at 138 pounds. Paris, a nationally ranked wrestler most of the last 2 years, I believe. So should be a really good match. We watched Richens wrestle earlier and do a great job to advance in the championship bracket. Paris quickly gets the takedown to go up 2-0. 3 near fall points, and looks like a potentially dangerous against Paris will result in 1 point for Richens, 5-1 the score there in the first period. On mat number 2, we have Enterprise Fitzwater versus Rodriguez from Gunnison Valley, also at 138. Richens getting a takedown there against Paris to make the score now 5-3 in favor of Paris of Grand County there on mat 1 as they reset the wrestlers on mat 2. Still 0-0 there. Paris with the reversal to make the score 7-3 now. I thought he gave him the reversal, but it wasn't. They gave 2 near fall points, to, and now we'll get the reversal. The scoreboard having some technical difficulties over there on mat 1. They'll stop wrestling to get that fixed and sorted out. On mat 2, still 0-0 with 30 seconds left in the first period. Fitzwater of Enterprise versus Rodriguez of Gunnison Valley. Technology is a great thing until it's not, and that's kind of the situation on mat 1 right now, is they're having some software problems, it looks like, in the scoring and the clock timing. 2 points awarded on mat 2 to Rodriguez of Gunnison Valley as he gets the takedown against Fitzwater. Am I saying that? I believe I'm saying that correctly. And they go out of end of the period. Fitzwater will defer, and Rodriguez will choose the bottom position. Still with the stoppage for that technical difficulty on mat 1. On that mat, Austin Paris of Grand leading Braden Richens of Duchesne 7-3. Mat 2, it looks like Rodriguez will get the reversal and go up 4-0 against Fitzwater. Looks like they're going to get things back underway and just keep time and score without the software there on mat 1 as the official gets ready to get. We got the clock figured out. Looks like. The mat 1, they go out of bounds and they'll return to, I believe, neutral position. There is no. As Paris, nope, they gave Paris the takedown. No, they did not. I take that back. 9-5 your score down there. I'm not sure exactly what happened on mat 2. I missed the end of that. But 138, and now you have Williams of Enterprise versus Evans of Beaver at 138 pounds on mat 2. Again, mat 2, the solid blue with white, and mat 1, the blue and gold with the Broncos and the SJ logo in the middle. Paris, the pinning combination there on mat 1. But Richens able to get off his back and get two near fall points for Paris. On mat 2, Evans in control right now over Williams as he gets the pinning combination in. (15-6) your score on mat 1 in favor of Austin Paris of Grand over Richens of Duchesne. 1 minute left in the second period. And on mat 2 with 40 seconds left in the first period, Evans of Beaver in control over Williams of Enterprise. That score 2-0 in favor of Evans. Evans really working, trying to get pressure down on those shoulders, and he does. He gets the pin with 22 seconds left in the first period. Mat 1, 17-6 now your score. As Paris keeps just kind of building on that lead. Now on mat 2 at 144 pounds, we have Jenkins from Duchesne versus Taryn Bayless of San Juan. Paris choosing neutral. I guess it wasn't a choice. Maybe it was. That clock, I'm still not sure that clock is working correctly on mat 1. Paris with I don't know what you call that move. It looked like a cartwheel, but he was not able to get it. The official stops it and awards, I believe, the choice to Richens. And Richens, I didn't see what he chose. It looks like he would choose his top. On mat 2, Jenkins leading Bayless 2-0. Taryn finds himself kind of in a bad spot early on with 1:15 left in the first. Paris with another takedown and then another stoppage. A tech fall, I believe is what they called it, and it is as he's up now 23-7, that 16-point lead. Gets the tech fall and the win, and he'll advance in the 138 bracket. On mat 2, score still 2-0. Bayless, not sure if he's going to get an escape point or a reversal point, but we got some blood somewhere. They'll stop it. We'll have a blood stoppage there and try to get things cleaned up and taken care of. He got the escape point, but as they went out of bounds, he didn't quite get the reversal. I'm not sure where Coach Adair went, but many of you, and myself included, are probably hoping he gets back soon. Now on mat 1 at 138 pounds, Gunnison Valley, we have Valencia, and Beaver we have Uri. I'm not sure. I believe that's the correct pronunciation. And a quick pin from Beaver from Uri. Just a minute, 34 seconds into the match, and he'll advance over Valencia. On mat 1, the score still 2-1. Duchesne's Jenkins versus Bayless of San Juan. Now 4-1 as Jenkins is able to get a takedown. It looks like he's got a... Wasn't sure, couldn't tell what the move was as that comes down to under 10 seconds. Bayless stands up, unable to get out, so they'll return to the center of the match, and Bayless will be on the bottom. And the end of the first period, Jenkins of Duchesne leading Bayless of San Juan 4-1 on mat 2 at 144 pounds. Up now on mat 1, Kai Fox of San Juan and Gage Radden of Beaver, 144 pounds. This will be a tough matchup for Kai, as Radden is a very experienced, very good wrestler from Beaver. Radden, a junior with a 33-7 record. Fox, a sophomore with a 6-6 record. Bayless trailing 4-3, but he's got Jenkins in a little bit of trouble there on mat 2. Jenkins powers through it and gets it. Bayless now up 6-4 as he gets his near fall points, but a quick takedown will tie that right back up for Jenkins. Gets an escape, so actually he'll be up 7-6. An escape and a takedown. Fox in trouble on mat 1, down 5-0 with Radden very much in control on that match. 3 near fall points make it 8-0. Bayless in the stack, in trouble, trying to keep that shoulder up. He's got a minute to go though, so he's going to have to work something to get out of that. He's not going to be able to survive that in this position for that long. Fox also in the precarious spot as he works to keep his shoulders up off the mat. Radden again very much in control. 3 more near fall points leads that 11-0 with just over 10 seconds left in the first. Bayless able to get up off of his shoulders. Again, we're going to have a blood stoppage on mat 1 with that score being 10-6 in favor of Jenkins of Duchesne. Another blood stoppage on mat 1 as Fox has a little bloody nose. They'll try to get that under control, so we're stopped up here on both mats for blood. Jenkins down here, a little background on him, is a freshman with an 8-8 record. Bayless, a junior with a 13-9 record. They get things cleaned up and going, and this is where I could really use, and you could probably really use Coach Adair back here because he could talk about some of the technical stuff going on, but looks like we got a quick stoppage of the blood over here on mat 1. As they get the mat cleaned, they'll resume. They're ready to resume, and they're ready to resume on mat 2 as well. Bayless quick to his feet, but unable to do much with it once he got there. Fox quick to his feet, but Radden takes him right back down. And we got an end of the first period over there. Score 11-0 in favor of Radden. 15 seconds left in the second period on mat 2 as Bayless trails Jenkins 10-6. Got a warning there for Fox. Again, his inexperience probably coming out there. Wow, what a quick reversal. I don't know if I'm kind of new to wrestling. I'm not sure if I've ever seen anybody in that bottom stance that Radden had really effective as he gets him into that sit out and reversal really quickly. As he goes up 13-0 over Fox. Bayless working reversal over here on mat 2. Trails 12-8 with 1:40 left in the third. Radden will get the cradle and gets the pin as he picks up a win over Fox to advance on the championship side of the bracket at 144. On mat 2, Bayless gets his 3 near fall points, but then a reversal by Jenkins puts him back up 14-11 with 1 minute left in the third. So Bayless with a little work to do to get back into that one. And now it's 17-11. There's 3 near fall points awarded after that reversal to Jenkins. Getting ready on mat 1, we have Preston Fenton of Utah Military Academy versus Taven Hollingshead of Beaver. Or Tavin, sorry. Looks like we have a win by fall for Jenkins with 25 seconds left in the third as he defeats Taryn Bayless at 144. And quickly, Hollingshead with a quick pin on Fenton on mat 2 at 150 pounds. He'll advance on the championship side of the bracket. Just 36 seconds into the match there. Mat 2, we have Bradshaw from Beaver and Carpenter from Enterprise, also at 144. And coming up on mat number 1, we have Wrigley LaGilia of San Juan against Case and Crum of Duchesne. Wrigley a sophomore, a junior. Crum a sophomore with a 16-14 record. LaGilia comes in with a 13-10 record. Mat 2, Bradshaw's a junior with a 29-9 record, and Carpenter a sophomore with a 22-25 record. As we get a stoppage real quickly as they go out of bounds, and neither with control. Crum with the takedown there and establishing control. Julia working to hook that leg. Try to get a little leverage to work a move, but it can't do it. LaGilia with Crum with the cradle. Got LaGilia on his back for a second, but Wrigley able to roll back over. Again, hook that leg to keep himself on his belly. Bradshaw really working that single leg through as Carpenter tried to sprawl, but unsuccessfully. He'll get the points for the takedown to take a 2-0 lead with 30 seconds left in the first. 4-1 your score here on mat number 1. LaGilia trailing Crum from Duchesne. Bradshaw in control over here on mat 2 as he starts getting some near fall points, but as soon as I say that, Carpenter with a reversal. Bradshaw will get the 3 near fall, so the takedown, 3 near fall for Bradshaw. Scores 5 points in that period, and I believe a reversal hasn't been put up yet. Maybe never established control, but should at least have an escape point. I believe it should be 5-1 or 5-2 over there. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. On mat 1, Crum now leads LaGilia 6-1. So he gets a hold of it, gets deep on that single leg. Couple of battles going on here on each mat. Is hanging on the edge there and working stuff. Bradshaw able to work back in and get Carpenter on his back. Really close to getting the pin here, and he does. So Bradshaw with the win over Carpenter at 144 on mat 2. Going back to mat 1. Crum leads LaGilia 6-1. LaGilia finds himself on his back. There's Crum able to get a reversal and go up 8-1. Julia really working to get to roll through on that, but unable to. Rolls back into Crum, and Crum will pick up the win by fall with 18 seconds left in the second. Getting ready on mat number 2, we have Peterson of Grand County versus Corneo of American Leadership. Peterson shoots but misses, sprawls out. Corneo trying to, got an underhook on the arm, but he makes one little mistake, and Peterson takes advantage of that to score the takedown as they go out of bounds. So 2-0 on that mat with 1:24 in the first. Peterson of Grand with the lead. Getting ready to go here on mat number 1, we have, I'm probably going to get this wrong, Grand County listeners, do not get too angry with me. I'm going to, Barriola of Grand versus Orton of Beaver. Orton shoots gets a quick takedown there. He leads 2-0 on mat number 1, and Peterson still with a 2-0 lead, just under a minute left in the first on mat number 2. Orton with a quick pin. Orton, a sophomore with a 28-11 record. He'll advance with that quick pin just 24 seconds into the match. Peterson with the chicken wing, working it there in wrist control as he works around to try to get Corneo on his back, and does. Corneo quick with the bridge and flips over. He'll get 2 points for the reversal there as the official's letting him work. Calls him back in with 2 seconds left. So Peterson with 2 points for the near fall goes to 4, and I believe that Corneo is 3. They don't have that score up yet as he got the reverse, or excuse me, he might just be 2. They gave him the reversal. And that'll end the first. 4-0 lead for Peterson and Grand. On mat number 1, we have Nathan Tanner of American Leadership versus Alexander Williams of Beaver. As Williams with a quick takedown goes up 2-0. They must have called out of bounds on mat 1 there, as Corneo is still 0 before he got the reversal there. So he trails. Peterson really working. And he finally gets the points there. 6-0 as he'll go out of bounds. They'll come back to the middle and reset. Williams with the pin on these Beaver wrestlers. These guys that had the bye in the first round have really come out and made short work of their opponents so far. And kind of show you why they're the favorite here today. But Williams will advance at 157. And coming up on mat number 1, also 157 pounds, Chance Laws of San Juan versus Dylan Reynolds of Beaver. Laws, a sophomore, coming in with a record of 4-12 versus Reynolds, a senior, with the 37-4 record. On mat number 2, we have Grand County's Lane Peterson still going up against American Leadership's Patrick Porneo. That score 6-3 with 38 seconds left in the second period. Takedown there for Reynolds on mat 1. Looks like he didn't give him points for it, but I guess he determined that he never established control. So it's still 0-0. Laws, another one of these wrestlers, these young wrestlers for San Juan who have come on and done good things and made great strides and improvement over the season. Reynolds with that takedown a few seconds ago. Goes up 2, now 2-1 as Laws is able to get the escape point. 50 seconds left in the period there. Laws now with the double leg if he can establish control, but doesn't. And Reynolds does establish control, and now he's got Laws in tight there. And that'll be a pin for Reynolds. Again, great job by Reynolds. Great job by Laws as they went back and forth, and Reynolds catches him and takes advantage of that mistake there by chance and gets the pin. On mat 2, Peterson now leads Corneo 9-3 in the third with 1:15 left. Getting ready to go on mat number 1 for San Juan, Parker Snyder, and for American Leadership, Cole Clayson. Peterson controlled this match on mat 1 pretty much from the get-go, as both wrestlers are just methodically worked there. Quickly, Parker Snyder with the takedown and the pinning combination, if he can just get a little more pressure there. Great job there by Clayson as he was able to get off his shoulders. Snyder quickly back to work, though, to get him over on his back again. Got a chicken wing in. He grabs wrist control on the other arm. Loses that. Looks like he's working a half Nelson. He gets the half in and reconsiders, working back to that chicken wing, gets him over on his back, and I believe that'll be it, and it is. Good move there by Parker Snyder as he takes the win with 1:12 left in the first period to advance to the championship side of the bracket for the Broncos. Another San Juan wrestler up here next on mat number 1 is J.D. Palmer. Comes in for the Broncos and looks like he will wrestle Maddox Davidson of Enterprise. So J.D. Palmer, a junior with a record of 24-1, will wrestle Maddox Davidson. I don't have his class here, but he's got a record of 1-4. Up on the other mat, we have a San Juan wrestler. Looks like it's Logan Keith at 150 versus Peyton Taylor of Enterprise. Taylor, a sophomore, as on mat 1, Palmer gets Davidson on his back and will pick up the quick win there. Great job there by JD to get his pin on mat 2. Logan Keith in control with a 2-0 lead and a minute left in the first period as he wrestles Taylor of Enterprise. On mat 1, third Bronco wrestler in a row here for San Juan as Thomas Harden, the freshman, takes on David Smith of Beaver at 165 pounds. As Smith from Beaver gets the takedown against Harden. Harden tries to sit out but gets caught, and as Smith returns him back to the mat. On mat 2, score now 4-1 in favor of Logan Keith of San Juan as we get ready to start the second period. Keith will win and take the bottom position on the flip. Quick sit out by Keith, doesn't quite get there, but now he's there. He'll get the 2 points for the reversal to go up 6-1 on mat 2. Smith still leading Harden 2-0 with just under a minute left in the first period. Thomas doing a good job of keeping flat and not giving up wrist control there for a while, but now Smith has control of her own one wrist and working a half on the other side. On mat 2, Keith has Taylor in a precarious spot as he works to get the pin there. Taylor doing a good job keeping that right shoulder off the mat. With a minute 15 left here in the period, he's got a long ways to go if he can improve his situation. End of the first period on mat 1, Smith of Beaver with a 2-0 lead over Harden from San Juan. Smith will defer. Harden will take bottom on mat 1. Keith now with picks up the win on mat 2 with 41 seconds left in the second. So he'll stay on the right side of the bracket there as he beats Taylor. Up next on mat number 2 at 157 pounds, we have, just updating here, I should have worn my glasses today. I can't read the big TV across the gym. I got to wait for it to pop up on the computer screen in front of me. De La Fuente of Grand County versus Padilla of Enterprise. And on mat 1, it's still Harden versus Smith as Harden finds himself tied up, trying to work out of the bottom position there. Harden able to get to his feet, but can't get that separation for the escape, but now he does, and he'll pick up 1 point as he trails Smith 5-1. 50 seconds left in the second period. Still scoreless on mat 2. De La Fuente of Grand County versus Padilla of Enterprise. Just under 30 seconds left in the second with the stoppage there as they go out of bounds. Still 5-1 in favor of Smith of Beaver. Now leading on mat 2, Padilla gets a takedown as he's up 2-0 over De La Fuente. As he works him back into towards the center of the mat. Time expires in the second period on mat 1 in the 165-pound weight class. Smith will choose neutral as he leads 5-1 over Harden. And on mat 2, first period just ends. It's still a 2-0 lead for Padilla over De La Fuente. Harden driving, Harden working to get the takedown, but can't establish control. Great defense there by Smith. Harden still deep with that single leg, still working it. But unable to do anything with it as they return to a neutral position. Still nobody able to gain control there. That was spar on mat 1, and the score remains 5-1 with just a minute left in the third in favor of Smith from Beaver. Harden really needing to do something here with just 40 seconds left in the period, trailing 5-1. He can't just sit back and grapple. He's got to get some points. But it's Smith who gets the points as he gets a... Nope, he didn't get the points, claiming no one having control. There we go. He gives him the 2 points for the takedown. It's 7-1 with just over 10 seconds left. And hard-fought match there on mat 1. On mat 2, the score remains 2-0. Padilla over De La Fuente Grand. Harden with one more escape point at the end, but just not enough as he'll drop on points. The decision there will go to Smith. Give a quick shout out to the sponsors. They've been great all year to bring Bronco Wrestling to the fans. It's big things, especially for this divisional tournament. Canyonlands Tire, Flights Gymnastics, Hello Beautiful Salon, San Juan Counseling, and San Juan School District. We thank those sponsors for making this broadcast, this stream possible. On mat number 1, we have Alex Peacock of Enterprise versus Vargas of Gunnison Valley at the 165-pound class. And we're still working a 157-pound match here on mat number 2. Fuentes of De La Fuente of Grand County versus Padilla of Enterprise. Padilla with reversal, I believe, or a takedown. He now leads 4-0 and gets the pin. So 29 seconds into the third period, Padilla picks up the pin to advance. When I say advance, this is a double elimination tournament. And these other wrestlers who move to the losers bracket, they will have at least one more match and have a chance to battle back up through the consolation side of the bracket. While the winners will stay in the championship bracket. 2-0 the score on mat number 1 as Alex Peacock has the lead versus Vargas of Gunnison Valley. Coming up next on mat number 2, we have Kelton Langston of Beaver versus Tyson Stinger of Enterprise. Duchesne. Stinger, a sophomore, doesn't have a record entered in on track wrestling, and Langston, a senior with a 32-15 record. Langston, excellent football player. You won't believe it, but that kid plays D-line, and he is good. He gets after it. He has Stinger in a quick pin there as Langston picks up the win with the 29 seconds into the match. On mat 2, Peacock still in control as he will take a 2-0 lead over Vargas into the second period. Up next on mat number 2, looks like we have Mason Holgreen of Beaver, sophomore with a 17-13 record, versus Kevin Camacho of American Leadership, also a sophomore. Peacock in control here, has Vargas on his back, but Vargas really working hard to keep that left shoulder up. A minute 20 left in the second period, and Peacock will pick up the win. Underway here on mat number 2 in the 175-pound weight class. Holgreen with a 3-0 lead over Camacho. Quickly gets Camacho on his back, and that's a pin, a fast pin there at 26 seconds. As these higher ranked wrestlers have been making kind of short work in most cases here in the second round of the tournament, of the divisional tournament. Really impressive wrestling from a lot of these wrestlers throughout the day. Looks like Peacock will pick up the win by decision on mat number 1. Up now on mat number 1, Deacon Hill of Gunnison Valley versus Regan Wimmer of Duchesne. And on the mat number 2 at 190 pounds, we have Lopez of American Leadership versus Jensen of Gunnison Valley. Jensen, a freshman, 24-12 record. Lopez, a sophomore with 11-10 record. On mat 1, Deegan Hill of Gunnison Valley, a freshman with a 8-21 record, and Regan Wimmer of Duchesne, a junior with a 2-9 record. Wimmer with the takedown and quickly gets Hill on his back. Hill able to get the reversal though. 3 near fall points to Wimmer. He leads 5-2. That's just how quickly things can change as Hill gets that reversal and gets Wimmer on his back and picks up the pin. Just under a minute left in the first period to advance to the 175-pound weight class. Over on mat 2, just underway at 190 pounds, Lopez of American Leadership and Jensen of Gunnison Valley. These big boys like to lock things up for a while and kind of fill things out. On mat number 1, we have Ethan Bless of American Leadership, super aggressive in his first match. These are going to be 2 very aggressive wrestlers as he faces off against Trace Bennett of San Juan at 175 pounds. I say they're both aggressive, and then you'll see they are. Trace with a quick single leg, getting them tied up pretty tight. on his back. And Bennett will pick up the pin with 26 seconds off the clock in the first. Bless not nearly as aggressive in this match as he was in that first match. Bennett taking advantage of a great single leg takedown, working it into a pin there to pick up the win. Over here on mat number 2, Jensen of Gunnison Valley up 2-0 with Lopez in a very bad position here as he's defending from the bottom with about 20 seconds left in the period. Up now on mat number 1 from American Leadership, Jesse Coxon, and from Beaver, Cutler Matheson at 215 pounds. Matheson with a quick takedown. And Chicken Wing rolls Coxon over, gets him on his back, and picks up the pin with just 15 seconds off the clock in the first round. Impressive work there by Matheson. On mat number 2, Jensen leading Lopez 5-1. 10 seconds left in the period there. We'll get the 2 points on the takedown to go up 7-1 at the end of the first. On mat number 2 at 215 pounds, Enterprise Cole Moody versus San Juan's Jared Burke. Jared's a kid that a lot of people at San Juan wish would have wrestled all 4 years. This is his first year. His older brother, Callan, 2-time state champion at 215 and then at heavyweight last year. So from a wrestling family, but I'm sure you sparred a few times with Callan over the years. But you just see the inexperience come out every now and then for Jared. They quickly lock up and let go. We have some sort of point dispute over here on mat number 2, it looks like, as the officials talking with the coaches from American Leadership. As Moody works into a cradle but can't get it, but he does get the takedown on mat 1. Burke, a senior, with a 15-11 record, and Moody, a junior, with a 10-27 record. 2-0 your score there on mat 1 in favor of Moody. Still 7-1 on mat 2 in the second period. Lopez trailing Jensen. Jensen has been in control much of the match there. Callan's got a, there he does, gets up to a base, builds up to a base. Excuse me, Jared. On mat 1 there, but Moody breaks him right back down. Jared got to get that leg that left leg up and through. When he builds that base, he's leaving it back there. Moody's able to take control of it. Now Moody working to the side. I think they're going to call end of the period there. 2-0 your score on that. I'm at number 1, Moody leading Burke. Still 7-1 with just under 20 seconds left in the second period on mat number 2 in the 190-pound class, with Jensen of Gunnison Valley over Lopez of American Leadership. Starting the second here, Moody will be on the bottom and Burke on top. Stoppage over here. Excuse me, there's not a stoppage into the period. Going into period 3, 2-7 your score in favor of Jensen of Gunnison Valley on mat 2. Mat 1, Burke and Moody. Moody with the 2-0 lead. Moody able to get up to one leg up, but Burke breaks him back down to a base position. It's like Jared trying to work. I was trying to work a half there for a second, but couldn't get it in. We're going to get a stalling call on Burke. Not doing enough on top there. So that'll make the score 3-1 now in favor of Burke, or maybe that was a potentially dangerous. I didn't, again, I'm not sure about all the signals the officials give. Burke now really going to work. I'm guessing it was that stall. Comes out a little more active there as they reset. 9-2 now your score on mat number 2. Jensen of Gunnison Valley with the lead. Burke really going to work there on mat number 1, but unable to get the takedown before they go out of bounds. 20 seconds left here in the second period. We'll have a blood timeout on mat number 1. Mat number 2, Lopez with 2 points. So now it's 9-4. Just 30 seconds left there in the third period. So barring a pin by Lopez, it's going to be awfully difficult for him to overcome the point differential there. Jensen just needing to survive 15 more seconds here. And looks like he will. The clock winds down there. And that'll end things. Jensen picking up the win in the 190-pound weight class over Lopez. Looks like they got the blood under control there on mat number 1 as the wrestlers return to the center. That score 4-0 in favor of Moody of Enterprise. There's 15 seconds left in the second. Be nice if Jared can score some points here before the end of the period, but he won't. It'll end 4-0 going into the third at 215 weight class. Moody leading of Enterprise leading Burke of San Juan. Up now at 190 pounds on mat number 2 is Elmyron Begay of San Juan versus Braxton Holmgren of Beaver. Holmgren with a very powerful takedown. This is Begay looked as if he was going to get a takedown but was unable to finish it. Great defensive counter move there by Holmgren. Begay will get the 1 point for the reversal. 2-1 your score. Holmgren with the lead. So they got the points backwards over there on that. No, we got the bracelets backwards. More blood time stoppage over here on mat number 1 as they can't get Jared can't get his bleeding under control. Looks like Holmgren Holgreen has Begay on his back here on mat number 2, up 4-1. And that's a pin as Holgreen defeats Begay at the 190-pound class to advance. I know it's showing if you're watching on Track Wrestling or if you're watching the scoreboard up on by the scorers table, that score was backwards. It was 4-1 in favor of Holgreen, who wins by pin. Coming up, just over a minute left in the match on mat 1. Score still 4-0 in favor of Moody of Enterprise. Burke really needing to put something together as he works a half, can't quite sink it, and we have another blood stoppage. £215 on mat 2. Looks like we have, again, I should have worn my glasses. I got to wait for it to come up on the computer, just the angle it's at. I can't quite make out the names on that list. We have Tanako of Gunnison Valley, sophomore, 10-15 record, versus Mendoza of American Leadership, a senior with a 7-7 record. Again at the 215-pound class there on mat 2. Two to 1 your score over on mat 2. It looks like Mendoza had a takedown and then an escape by Tanako. Mendoza now in control on mat number 2 as he has Tanako on his back with 45 seconds left in the first period. Back under action now on mat number 1 with 45 seconds left in the match. Burt of San Juan trailing Moody of Enterprise 4-0. And we got a stoppage over here. Looks like a win by fall for Mendoza over Tanako on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Moody able to get back to his feet and to get an escape. It looks like Moody will move on in the winner's bracket at 215 as the clock winds down. He leads 5-0 on mat 1. And that is what happens. A 5-0 victory for Moody over Burke of San Juan in the 215-pound class. Up on mat number 2 in the 285-pound class, we have Stansfield of Duchesne versus Moffitt of Beaver. Moffitt, a senior, 19-12 record, and Stansfield, a freshman, with a 21-14 record. Up next on mat number 1 from Beaver, Aiden Bentoncourt, and from San Juan, Trey Bass. That in the 215-pound weight class. Bass with a quick pin in his first match. I believe this is Bentoncourt's first match, as he probably had a bye there in the first round. Bentoncourt, a sophomore, 21-14 record. Bass, a freshman, 4-19 on the season. Bass goes for the throw and misses it. But he'll secure the takedown. Still the same to take a 2-0 lead with just over a minute 20 left in the first. We'll get a stoppage for potentially for a hand lock on Bass. So now the score will be 2-1 in favor of Bass. On mat number 1, just under 40 seconds left in the period. Score remains 0-0 between Moffitt from Beaver and Stansfield from Duchesne. Betancourt able to tie things up with an escape. On mat 1. Two points scored on a takedown on mat number 2 for Stansfield. And he'll take a 2-0 lead after the first period. Still knotted up 2-2 on mat number 1, Bass and Betancourt. Betancourt with a point off of an escape and a point off of illegal grip there by Bass. Bass with a 2-point takedown. Bass fakes a shot and they lock back up. As the first round will end in knotted at 2 on mat 1. Second period just underway on mat 2. Score 2-0 Stansfield of Duchesne over Moffitt of Beaver. But Moffitt gets the takedown, Stansfield gets the takedown. So he'll go up 4-0 and in great control here. That headlock. And he'll get the pin on mat number 2. That's Moffitt with the pin over, Stansfield with the pin over Moffitt on mat number 2. Still knotted up at 2 apiece on mat number 1 is Bass of San Juan and Betancourt of Beaver. A couple of young wrestlers there. Sophomore versus freshman. Now on mat number 2 in the 285-pound weight class, American Leadership's Wyatt Bless versus San Juan's Taylor Black. They'll lock up, separate. Taylor Black with a 18-4 record, a senior, and Bless, a senior, with an 11-7 record. Still 2-0, 30 seconds left in the second on mat number 1 between Bass and Betancourt. In these heavier weight classes, a lot of jockeying for position and wrestlers locking each other up. Betancourt with a takedown, but not in time as they don't award him the points. So going into the third period, they'll still remain 2-2. Betancourt will take the bottom position as he looks like he's hurting a little bit. Hopefully he's okay and that won't affect the match. Taylor with double underhooks on mat 2, but lets him out as they'll reset and lock back up. Betancourt now takes the lead with that escape, 3-2. Bass unable to keep him broke down on the mat. End of the first period on mat number 2. It's a 0-0 match between Bless of American Leadership and Black of San Juan. Bless will take the bottom position and Black the top. Just under a minute left on mat 1. The score still 3-2 in favor of Betancourt of Beaver. Bass really needing to make something happen. On mat number 2, Black gets it in deep with a single leg. Bless, good defense, gets out of it. Big guys over here on mat 1 really feeling being so deep into the third period there as both of them look to have slowed down a little bit. But Bass has got to get a takedown or score a point to extend the match. Bless takes a 3-0 lead as he gets a reversal. Or an escape and a takedown, excuse me. And on mat number 1, Bass will fall to Betancourt 3-2. 3-1 the score here on mat number 2 as Black of San Juan takes on Bless of American Leadership. Just over a minute in the second period left. Black in trouble as he gets a throw. Great job as he's down 5-2 to get a takedown. Now 5-4 as Bless really working for the escape, and he'll get it to go up 6-4. 20 seconds left in the second period. Black will shoot again, misses it. He works back up, and they go out of bounds. It'll be 6-4 with 11 seconds left in the second period in favor of Bless. On mat number 1, we have Beecham Bosch of Grand County versus Porter Keith of San Juan. These two are actually cousins. So a little family scrap going on. Bosch a senior and Keith a sophomore. Bosch comes in with a 16-8 record, and Keith with a 17-6 record. Wrestling resumes on mat number 2 as the second period winds down to a close. Looks like it'll end 6-4 in favor of Bless of the American Leadership. On mat number 1, a minute left in the first. It's still 0-0 between Bosch of Grand County and Keith of San Juan. Start the third, they'll start in the neutral position on mat number 2. 6-5 the score there. Oh, Black goes for a throw and misses it. But no control established as he nearly lost points on a takedown there. That was close. San Juan fans breathing a sigh of relief. Final seconds of round 1, still scoreless on mat number 1 between Keith and Bosch. Black losing his balance and falling down. Gives up a takedown, but gets a reversal, or excuse me, an escape to make the score. Should be 8, I believe it should be 8-6, that's correct. So, but under a minute now in the third, Black really has to go to work. He's gonna have to get a takedown and then some back points or a pin. Now, Black's going to have to get a pin to get the win as he's now down 10-6 as he shoots and misses that. And Bless scores an easy 2 points. That's twice now in this match that Bless has been not necessarily earned those points, but was awarded them because he established that control. And he's going to win this match, though, 12-7. With just 7 seconds left here in the match. He lets Black up 12-8. Short time, not enough time as Black falls to Bless 12-8. And in the second period over here, first points of that match finally scored with just over 30 seconds in the second period as Bosch gets a takedown versus Keith, and it's 2-0. Bosch now in control on mat 1. We have 2 Enterprise wrestlers on mat number 2 getting ready to face off at 285 pounds. It's Jones and Watkins. I'm sure these two know each other very well. Start of the third period on mat number 1. Score 2-0 in favor of Bosch, who is the bottom wrestler from Grand. Bosch with a reversal. Nope, not going to give it to him. Oh, we give him an escape. Still 0-0 on mat number 2 with Jones and Watkins, both of Enterprise. Just about 45 seconds left there in the first on that match. Mat number 2, just over a minute left in the third. Bosch leading 3-0 over of Grand County over Keith of San Juan. Keith with 1 point, but Bosch quickly gets a takedown and a pin, and he'll finish that off with 23 seconds left in the third. Bosch will advance in the 285-pound weight class, and Keith will drop into the consolation bracket. Still 0-0 at the start of the second period. It'll be 1-0 now in favor of Jones over Watkins on mat number 2. I believe that'll be the final. Will be the final match before we take a break here.
We're going to be taking a half-hour break.
It'll be a 30-minute break.
Wrestling will resume at 1:30. We have concessions upstairs.
These Enterprise wrestlers just going back and forth. Jones shoots for a single leg, but pulls back quickly when just a minute left in here in the second period. 1-0 your score. Jones shoots the takedown, the single leg, and gets the takedown. He'll now lead 3-0 with just under 40 seconds here in the second. But Easton Watkins with a quick reversal there to get his first points of the match. 25 seconds left in the period. 3-2 is the score. It looks like Watkins will pick up a fall, win by fall. So again, a match between teammates there as Watkins advances in the championship bracket, and Jones will head over to the consolation side. We're going to take a quick second to thank our sponsors: Canyonlands Tire, Flights Gymnastics, Hello Beautiful Salon, San Juan Counseling Center, and San Juan School District. We'll be back in about a half hour with more wrestling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to San Juan High School. We will be in the consolation rounds here. Welcome you back. My name's Art Adair alongside Coach Tad Barton. Thank him for taking over for the last hour as I had to go attend to some personal affairs. Thanks for him for stepping in and calling those last few bouts. As we get ready for this round, as we clear the mats, and we're getting set, we'll give you some team scores here. In fourth place, Duchesne, 60 points. Enterprise, third place, 68.5. Second place, San Juan with 80, and your leader currently, Beaver, with 109 points. And over in the other divisional, the 2A Division A, your top three are Kanab with 91 points, North Sevier, 113, and Millard currently leading 137.5 in the other division. As we go back to action here in the consolation round, on mat number 2, with the 2 takedown currently with his opponent on his back, is Robbie Blackburn from Duchesne, freshman, and Sebastian Corneo from American Leadership Academy. Corneo able to come back up on top, get a 2 reversal. Score on that mat 4-2. Up on mat 1 is going to be Carson Kelch of Beaver and Alejandro Valdez of Gunnison Valley, both freshmen. Both these mats are 113 pounds. Again, we welcome you back into the 2A Division B tournament here at San Juan High School. Appreciate your attendance virtually. Quite the good crowd here as well. All teams well represented by fans. As we are in this consolation round, we're 5-2 on mat 2. Blackburn from Duchesne currently in the lead. Adds to his lead with 2 more points, 7-2. Kelch from Beaver gets the takedown over his Gunnison Valley opponent, Valdez. Again, we're glad that you joined us here on StreamUtah.Live, a division of PitcherAtPalmer.com. We've switched IT guys in the main booth. Lane Palmer has switched off with the world-famous Caleb Carr. Glad to have him up there. Me and him do a lot of football games together, so he's my hero. And then, of course, on the mat still is our cameraman, Cortland Lyman. Big thanks to those guys for all they do.
You know, really great crew from Pitcher at Palmer. All 3 of the people you mentioned donate or not donating, but making their time available and making it a priority to be to these matches. They've done it for years, and we really appreciate them.
Kels from Beaver gets the win by fall over Valdez from Gunnison, so he will advance in the Consolation. At this point right now, if you gotta win one more match in this round to get into the placing round. They'll place top 8, but you got to win in this round to make it into the medal round. I think they only give medals 1 through 6, but they'll place it through 8 just in case they need. Well, they take the top 8, so they'll place it through 9 places. So they may get another match, but this match right here is, you really want to get through this round to get into give yourself a shot at 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 5th, 7th. So this is the match to win if you're in the Consolation round. We go to mat number 1, 113 pounds from Utah Military Academy, Bastion versus San Juan's Grady Lacey. Score on mat 2, currently 11-4. Bastion in on the doubles, able to get the takedown, so he's 2-0. Grady did a good job of getting up there and then getting in on that single. Now he's just got to circle and hook that leg. Keep stepping. He's got his hips up higher. Get your opponent on your butt, like we mentioned earlier in the day. That's where you want to be, and he gets 2 reversal. Going to be 2-2 on that match. Now Grady with the cradle. He gets a little too far underneath him. Now he's got his knee in the side. So Grady comes out and does what he needs to do to get into the placing rounds. So Grady Lacey's going to get the win.
Yeah, good job there by Grady to come off that reversal and get that cradle locked in there and get that win.
Yeah, and for a minute there, his opponent was really flailing his hips, and Grady did a great thing by getting his bottom knee in that side, pushing his hips away, able to get him flat and get the pin on mat number 2, 113 pounds. Blackburn from Duchesne has an 11-4 lead in the 3rd period over Corneo of American Leadership Academy. ALA with a 2-point reversal here. Trying to close that gap down 6-11 with 1:25 left in the match, so he's got a long ways to go. He's got to score a lot of points here. On the far mat from Gunnison Valley, Avelia, 120 pounds against Flanagan from Enterprise. And we're going to get we're going to have a brain fart on the official. He thought he had an illegal headlock. I'm sure that's what he thought, but Avelia had the leg, and that's what the officials explained to the Gunnison Valley coaches now. And that happens. As an official, you're trying to pay attention to 19 different things at the same time, and sometimes you see things that aren't really there. Pardon me. So we'll reset here as he explains it to the head official what his mistake was. Scores 2-2.
Yeah.
Blackburn 13-6 has an opponent on his back. Go ahead, Coach.
I just say those inadvertent whistles, they happen in all sports. They're unfortunate, but they're just a part of the competition. So
yeah, it's that human factor in officials, and my theory, and I've been known to curse an official now and then on the field, on the mat, but at the end of the day, if you want to do it right, I guess get in there and do it yourself, and there's not very many takers. So tremendous job by these gentlemen that are willing to come out and officiate these matches. Blackburn's going to get the fall with 5 seconds left in the 3rd. He was up 16-6, so he had a major decision. He goes ahead and gets that extra team point with the fall, which Duchesne currently sitting in 4th. They need a bunch of those. Enterprise's Flanagan able to get 2 reversal. Two takedown. And now working for the turn. He's got the barbed wire. Trying to run that barbed wire. Good job by Avila getting his hips up. Now getting the single leg. On mat number 2, we're going to be Grand County's Cassius Fryer versus Enterprise's Tegan Cooper. Fryer with the takedown. 2-0 on that mat. As mat number 1 goes into the second period, it will be Avilia's choice. He'll defer. Flanagan's going to take bottom here. Flanagan currently leading 8-4. I got to tell you, as I was driving back down here, listening to you on the broadcast, Tad, you claim not to be a wrestling guy, but I thought you did a heck of a job. I think you're more of a wrestling guy than you know.
Well, I have a very basic knowledge. I wrestled up until 7th grade, at which point I was too cool to wrestle. I wish I wouldn't have stopped because it's really a great sport. And, you know, as kids, you make some dumb choices, and that's one that I made. So,
well, I'm sure whoever the high school coach was at that time was very disappointed because you're a heck of an athlete. You got the dream scenario here. Big guy like you, muscle. Tell you would have been a state champ for sure.
Well, it's Coach David Lacey,
Oh.
and not for a lack of his effort. He tried and tried and tried, and I, again, was dumb and fought it. So, David, a great coach here for years. So.
Cassius trying to get the turn here for the Red Devils as he puts the Enterprise wrestler on his back and is going to get the fall with 13 seconds left in the first period. Cassius Fryer going to advance.
Great bounce back match after that match with Chad. Chad kind of, I think, took the wind out of his sails with a quick pin, but it's good to see the wrestler bounce back and get a pin of his own here.
Yeah, and Cassius just a freshman, and he's got a 500 record on the season. So a kid that Grand County gets in that room with Austin and those other kids in there, and he's just a kid that's going to keep getting better.
A little bit of a lopsided match here on mat number 1.
Yeah, we're at 120 pounds over here. Enterprise Flanagan leading 13-4 as the second period winds down over Gunnison Valley's Avilia. So they'll go to the third period with Flanagan from Enterprise leading 13-4 as we get set on mat number 2 at 120 pounds. It's going to be DePalma from Beaver, freshman, versus Kyson Carter, another freshman from Enterprise. This is that round, coach, that as a coach, you're just telling your kid, hey, this is the match that you got to give everything you've got. We're not looking to get to that Consolation Finals. We're not looking for just to get on the podium. We're looking to get this match because this is the match that matters most. You win it, you're into the placing rounds. You lose it, you know, your chance of getting the state's very slim unless you get something happen to another kid, which we've seen in the past with, you know, the skin diseases that wrestlers get, and that 2-week break's a long time. So you want to really wrestle hard here and encourage your wrestlers as a coach to really go out there and put on their best effort. As Enterprise, Flanagan's got his opponent on his back. Long time still here in the third. He's going to get the fall. So Flanagan comes out, puts up 15 points, and then gets the fall in the third period for the Enterprise Wolves. And on the other mat, DePalma for the Beavers comes out and beats the Enterprise wrestler with a fall as well in the first period. So 2 falls right back to back, one in the third, one in the first.
Yeah, that match in the third was well in hand, but that's big. Like you've mentioned all day here, that extra point instead of a tech fall or a major decision, he gets the full 6 points.
Bonus points are huge, especially when Enterprise is just sitting 8.5 points ahead of Duchesne. You know, you want every bonus point you can get out of this thing. 120 pounds is mat number 1. This is going to be Utah Military Academy's Alexander Pearson against American Leadership Academy's Donaldson Escobar. So the military, Pearson is in the solid blue. Singlet has a circle emblem on the back. American Leadership in the blue bottoms, white checkered back top, singlets. Escobar, both wrestlers shot for shot. Escobar currently in on a single. Both wrestlers rolling through, and finally, he's got a full Nelson on there, so we're going to get stoppage for a full Nelson. That's going to give 2-point takedown, but it's going to give his opponent 1 point for a technical violation there.
Yeah, and he knew it as soon as he hit it, because as soon as he hit it, that hand came out, but not before the official saw it. So
yeah, and the official, his whistle was out of his mouth, so that's why it took him a delayed second to stop the match. But yeah, he was right on that one. Over on mat 2, 132 pounds, Dennis Cervantes from Grand County is losing 2-0 to Utah Military Academy's Noah Sims.
just making sure they had everything correct. I had one match while you were gone over there where they had the wrestlers mixed up their bracelets.
Oh, yeah?
And so the score was backwards there. So, but it is correct now. So
Cervantes with an escape brings the score 3-2 as the official tells him to get back to center. We're going to get another technical violation over here on green. So Pearson gets, no, we're going to get on red on Escobar for locking hands. So Pearson's going to score another point there. Scores 4-3 in the first period on mat number 1. We're going to get another locking hands here. So this is going to be, I think, his third technical violation. Yep, so it's going to be 2 points here. And he's got to be real careful here. Oh, we're going to get an illegal slam. So that's going to be the fourth, so he's going to be disqualified. So unfortunate for Escobar, that's how his tournament's going to come to an end here, is 4 technical violations going to give Pearson the win by disqualification.
yeah, you hate to see that, but the rules are in place there for the safety of the kids, and you got to make sure that they're enforced appropriately.
Definitely a kid, probably a young kid that just doesn't know a lot about it yet, just a sophomore. And so, sometimes you lock your hands, and all those technical violations now build on one another. So used to be you could locking hands was different than, an illegal slam, but they've combined all those onto one. So you get 4 of those and you're disqualified. On mat number 2 at 132 pounds, we've got Beavers Roe Durbridge and American Leadership's Curtis Castleberry. Castleberry with 2 takedown as he locks up that front cradle. And on mat 1 is going to be up at 120 pounds. Conca from Duchesne and Nowers from Beaver. So 2 Duchesne kids, or 2 Beaver kids out here. Both looking to further their team points for their team in the team races. Duchesne's Conca is able to get the takedown and now puts Nowers on his back. And he's going to get the fall. So Waylon Nowers is beaten by Connor Conca from Duchesne in the first period.
Yeah, just in time, too. Looks like he got a little bit of a bleed going. Minor got out of that. It started bleeding a little earlier.
And on mat 2, Durbridge is going to get the fall over Castleberry. So Beaver goes 1-1 in those 2 matches.
Yeah, Durbridge with the really tough opening round match there. I believe he wrestled Mike and Keith.
Yeah.
And Mike got the pin, I believe, in the third, but it was a tough match. And so he battles back right there to get that win in the consolation.
So next up, 138 pounds is going to be our match on mat number 1 after we get some blood cleaned up. It's going to be between San Juan's Coyer Johnson and Enterprise's Benjamin Williams. Coyer in the black singlet. Williams in the Enterprise blue with the big E on the front. And on the opposite match at 132 pounds, we have Enterprise's Cody Bowler and Duchesne's Jace Harris. Harris with a duck under. Got to bring him down to the mat to get 2. He does return him. So 2 takedowns awarded. Williams with a takedown of his own on mat number 1 over Johnson. Mat number 2 is going to go out of bounds. Score 2-0 in favor of Harris from Duchesne. And on mat number 1, score 2-0 in favor of Enterprises Williams. In the other region, current team scores really a 2-team race at this point, but Millard pulling away steadily with 176.5 points, and North Sphere in second with 124. Millard doing some work up there in that Division A tournament, really pulling away from the competition. North Severe in second, Kanab trailing in third with 91 team points. Enterprise Williams going to get the fall on mat 1, and then on mat 2, back-to-back falls. We're going to get Duchesne's Harris with a fall over his opponent. So Harris from Duchesne and Williams from Enterprise at their respective weights get the fall in advance.
Yeah, Millard really taking it to the rest of the guys down there in the Division A. Like you said, it was close coming out of the break between 1 and 2, but they've really opened up that lead there.
Yeah, and we will, once we get to that point, we'll look and see what final matchups are over there and give you that information as well. Of course, that tournament being held at Kanab High School. And then we go to 138 on mat number 2. This is going to be from American Leadership, Wardle, and from Enterprise, Fitzwater. Now, I'm just going to go out a limb here, but Holden Fitzwater is a sophomore. So my son at the junior high state tournament this year wrestled his brother, and we were losing 2-1 going right at the end of the third period, and tried something, and Fitzwater pinned us right at the end, but was a great match. These Fitzwater kids are really good wrestlers. And his little brother looks almost exactly like him. I mean, they could be twins. So Fitzwater from Enterprise is going to get the takedown. And his brother went on to win the 1A through 4A junior high state tournament, and he was runner-up at the Beehive Brawl, I believe. On mat number 1, 138 pounds, Zach Lamarche from Grand County taking on Braden Richens from Duchesne. As we have some headgear difficulties. Fitzwater with a bob wire. Just got to run that around. Got to run to his head here, Fitzwater, and pop your head up the other side. Fitzwater readjusts here.
Wardle doing a really good job defending there on the bottom to get up off of his back, now up to a base.
Fitzwater leads 7-0 as we end the first period. 0-0 on the opposite mat.
Yeah, just trying to fill each other out down here. Finally, a shot there by Richens.
Yeah, switches to that double leg. Able to secure the 2 takedown. Fitzwater again. He's got the makings for a bob wire. just unable to finish it. Now he looks for that far side cradle. Wardle does a great job of defending that. Now Wardle tries a switch, but Fitzwater in there with a leg Turk. Wardle unable to get his hips separated. On the far mat 1 on left of your screen, Richens is leading 4-0 coming to the conclusion of the first period against LaMarche of Grand County. See if he can keep him on the mat. Oh, he's getting a quick fall on the edge out there. 5 seconds left. So Braden Richens from Duchesne will advance as he gets the fall over LaMarche of Grand County. One of the funnest things for me, Coach, and probably the same in football, is you get to know these families from different teams, see these wrestlers as you go up against them year in, year out, and you get to know them. And it's just, you're out there battling and you want to beat the other guy and you want to, take his lunch money and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's such a community. A lot of these coaches I've known for years, talked to them before and after this is over. But one of the greatest things about any sport is just that camaraderie you get with other athletes and other coaches.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about this just last night. And football, you don't really get those same relationships built because you just don't have the closeness, as you do with these winter gym sports. And that's one thing I wish was a little bit different about football, because you get to know these kids. You get to know that they are just kids, and they just like your kids, and their parents are just like the parents at your school, and they're not the bad guys like you kind of tend to think when you have that separation. But it's a great thing to have.
Yeah, on mat number 1 for American Leadership, Corneo building 4-0 over his opponent from Gunnison Valley, Pickett's, as he's had his on his back a couple of times here in the first period. Nice high bridge by Pickett's. He's got a minute to go here. It's a long time to stay on your back. As Wardle from ALA on mat number 2 is going to choose the top position. As Coach Messersmith wants a discussion with the official on the score. It's a long time here, 40 seconds left for Pickett, and he's going to get pinned here. So Corneo is going to get the fall for ALA. ALA's been one of those teams over the last few years that have had some good quality wrestlers come out of that program.
Yeah, they might be few in numbers, but that's one thing I've noticed tonight is they have some really good wrestlers, some really strong wrestlers in that group.
Yeah, they pull a lot of kids from those high schools up there that want a little different, a little smaller environment, but some good athletes as well. Mat number 2, Fitzwater leads 9-1 over Wardle from ALA. Start of the third period, Fitzwater's on bottom. We've already got a caution on top man once here for hand placement. Up now on mat number 1 on the left of your screen. We're going to go to ALA's Axel Sanchez and Utah Military Academy's Preston Fennington. Fitzwater having a hard time coming off the bottom here. Now he's able to get away and get the one escape. Brings his score 11-1. And Fenton's going to get his takedown. And another 2, so his score is going to be 4-0. As he works the top position. Trying to get inside position here. Now looking for that crossface cradle. Now looking to near side cradle. Looking to get the turn here. Sanchez able to break the lock and come back to his base. Mat number 2 coming up on a minute. Fitzwater leads Wardle 13-1 as the Wolf tries to put his opponent back on his back to get some more points.
And Wardle's done quite a good job defending. In fact, when he was in control right before this last reversal by Fitzwater, it looked like he was about to kind of turn the tables maybe there and get some points, but great job by Fitzwater to negate that and now regain control.
So 20 seconds left in that match. As we're wrestling on the edge, we're going to get stoppage for out of bounds. We'll recenter with 19 seconds left. Fitzwater with a big lead, 13-1. So he's got the major decision here. His coach really doesn't want it turning loose here. Really wants to keep him on the mat just to finish this match strong. And that's going to do it. So Fitzwater gets the win, the major decision over Wardle, 13-1. And on mat 1, we're going to have one escape by Sanchez as Fenton lets him up. Scores 4-2.
It's always interesting to see the different strategies the different wrestlers and coaches have right there. You mentioned Fenton letting him up.
We don't have a clock running over here on this match, so not sure if we've got a clock stoppage, but the clock didn't start.
They had a few problems. They had a problem with that earlier. There in the second round of the tournament, the clock had malfunctioned on that table 1, and it took them a while to get straightened out, but it looks like they got it straightened out now.
It almost appears like the clock on the computer's running, but on the screen it's froze, so they're able to fix that easily, and all you need is the time on the computer to actually be working. That clock up there is just fun for us to look at.
Information only.
As long as the computer screen track wrestling clock is working, it's good enough. Now up wrestling on mat number 2, we have Peyton Taylor from Enterprise against Gabriel Hill from ALA. Taylor with the takedown. And on mat number 1, we're going to get a technical violation, locking hands. On red, so Green's going to score a point in the second period. Scores 5-4. Again, we appreciate you joining us here for the 2A Division B tournament at San Juan High School. You're watching live on StreamUtah.Live. We're glad you joined us here. I'm Art Adair alongside Coach Tad Barton, who up until about 10 o'clock didn't know he was going to be on the broadcast, but I sure appreciate him stepping in and coming and giving his opinion and advice and taking over for a brief period of time while I took care of some business. But it's been a good divisional tournament so far. A lot of good matches we've seen. Look forward to seeing some great matches in the semis and into the finals. Because one thing about 2A wrestling is there are some very tough kids in 2A.
Yeah, definitely. You see that through all the other sports, and wrestling, it brings out the toughest of the toughest. So.
So mat 1, Sanchez from ALA is losing to Fenton from Utah Military Academy 7-5. Sanchez in on a shot. He's got to get his head out to the side here. Fenton doing a good job picking the ankles. not letting Fenton getting his hips underneath him, getting that penetration to go ahead and finish his double leg. As Fenton now gets a crossface, able to flatten out Sanchez and get his 2. Scores 9-5 now in that match. Taylor leading 4-1 over Hill at 150 pounds on mat number 2. They're in the second period, coming up on 1 minute. Sanchez from ALA on mat 1. It's 50 seconds now left in the match. He's got to score some points here. He's down by 4, 5-9. So he really needs to get some offense going if he wants to come away with a win here. A 1-point escape here would be a good start. Now down by 3. Really needs to get to work. 30 seconds here in the third period on this mat number 1. Sanchez trails 6-9. And now Sanchez, 22 seconds left. He gets a takedown. Oh, and he's unable to. No, he's still on top, 8-9 here. He needs to either turn him or cut him. Good thing Fenton just trapping that leg. It's 5 seconds. He's going to lose 8-9 here. But a rally there in the last minute of the third period by Sanchez to give himself a shot. His coaches were over here trying to tell him to cut him, to let him up, give him the point, take him down, let's take it to overtime. I just don't think he knew what they wanted out of him, and he's going to fall 8-9 to Preston Fenton of Utah Military Academy. 150 pounds on mat 2. ALA Gabriel Hill trails 4-1 to Enterprises Peyton Taylor. We go to 165-pound weight class on mat number 1. Cale Worthen from American Leadership versus Tyson Stringer from Duchesne. And Worthen, all he has the head, and he's just throwing Stringer around with that. Now he switches under to a underhook, now to a front headlock. Still no points in that match. Been on and off the mat a lot. Now it looks like Worthen's able to get behind the hips and score 2 takedown.
Yeah, it was amazing. He was getting the leverage he was with that hold. He didn't have much mechanical leverage there, but he's able to throw.
Just had his head, and he was able to kind of manipulate him. And now the Duchesne wrestler Stringer, he's up, gets some hip separation, is able to ALA. 20 seconds left in that match. So Taylor with a nice lead and good control on top. Coming up on 10 seconds. Looks to be the victor in that match. And that will end it. Taylor will win 10-2 over Hill. So Enterprise advances another wrestler. Right here, he's got both hands on your head. This is where I shoot my shot. Right here, he pulls you into him. Use his leverage, his momentum, and just shoot that double leg. We're going to get off of Bavera's mistake and gets the fall for the Broncos, which is huge because they need as many bonus points as they can get if they want to contend with Beaver going down the stretch here.
Great job there by Wrigley, like you said, taking advantage of that mistake. And
quick recognition, too. I mean, he was on it. As soon as Bavera reached back for that head, he was, boom, right up to that high step, shot that half deep, and then was able to capitalize. And just good awareness by Wrigley on that match. Back on mat number 1, up at 215 pounds, we're going to San Juan's Trey Bass. He's drawn Enterprise's Dylan Cram. Trey able to get out of that single leg with his hits back. Got to be careful not to lock his hands there. Get in on that 2-on-1. It's Coach Musselman for the San Juan Broncos. Oh, we're going to get a locking hands. I saw it coming when we first took him down. Just something he needs to learn. Get in on those 2-on-1s, those cross collar ties, those halves. You know, you get tight waist, a flanker. Try to keep those kids young that have been wrestling for a long time. You know, you want to use his body, not yours. Don't lock your hands, even if you can get away with it when they stand up. Bad habit to get into, but Trey's going to give up 1 point. Still leads 2-1. He just needs to get across far ankle, far wrist. Now work for that half. Keep that. He's got a 1-on-1 now. As ALA's wrestler Coxon is going to get the fall over Pollock from the Utah Military Academy on mat 2. Cram doing a good job at building the base. And now Bass with a half as he gets out and runs it. Settle back here, put your chin in the chest, bring him down. Trey's got to get his arm out from underneath his shoulder. In as we go to mat number 2, San Juan's Taylor Black, heavyweight. Taylor battling back after that tough loss. We'll see what kind of aggression he has in this match as he tries to shoot in on a double. Solano able to stop that. Back on our feet.
You know, Taylor being a lot more aggressive here than he was in that first match, and I think, you know, losing that tough match maybe lit a fire under him, and he understands the situation he's in right now.
Taylor's one of those big guys that likes to wrestle like a little guy, in my opinion. He shoots a lot of shots, but he's quick at it. Sometimes it puts him in a bad spot, but like you said, that last match, he shoots it and doesn't get it if the guy's able to spin around and score quick points on him. But you got to give him, you know, the effort there. He's always willing to get in there and try to get something. As he's in nice on a double, able to snatch that single leg, take his opponent to his back, and he's going to get the fall in the first period. So Taylor comes out after a defeat and comes out and gets a quick fall to advance him. I guarantee he's looking for that third place podium medal after being disappointed out of the championship.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, that aggression at these heavyweights has its consequences sometimes, but there's the benefit of it.
Exactly.
You get it and you hit that move, and you're going to get that guy on his back. And as a heavyweight or bigger wrestler in general, you don't want to be on your back at all.
For sure. On mat number 1 at heavyweight, we have Dallin Jones from Enterprise versus Tate Cooley from Beaver. Score is 0-0. 50 seconds in the first period. And then coming up on mat number 2, we'll have heavyweight wrestlers as well. As Enterprise's Jones is going to get the fall on his mat over the Beaver wrestler. So Jones comes out in the first period, 34 seconds left, and gets a pin of his own.
That final match of the second round, Jones actually wrestled his teammate, Easton Watkins, and Jones was the aggressor there in both matches, and Jones kind of got caught against Watkins.
Throw his opponent to the mat, and he's going to get a quick pin there. So Moffitt for Beaver at hedge period as we go to Porter Keith from San Juan in the red ankle band, and Duchesne's Trayson Schaefer in the green ankle band for Duchesne. Really like to see Porter get past this round and get into that placing rounds. A kid that really wrestles hard.
And one of those kids is just right.
Looks for that head throw. He's got that outside trip. Schaefer able to defend that really good. Now Porter really's got to be heavy up here, not let Schaefer in on his legs. Drag that front headlock out. Really got to get heavy and drag that out. Try to see if he can get Schaefer to flatten down. As Schaefer's getting in on that. That's not a bad thing there to go out of bounds. Schaefer definitely has the size size advantage here on Porter Keith as far as height. They're come into that hip instead of that head. Porter able to come back out. He's going to get one, so the score's 2-1. And Schaefer with a throw, but Porter able to counter, sag his weight back to come up on top, and Schaefer able to get back. Score A and his opponent, Ledger Jones from Beaver. So we got a junior from ALA versus a freshman from Beaver. As Schaefer trying to lock up that far side cradle, but gives up that leg to Porter. Porter now comes up with that leg, just looking for an inside trip. As Porter's able to take him down and get the 2 reversal. Now he needs to stay back and not give up his own leg. Way too far out front. If you're Porter Keith, you got to get back behind. And Porter's going to give up the reversal. So Duchesne now with a reversal of his own. The score 5-4 in favor of Keith from San Juan. Second period, 1:20 left. As Schaefer starts working the head, trying to get a half in there. Porter got to be careful here not to get called for stalling on bottom. And now he looks like he's trying to get that. Porter looks like he has an arm facing away from him. It's hard to tell. Porter's in danger here, going to his back. Really needs to keep his base down. As we go to mat number 2, 106 pounds, your leader over there, Vest 3-2 over Jones. 45 seconds left in the second period on mat 1. Keith versus Schaefer, heavyweight weight class, and Duchesne coach calling for a stalling over here. Porter brings his knee up to build a base. I love watching wrestling coaches. They get so animated, and I probably do the same thing. Porter with a roll through, nice hook and roll. He's able to get 2 reversal, and now he's going to go out of bounds. It's just bad awareness there. If Porter keeps both his feet in, we may get some near fall there, but unfortunately for Porter, his left foot comes out, so the score 7-4 in favor of Keith. On the far mat, at the end of the first period here, 3 seconds left, we're tied up 4-4 between Vest and Jones. Porter now just trying to control the hips, drops in on that single. 4 seconds left in the period. Porter just does not want to let him score here as time runs out. We go to the third period. Porter leading 7-4. Going to be Duchesne's choice. Just Duchesne's coach is telling him to take top position. That's not unlikely in a heavyweight match. You know, you don't think you can get away. Your wrestler's tired going to third. You like that top position. Let's see. Porter's been able to get out of it. This is where gut check time comes in for Porter Keith. If you're a San Juan fan, if you're a Duchesne fan, Schaefer's just got to ride tough here, stay back in position, and ride those hips. Another hook and roll.
Got that arm and got him.
Porter's able to get 2. He's got to let go of that and get back to where he needs to be. We're going to give no, so the ref's going to take the points away. Not going to give the reversal. So Duchesne still in control of the match on top. 7-4 the score. We're going to go out of bounds, stalling on red. So Porter's going to get a stall warning. 1:36 left of the match. San Juan fans encouraging Porter to wrestle here, get off the bottom. He's leading 7-4. You can afford to give up a stall point here, but not right off the bat. Under a minute maybe.
Porter's done a really good job working that arm and getting the roll. There he goes again.
Don't want to go to your back, though. Duchesne's weary to it now, so he doesn't want to go to his back. And there, Porter able to roll it. Now he needs to get around the body here. Inside, get inside. Still no change. Still no change, 1:10 on the clock. Porter got to really get his hips back. We're going to get 1 there for Porter Keith as we're going to go out of bounds here. So 1 escape. We're back on our feet with 1:02. We'll go give you back on mat number 2. Score 7-8 in favor of Jones over Vest. So that one's in the second period, but we'll stay on mat 1 as we're down to a minute left in the match. Porter Keith leads 8-4 over Schaefer from Duchesne. Both wrestlers tied up in the collar tie, forehead to forehead. Both wrestlers looking for inside position. Right now it's about who doesn't make the big mistake in this match. If you're Porter, you've already been warned for stalling, but if I'm Coach Musselman and Coach Simpson, I'm telling them just stay there. If you give up a point at this point, you're okay. You lead 8-4. So Porter able to control the center, and we're going to get stoppage we're going to get unsportsmanlike on Green for the headbutt. Yep, we're going to get unsportsmanlike call for the headbutt on Duchesne. Going to give Porter a point, so it'll bring his score 9-4 with 26 seconds left. On mat 2, the score is tied up 8-8 going into the third between ALA's Vest and Beavers Jones. And this crowd is going wild in here. 13 seconds left, 9-4 in favor of Porter Keith, the heavyweight from San Juan. As him and Schaefer from Duchesne battle forehead to forehead. 2-1, time's up in that match. Porter Keith is going to get the win. And Porter is dead tired.
He worked hard for that one.
I know the feeling, Porter.
It's unfortunate on that head, but I think the Schaefer wasn't an intentional thing.
No.
Right? He was just charging in, doing what his coaches asked him to do, and it unfortunately made that contact. So.
And it looks like a young wrestler who probably didn't have a lot of experience. He's a junior, but you wonder how long he's been wrestling. But yeah, his coach would tell him to go get him, and he just came after him. Definitely nothing, no ill will intent there from the Duchesne wrestler, but a great match out of that young man as well. As we go back to mat number 2, we're down to 50 seconds in the third period. This match is tied up 8-8 at 106 pounds between Vest and Jones. Vest from ALA in the blue with white and red checkered back singlet, and Jones from Beaver in the solid blue Beaver on the back. This match is 30 seconds.
There it is.
He's going to get a reversal. 25 seconds left in this match. Beaver just needs to ride his opponent out as he's looking for a chicken wing turn here, and he's getting a near fall count. So we go from 8-8 with 25 seconds left to a reversal and now near fall and possibly a pin here as he gives a wink to, I'm sure, his mom or someone. But Jones, he's going to advance on. He's not going to get the fall, but he will get 3 more points. Bring the final score 13-8. As mat 1 is now with Hughes from Enterprise and Olson from Beaver, and Olson goes out and gets the quick pin for the Beavers. So 106 pounds. Olson goes out, gets the pin in 54 seconds.
Yeah, three really exciting matches in a row right there with that, starting with that heavyweight and then this close one over here on mat 2 that just finished up. Ended up not looking that close on the scoreboard, but it really was a battle. And then mat 1, a lot of action there, but all in favor of the Beaver wrestlers. He picks up the pin.
Yeah, and you love it as a fan of wrestling. As you know, you like these exciting matches that the crowd gets on their feet. They just add so much energy to the gym here. As we go, mat number 1, 113 pounds from San Juan, it's Chad Yellow, and his opponent from Duchesne, Kason Bird. I looked for this to be a good match as well between Bird and Yellow.
So we're back in the championship bracket over here on mat 1.
Yep. At the 2A duels, Bird from Duchesne went 8-2. His only loss was one of his losses was to Millard. His other loss was to Chad. Chad beat him 10-2, major decision. So we'll see how much Bird has learned since the 2A duels, and if he can close that gap with Chad Yellow as Chad works on ahead, able to get the 2 takedown. On the far mat, we have Rodriguez from the Utah Military Academy. And Bird with a reversal there on Yellow, so 2-2 is the score over there on this mat number 2, we have Rodriguez, Utah Military Academy, and Brody Putnam from Enterprise. So mat number 2 is Consolation round, and mat number 1 is our championship round at 113 pounds. 2-2 is the score. Sometimes when you go out and you beat a kid handily, you made your decision a kid, psychologically, you don't get as prepared for that match as the other kid. That other kid has a lot more going for him, a lot more fire in his belly because he's been beat. So if you're Chad, you really want to come out, and as he's facing some near fall here, really got to get to your game plan and get into your matches. He's got the Merkle. Chad's able to turn him. He gets his 2 reversal, and then he's going to give 2 near fall. So Chad's going to go up 6-2 as he gets a little 2 out front, tries to put in the legs. As Chad has a leg cradle now, and he's getting near fall. This should be a pin here. This should be a fall. It's dang close. 8 seconds left. It looks like to me he's touching, and he gets the fall. So Chad able to leg cradle with 4 seconds left. Chad Yellow from San Juan leg cradles Bird from Duchesne. On mat 2, scores tied 2-2 between Rodriguez from Utah Military and Putnam from Enterprise. As it looks like we have to tend to mat number 1. We've got some, that's one of those snap together mats.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble there with the seam, but it looks like they might have got it back down. So.
Now we go to 113 pounds consolation round on mat 1. Back to the consolation with Kelch from Beaver and Blackburn from Duchesne.
We're 4-2 on the mat 2 there. End of the first period. It's like Red will have the choice and he defers. Putnam from Enterprise will choose the bottom position.
Two to 0 on mat number 1. Going to get a locking hands. Yep, the assistant official right on that, helping, doing his job, exactly what he's there for. The mat official didn't see it out of position, but his backup official saw it, so we award 1 point to Kelch from Beaver as Blackburn gets caught with the locking hands. Blackburn into a quick stack. Over on mat number 2, we're going to get Enterprise's Putnam is going to walk away with a fall in the second period over Rodriguez from Utah Military Academy. As Blackburn has got a tough top ride going on here. Leads 2-1. Looking for that far inside wrist. Now riding his tight waist, looking for that far half. And time is out. We go to the second period. Choice will be Blackburn's. He'll defer the option to the third, so Beaver Wrestler is going to take bottom. Up now 113 pounds on mat number 2. Hughes from Beaver versus Williams from Enterprise. This is the semifinal match at 113 pounds. Championship semifinals on mat 2. Staten Hughes of Beaver versus Michael Williams of Enterprise. Hughes gets the first takedown. Blackburn trying to work hard to get some near fall points here, but his opponent Kelch doing a good job at not passing that 45-degree angle. Williams trying to Granby roll there. Unsuccessful, goes out of bounds. Comes back to center. He'll stay on bottom. And now Blackburn from Duchesne. Nope. Kelch from Beaver able to get a reversal of his own. Kelch now with a wrist looking for a far side half. Short time, 10 seconds. Blackburn trying to fend off any near fall points and escape the period. Only down 2-4. Williams, Enterprise wrestler on mat number 2. He was third place at 106 last year. The year before that, he was sixth at 106. So Enterprise wrestler on mat 2, Michael Williams from Enterprise. He's had success at the state tournament, finding the podium. Here he's in the championship semifinal at 113 at the Divisional B tournament, trying to find that first place medal. As the Beaver wrestler Hughes is up 2-0 on Williams in the second period.
Really a great match going on over here on mat number 2.
Yeah, a 2-0 match, just two kids just giving all they got going at each other. And of course this, semifinal match, nice ankle pick there. Unable to capitalize is Williams. And on mat number 1, we're looking at a pin situation here. As we have Kelch on top. He got the reversal. Blackburn struggling here, going to get pinned. So Kelch from Beaver going to come away with the third period pin. He'll win one for his team by fall.
And over here on mat 2, every time Williams has made him taken a shot and looks like he'll get something going, Hughes has really defended it well and gotten out of those shots.
Hughes is a sophomore. I'm looking to see if he does. Staten Hughes from Beaver was 4th last year at 106 in the state tournament. So Hughes was 4th. Williams was 3rd at 106. So both these two they wrestled each other last year, and here we are again, tied up 2-2 as we go dual coverage as San Juan's Grady Lacey at 113. This is your consolation round. He is taking on Cassius Fryer from Grand County. Two wrestlers that are very familiar with each other as well. But, yeah, a matchup from last year's consolation championship right here on mat number 2. Tied up 2-2 as we start the third period.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, I'd bet these two have wrestled each other all the way up through whatever their equivalent, their PE leagues till now, because the proximity and the weight class, and like you said, they
For sure.
probably know each other well, and that's probably why it's such a great match.
And Hughes in on that double, but Williams able to get that crotch lock, and now Williams in on the takedown for himself, so he's going to go up 4-2 with 1:20 left in the third period. As we go 0-0 on mat 1, Lacey and Fryer. Lacey, a sixth-place finisher last year at 106 pounds for the Broncos at the state tournament. Lacey's going to get 2 takedown with a stall call given on to Fryer right before the takedown. So if this match is close going into the end, that could come into play. That stall call as Lacey tries to lock up the cradle. We're going to get stalling on mat 2 on Williams from Enterprise. You still got to wrestle on that top position. Still got to be aggressive in that top position, working for those pin combinations. You can't just sit up there and ride that ankle as he lets go of it. But Williams really has to work inside. We're going to get blood time for the Beaver wrestler Hughes on mat 2. 44 seconds left. Williams from Enterprise leads 4-2. Last year at the state tournament, Williams beats Hughes for 3rd and 4th. So, there's a little payback here for Hughes. He wants to get in there and mix it up. Of course, they'll probably see each other again at the state tournament somewhere along the line. Grady Lacey on mat 1 for the Broncos, up 5-0 in the second period as we're neutral. And a nice takedown here by Grady Lacey as Fryer tries to pop up and under, and Grady just takes him with that headlock down to the mat. And he's got it tight down there as the fans are encouraging him to squeeze. Fryer's going to get pinned as Grady Lacey wins by fall for the San Juan Broncos. As we continue to clean up blood on mat 2, the score is 4-2 in favor of Williams. Just under a minute left to wrestle on that mat. Oh, and Williams with a nice head throw there. And he's getting near fall on the Beaver wrestler Hughes. We're going to go off the mat, but not before 3 near fall.
This match has just been so close. Both wrestlers right there, and
23 seconds left. 7-3 is your score in favor of Williams over Hughes of Beaver. But like you said, Coach, it was close up until about 10 seconds ago. And now 10 seconds left in the match. It looks like Williams has got this one secured away as he's going to win 7-2. In this championship semifinal at 113 pounds. So Michael Williams from Enterprise punches his ticket to the finals of the Divisional B tournament. And now Hughes will have a chance to wrestle back for 3rd.
Yeah, just a really, like we said, really great match there. 4-2 going in about 30 seconds left in that match. Hughes had him, it looked like, and Williams just able to counter it and get those near fall points.
Yeah, just a great match there by both wrestlers. On mat 1, we have Gunnar Bastian from the Utah Military Academy. His opponent from Enterprise, Tegan Cooper. Cooper currently leads 3-2 and got a 1 count, but that's all as he's unable to keep that 45-degree angle on his opponent. So he'll get no near fall. We come up on a minute left in the first period. And coming up on 130, these both consolation rounds here for both mats at 113 pounds. On mat number 2, consolation round, Valdez from Gunnison Valley and his opponent Corneo from ALA.
Bastion, Utah Military Academy leading 4-3. 10 seconds left in the first period over Cooper of Enterprise. And on mat 2, currently scoreless in the first period. Nice shot and elevation there by Corneo of ALA to secure his 2 takedown, first points of the match, as they go under a minute in the first period. Again, we thank you for joining us here at this 2A Division B tournament at San Juan High School. I'm Art Adair alongside Tad Barton, the world-famous coach, an all-around stud. We're being brought to you by StreamUtah.Live. Lane Palmer, Caleb Carr, Cortland Lyman, the team there at Pitcher at Palmer bringing it to you live. StreamUtah.Live. We'd like to thank Canyonlands Tire, Flights Gymnastics, Hello Beautiful Salon, San Juan Counseling Center, and the San Juan School District, as well as Maverick Adventures First Stop for helping sponsor this event and donate items for our tournament today.
Yeah, you're going to have to go talk with your religious leaders after telling all those lies, though, about me. So
no lies here. Bastion from Utah Military up 6-3 over Cooper from Enterprise. Cooper, though, with a reversal, closes that gap as we come up on a minute left in the second, 6-5. And on mat 2, the score is 2-1 at the end of the first period. Corneo from ALA over Valdez, Gunnison Valley. Both these matches close up until that last 5 seconds where Cooper from Enterprise is able to turn his opponent and get the fall. So Cooper down most of the entire match, able to get a fall on his opponent in the second period. And it looks like we have blood time on mat number 2. So we'll go mat number 1, where we're at 120 pounds. This is going to be championship semifinals, 120 pounds. And this should be a pretty good match. This is going to be Duchesne's Colton Winkler versus San Juan's Declan Hellquist. And of course, we're at 120, and Declan, he was at 126 at the 2A duels. So he wouldn't have met Winkler, as he has dropped down a weight class. So I'm not sure how much familiarity there is between these two wrestlers, but Hellquist attempts a shot. Winkler attempts his reshot. Hellquist now in on the front headlock. As Declan's trying to turn that corner, now tries a neck wrench. Winkler very tough here, staying square up with his hips, not letting that headlock affect him. As Declan's trying to turn the hips and get behind. Now Winkler driving on his own. And we're going to get stoppage for stalemate. Good call there by the official as no action was progressing. Colton Winkler from Duchesne was 4th last year at 113 pounds. And Declan Hellquist was 3rd at 120. Declan on a nice double, unable to bring him down. Winkler now on a head throw. Both wrestlers capable of finding the top of that podium, as Winkler's able to, he's going to come around here with the first takedown. As Hellquist finds himself on his hip. Declan, of course, placed 6th in the 3A at 106 pounds when he was a freshman, 5th as a sophomore at 113, and then last year 3rd at 120, as he's almost able to get that reversal, but the score stays 2-0 at the end of the first for Winkler. Both these wrestlers seniors. Winkler, like I said, 4th at 113 pounds last year at the state tournament. So we're going to get neutral here out of the Duchesne wrestler. On mat number 2, Corneo leads 5-1 over Valdez in the second period. Championship semifinal. On mat 1, 120 pounds. A weight that Declan hasn't wrestled a lot this year, if at all. I know he's been at 126, dropped to 24 this divisional turn. Driving through. No points awarded. 2-0 is your score in favor of Duchesne's Winkler.
Yeah, both these guys expending a lot of energy here as they just spar back and forth, trying to get the advantage.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Declan, he's expending it twice as fast as he is the guy underneath of all that pressure, so that wears on you twice as fast as your opponent. As we break and come back, the official's going to ask them for action out of their tie-ups. 2-0 your score, 30 seconds left in the second period in favor of Winkler from the Duchesne Eagles as he attempts a ankle pick. We've been on our feet a lot in this match. Declan again. Definitely got the shot advantage for Hellquist. Winkler able to whizzer that over and get the 2 takedown. So he's going to end the second period up 4-0. It will be Hellquist's choice. If it's me, I go down here. That's where you need to score points on the bottom.
Yeah, try to get that reversal out the gate maybe, and then work from the top from there.
He's going to choose feet, and we haven't been able to get through the head and hands and the hip defense of Winkler up to this point. So, I think the better option would have been to choose bottom, but he chooses neutral. So we'll see in this third period what Declan can do here. As he's in another shot, but again, Winkler right back to those heavy hips, putting so much pressure on Hellquist's upper shoulders and his neck. He just got that deep underhook. He's got an over-under. He's in that throwable position. He's going to get nailed for stalling because he hasn't done. There's more shots for Hellquist, definitely 6-1 probably in my opinion. As on mat 113 Consolation, we're going to get Corneo from ALA with the win 8-5 over Valdez of Gunnison Valley. 4-0 is your score, third period, coming up on a minute 15. Offensively, shot-wise, definitely Declan has the advantage here, but Winkler is so tough with he's so heavy-hipped and so tough with his upper body. It is hard to get through that defense of his. And now we're going to get Declan with the stall as Winkler has ramped up his aggression. If you can keep your butt to the center of the mat, force your guy out to the edge and make him work that edge, you're going to get those calls. Declan now on a double leg. He's able to get the 2. And that's what he's been looking for, Coach. He caught Winkler backing up, caught him by a little surprise there, and is able to get that double leg. But now, 45 seconds, he's down 4-2. He's either going to turn him or cut him and try to take him down a couple of times here to tie that score up. On mat number 2, we have Staley Dandy from San Juan. He's wrestling Gunnison Valley's Jarrett Anderson. This is also going to be championship. Declan trying to get some near fall here, but Winkler, he's underneath that leg, it appears. Coming up on 20 seconds. And Winkler's able to get the reversal, and now some near fall. Declan able to get the reversal now, but he's going to run out of time. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. And a flurry of scoring here at the very end as Winkler, the senior, is going to defeat Hellquist, the senior, by a score of 10-4. Just a big flurry of action there at the end of that match, and both wrestlers going at it as hard as they could.
Yeah, just a little bit too late there for Declan. He was the aggressor throughout the match, but got himself caught a few times. Credit to Winkler, like you said, to counter and defend those takedown attempts and really out-wrestle Declan down the stretch, though.
Yeah, he was just so good with his underhooks off Declan's shot, and obviously Declan he has a good double leg. We saw it there at the end, but he kind of caught Winkler by surprise with that one. Winkler just waiting on him to shoot him and able to defend it with those heavy hips. He was putting a lot of pressure on Declan, and there at the end, just back and forth. You know, Declan's first time he's been at 120 this year, so, you know, you've got 2 weeks now. You've got to come back, wrestle back for third, and then you got 2 weeks to put something together to get better in 2 weeks at that weight and figure out how to set up your shot a little better. Because when he had it caught him by surprise, that double leg was on point.
Yeah.
Over on mat 2, we've got blood time, but we've got Gunnison Valley's Anderson leading Staley Dandy 5-0. The San Juan wrestler, freshman from San Juan, down. Anderson, a senior. He has him as undefeated. And we talked about it earlier, Anderson from Gunnison Valley, 5th at 120 last year. On mat number 1, we have consolation round. Cole Flanagan from Enterprise versus David DePalma from Beaver, and DePalma currently leading 5-0 in that match. So Staley, the freshman, versus the senior here. And this match may just come down to experience, Coach.
Yeah, it might, like you're saying, that 25. What did you say he was? He's 12-0.
That's what they have his record on track.
Yeah, who knows how accurate that is? If he's a guy who maybe was injured or something, but still impressive either way. That no losses.
Yeah, and a kid that, you know, like we mentioned, a kid that has been to that state tournament and been on the podium, placed 5th. So he's won he won that consolation match in the state tournament to take 5th place. And just that experience alone sometimes can be the difference in a match like this. Flanagan. So DePalma's going to win for Beaver over Flanagan. He'll get the fall for the Beavers. And now on mat 1 we'll go Avelia from Gunnison Valley versus Carter from Enterprise. Both these, 120 on mat 1 is consolation round. 120 mat 2, this is your championship semifinal match. Winner will face, will advance to the championships. I got to look up, see who that is in a minute.
It'll
be the kid that beat Declan.
Yeah, the kid from Duchesne.
His name's escaping me for the moment. It will be Winkler from Duchesne. So Anderson looking for a double chicken wing here. Staley doing a good job at trying to keep his right arm underneath him, and now extends it out, which gives Anderson that inside wrist. And now Anderson with that chicken wing stack gets a 2 count. He's going to get 2 near fall out of it. Now Anderson looks for a 3/4, and Staley's able to recognize that and raise his head up. But Anderson leading 7-0 over Dandy from San Juan with 45 seconds left in that second period.
Yeah, we saw Dandy in that first match going up against another young wrestler. Kind of made short work of him, but again, the experience of Anderson here in this match has really been the difference, and he just controlled it from the very get-go.
Yeah, and Anderson has a hammer lock now. Trying to thread through to lock that up. If he gets this, it's going to be tight. He's able to reverse half. He's going to run 5 seconds left on the clock. Staley, this is a tight move, though. A lot of pain there on Staley. He's able to fight through it, get to the third period. Mat 1, your winner is by fall, Avelia from Gunnison Valley over Carter from Enterprise. Now at 126, on mat 1, Pimentel from Beaver versus Coates from Gunnison Valley, 126-pound weight class. As Staley Dandy over on mat 2 is behind 10-0 in the third period. This match between Coates and Pimentel is your championship semifinal match at 126. Dandy down 12-0, minute 23 left in the third period. Gunnison Valley wrestler Coates able to get a nice throw here on his Beaver opponent. Gonna get some near fall, 2 near fall out of that. Bring his score 4-0. Coming up on a minute left in the first period on that mat. And Staley giving up near fall again. If he's not pinned here, he'll give up a tech fall. 50 seconds left in the third period. A long time here for Staley to stay on the bottom. If he can get back to his base.
Got to find a way to get that right arm through, but he couldn't do it. So
Anderson from Gunnison Valley is going to get the fall at 120, so he'll advance to the championship match. And that one could be a fun one, Coach against Winkler. So stick around for that, folks, and that championship match between Anderson and Winkler at 120 pounds.
you don't by chance know what injury Staley was coming back from, do you?
I think it was a shoulder, something with his shoulders. We're going to get a slam here, and we're going to get, not sure what happened.
Yeah,
we're going to get an unsportsmanlike, an illegal slam on. Looking at his hand. I wasn't watching that match. I'm not sure exactly what happened here, but some fireworks there for a second. As Pimentel gets 1 point, score 4-1 now. And we're going to go out of bounds. On mat number 2 over here, we got a pinning combination by Duchesne's Conca over Pearson from the Utah Military Academy. He's going to get the fall. 35 seconds. This match has some intensity here on mat number 1, Coach.
Yeah, a lot of juice there.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys know each other or someone, stole someone's lunch money, but there's a lot of juice for sure. 4-1's your score in favor of Gunnison Valley's Coates over Pimentel from Beaver. As the Gunnison Valley wrestler starts on bottom, and right there is just experience right there. Getting that reversal, keeping your toes in bounds so you make sure you get the points. That's just something that kids learn from a lot of mat time. Ryder Coates was 5th last year at 113 in the 2A. So obviously, again, another wrestler from Gunnison Valley that has found his way to the podium. Pimentel, a freshman. Minute 20 left in the second period. As Coates tries to get some near fall here. Beaver coaches wanted and we're going to get a stalemate, it looks like. Not sure exactly what the officials talking to the Gunnison Valley kid about.
I know the Beaver coaches really wanted that illegal hand clasp called, but didn't get it. maybe that's what the official was talking to Gunnison Valley wrestler about. Is, be careful. I didn't see it, but be careful because
Yeah,
you don't want to lose those points.
I don't know. I don't usually don't see an official go over and talk to a kid like that unless they're warning him for something or checking to see if he's okay. But definitely a physical match here on mat number 1. Mat number 2 at 120 pounds. Consolation round between American Leadership's Escobar and Beaver's Nowers. We're going to get an illegal slam here. So Nowers going to pick up a point after the takedown. And now we're going to get a full Nelson. And Beaver's coach was right on top of that. So a full Nelson now. Going to get 1 point awarded to Pimental from Beaver. Every match means something at a tournament like this, and every coach is ramped up to make sure he's out there. You got those kids out there giving their best, and coaches are going to fight for everything for their wrestlers as well. And we're going to get a discussion here on if that was an illegal slam. And this is for if you're a coach, you've got to settle down here and just wrestle this match because you're going to put yourself in a situation where you're going to DQ out of it for just stupid stuff.
Yeah, it's a 4-point lead in a match that's been low scoring almost into the third period. You don't want to throw all that away by being overly aggressive and committing those infractions.
So he is going to get a potentially dangerous on that lift and what the Beaver coaches would like to see as a slam. But it is your responsibility as the offensive wrestler when you elevate someone off the mat to bring them back safely and securely and not bring them down and create any harm to them. So they have every right to be, on edge about that. On mat number 2, the score 5-7 now to 4 in the first period. For Nowers of Beaver, he's in the lead. We've got a stalling now on red for his shoe being untied. Start of the third period in that match. Head throw here by Coates of Gunnison Valley. And he's got it tight. He's above the elbow. And he's got a tight headlock. And he's going to get the fall. So Coates for Gunnison Valley gets the fall, and I would say there may be some bad blood.
I think so. He keeps looking over here at the Beaver crowd, giving some gestures. I'm sure he's going to say that he's giving the Gunnison crowd some stuff, but yeah, there's definitely a little bad blood there.
Yep. So we'll move on from that match, and now 7-5 is the score at the end of the first period for Nowers of Beaver over Escobar of ALA. And we're going to get an unsportsmanlike on the Gunnison Valley kid, and he's going to cost his team a team point there. So you win the match, walk off with some humility and go talk to your coaches, but unfortunately he's going to lose this team a team point for the Gunnison Valley Bulldogs with that stunt.
Yeah, and a lot of times people think of wrestling as an individual sport, but there is that team aspect, and you've got to keep in mind that you represent your team out there, and you got to kind of behave correctly.
And Gunnison Valley, they're not in they're fifth right now, 62 points behind Duchesne's 85, so they're not in the team race for a trophy, but still, you don't want to come out and cost your team valuable points just in case. Score now 9-5 for Nowers of Beaver over Escobar of ALA as we work deep into the second period, a minute left. And on mat 1, this is where your technical expertise comes into play. They're trying to figure out how to subtract that team point. And if it's me, I just mark it down and subtract it at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, it's kind of hard when you work with a off-site entity like track wrestling to get that put in, because I don't believe on any of the. I was looking at the scoreboard, the scorekeeping software, just in case they needed some help there today. And I don't believe there's a place where you can go in and deduct a team point.
Well, it's one of those things where if you don't do it a lot, and this is for San Juan, they haven't had this tournament for 20 years, and their home duels aren't run on Track Wrestling Live, and so it's something that's new to everybody. As we go to action now on mat number 1, Duchesne's Christian Jones gets a takedown early in the match over Hernandez from ALA. Beavers now are on mat 2, is building a big lead now, 14-6 as we come to the end of the second period. And he may get a quick fall, and he does with 6 seconds left in the second period. Nowers from Beaver gets a fall over ALA's Escobar.
Yeah, another huge finish for the Beavers right there as a team, getting that extra point. A couple extra points, in fact, that right there, correct? Because if he won by decision, it would just be a decision at that point.
Yeah, so they score. Tournaments are scored differently than duels, but every, like we talked about earlier, decisions, major decisions, tech falls, they carry different weighted points, half a point here, half a point there in a tournament setting. In a dual setting, it's 3, 4, 5, and 6. But in a tournament setting, it's scored differently. But it matters. That fall over that tech fall, that fall over that major decision, going to give you that extra half a point. That could be the decision between a first and second, a second and third for your team. Looks like we may have some blood on mat 2 as we get ready for Hunter Keith from San Juan. His opponent from American Leadership is going to be Sheldon. This is a match that you really want Hunter to come out and give his best effort and really like to see him get on that region podium.
Yeah, what a great confidence builder for a freshman wrestler to come into their first divisional tournament and to make that podium, qualify for state. Just a good ground base for them to build the wrestling career off of. So
2-0, still the score for Jones over Hernandez. Jones from Duchesne as we go to the second period. It's going to be Jones's decision. He's going to defer to the third. So Hernandez is going to choose top position there. Hunter needs to swim this body here, reach up, grab that head so he can get his left arm over the body. There he goes, shoots that half, gets his 2 takedown. Now inside wrist on that far, keep that half. ALA wrestler able to get out of that half, and now Hunter with a far side cradle, unable to hold it. And we go out of bounds. We'll go back to the center. Jones working off the bottom here for Duchesne on mat 1. Leads 2-0. Hunter Keith for San Juan leading 2-0 on mat 2.
Great reversal there by Duchesne.
Yeah, Duchesne able to get that reversal and now some near fall on the edge of the mat. Coach is encouraging him to pull him back in. Even though they let you wrestle on the edge where that mat's so short out there, you're going to see them call that out of bounds a lot quicker than you would maybe the wide side of the mat on each end. So you got to be aware of where you're at. And just like that, we're going to get stoppage. But 3 near fall for Jones of Duchesne brings his score 7-0. Hunter Keith now in a pin situation here. Going to get some near fall. He is up 2-1 And now 5-1 with 3 near fall as we come down to 10 seconds left in the first period. Hunter working a half, but he's going to run out of time here as we've got 2 seconds. And now time on the second match, 5-1 in favor of San Juan's Hunter Keith. 7-0 your score, coming down to 10 seconds in the second period for Christian Jones from Duchesne, 126 pounds. This is your semifinal at 126. On mat 2 is your consolation round at 126.
It's not a page you want to hear very much, but a tournament is calling the doctor over to the table, so hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, that's not trying to look over there and see if I could see someone in distress.
The reason I asked about Staley's injury is he was really grabbing that shoulder and in some pain. So
well, in that chicken wing stack, he was definitely going to feel it if he had a shoulder injury. And so you just hope that he's not too banged up. He'd come back, finish this tournament.
Absolutely.
Hunter now with a commanding lead, 7-1 over his opponent from ALA, Sheldon. And on the other match, on the championship 126 semifinal match, Jones with a 7-0 lead of his own in the third period, as Hunter Keith on mat 2 scores 2 more.
.30 seconds left over here on the mat 2 as Hunter has a 9-1 lead over Sheldon of American Leadership, and a 9-0 score in favor of Jones from Duchesne over Hernandez of ALA with 45 seconds left in that match. Jones in control on mat 1 and Keith in control on mat 2 as time expires there in the second, and he'll take a 9-1 lead into the third.
Yeah, both wrestlers in control by 9 points on their mats, 9-1 and 9-0. Now 10-0 in favor of Jones from Duchesne, coming up on 5 seconds left in the match. So Jones, now with 2 seconds, is going to secure his way into the finals for the Duchesne Eagles as he advances into the 126-pound finals here at the divisional tournament. Hunter Keith just trying to make his way back through the consolation side for a chance to get on top of that third-place podium.
Hunter with that half in pretty tight.
Hunter now, great position here. And I'd be surprised if we don't get a fall here out of this with 1:12 left in this match. And there we go as Hunter Keith wins by fall over Sheldon of ALA. Great match there by Hunter to come out and score a lot of points, be offensive, and then get the fall.
Yeah, these officials have really let them wrestle there on the edge in the deeper corners in the middle of the mat, like you mentioned. I like that. You see some of these guys, it's as soon as that second point of contact moves just a little bit, they stop it. But credit to these officials letting these kids wrestle today.
So now on mat 1, 126 pounds, consolation round, you have Jose Regueo,
I believe,
from Beaver. His opponent from Gunnison Valley, Wyatt Monroe. And over here on mat number 2, your championship semifinal, 132-pound weight class from Beaver, Jex Bradshaw And from San Juan, Mike and Keith, the freshman. So a freshman versus sophomore here. This is what we kind of talked about during Miken's first match when he meets Bradshaw. He's going to have to be on his game and technical. He can't be thrashy and trashy out there. He's got to wrestle a very technical match because Bradshaw will capitalize on any mistake.
And this could be the makings of a great rivalry here between these two as a sophomore and a freshman for the next at least 2 years after this. So interesting to see how Miken is able to hold up.
Yeah, and if Miken's able to come out here and get this win in this championship semifinal, or even just wrestle tough against a kid that took second at state last year, that's got to, either way, he's going to build your confidence huge as Bradshaw is in on a chicken wing and now looking for that far half. He leads 2-0. Right there, if you're Miken, once he gets off you got to start moving. If you're the official, you got to watch for, keep it legal up there on that shoulder. And Miken over to his back. Nice high bridge by Miken, able to really power up with his legs. Trying to get work to the edge of that mat. Short time here, 8 seconds. As Miken's going to survive that first period. Some great high bridges there to get out of that. And now on mat number 1, we've got Gunnison Valley wrestler Monroe, who's going to pick up a couple of near fall of his own to bring his score 6-1 at the end of the first. Mike and Keith's choice. He's going to choose bottom here. He's down 5-0 to Bradshaw of Beaver. Miken looking to hook that elbow and able to roll, but Bradshaw really good with his hips, not giving that up, but gives up one here on the stand-up by Miken. If you're Miken here, you don't want to let Bradshaw get into his offense like he is right here. You want to get up and take a shot immediately. Lessons that the freshman will learn. Bradshaw extends his lead 9-1 in the second period. Gunnison Valley over on mat 1 with a switch, but unable to finish it. Monroe leads from Gunnison Valley 6-1 over the Beaver wrestler. If you're Mike, and you really got to get some hand control here. Can't just let him get in there on those wrists and that chicken wing. Get that arm bar back there. You really got to work.
He's got it in pretty deep there. Mike in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and he's going to go back and see if he can high bridge off of this. 50 seconds left in the second period.
Miken working a little hand control on that far side.
Nice rollout by Miken. Comes up to his feet. Jack's able to take him right back down to the mat. So no points scored there for Miken, as Bradshaw is currently leading 12-1 in the second period. And now the Gunnison Valley wrestler on mat 1 working for a pinning combination, a barbed wire, as he's up 9-1. 5 seconds left, 12-1's the score. And 3 near fall, so 1 point away from a tech fall for Bradshaw of Beaver at the 132-pound championship semifinal match. As he chooses bottom, all he needs here is 1 point.
Get that escape or a reversal, and it's over. So Miken's got to do a really good job keeping him down on the mat.
And now Beaver wants to, And now Beaver wants to choose the neutral position after he's already chose bottom. So some discussion here amongst the officials, as it is 15-1. Bradshaw needs 1 point for the tech fall.
There it is.
And he's looking for a fall here because that's more team points. He's got the tech fall. As long as he keeps him on his back, they'll let him wrestle through this period, and we're only at 1:40 in the third. So he's got a long ways to go here. Mikan gets back to his base. We're going to stop the match. So Beaver will win by tech fall, and Bradshaw will advance to the 132-pound championship match.
Again, Mike can learn from this and get better and move on. A great match by Bradshaw, though, and maybe a budding rivalry there between those two.
Yep, and if you're Mike, you'd be disappointed in this, but, man, you went out there and battled for 3 whole periods, and you were on your back and some tough stuff, and you got off your back, and you lose by tech fall, but I'm a fan of not losing by fall. You know, I mean, to me, I'd rather lose by the tech fall than the fall, because that shows that I'm trying to fight off my back. I'm giving effort. So,
some people might call that a moral victory, but you know what? There's value in that. Just like you said, you fought the whole time. You didn't give up. You were in bad situations, but you made the most of it and kept fighting.
Monroe from Gunnison Valley on the 126-pound Consolation match over here on mat 1 has now built a big lead, 15-5 over the Beaver Wrestler as we work under 40 seconds in the third period. On mat 2 now, we have Cervantes from Grand County versus Brock from Gunnison Valley. And Brock on with a nice front headlock. And Cervantes almost rolled out of that. He almost came through that. But Brock able to bring him back, and he's going to get some near fall. And now he's in on a nice half and has that under wrist hook. And now he sinks his half deep. Let's go to the far wrist. Tries to work his hips back on the far side. Cervantes in a bad spot here. He's a Grand County wrestler as he just lays down now. And Brock from Gunnison Valley will get the fall in the first period. So now we're at 132 on mat number 1. This is going to be your championship semifinal over here. This is going to be San Juan senior Lennox Ben versus Duchesne's Derek Skews. And if you follow wrestling at all or have been around 1A, 2A wrestling in the last 15 years, you know that Skews name. And that Skews name means toughness. Always been tough kids in that Skews family. On the football field and on the wrestling mat.
Yeah, I watched that first match of his. He was a great match. He showed some of that toughness you're talking about.
Skews a senior and Ben a senior, so both seniors here. Skews as a freshman was third at 106. As a sophomore at the state tournament, he took fourth at 120, and then last year he's the defending state champion at 126 pounds. So Skews knows how to get on the podium, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, 3 podium finishes his first 3 years,
and a returning state champ.
A fourth one still on the horizon there for him.
So he's definitely looking to eyeing that two-timer. That list of two-timers, it's a good-looking list. I mean, that 4-timer's a lot littler, but still, being a 2-time state champ is nothing to shy away from. That's a huge accomplishment, even winning 1 state championship. Up on mat number 2, we're going to get to see Austin Paris from Grand County. This is one of those wrestlers that wrestles a lot of national tournaments, ranked nationally. He's a sophomore this year with a record of 41-3. His opponent is Rodriguez from Gunnison Valley. Paris last year was first in the 3A at 132 pounds. Grand County obviously 3A last year, dropped down to the 2A this year, and then at the 2024 Rockwell Rumble up there one of the toughest tournaments in Utah, he was first at 138 pounds. So, and then his list of accomplishments is a mile long. But Austin Paris, a good little wrestler here for Grand County. I would wager to say that by the time he graduates, he will probably be the most decorated wrestler coming out of Grand County High School. He currently leads 2-0 over Rodriguez from Gunnison Valley. On mat 1, Skews leads 2-0 over Ben of San Juan. We're into the second period. Minute 30 left on the clock. If you're Ben, you really got to get offensive here on your feet. You can't just be defensive. You got to go when Skew steps his leg forward. You got to be willing to take that single leg and drive through it. See what you can get. Nice little duck under pass by there by Skews, and Ben able to step out of it as we go back to the center. And again, a nice shot by Ben, just unable to finish it. And Skews now, Ben with the leg, steps over. This is where you need a Navy ride right here. And we're going to, and he's going to, spladle him. He's going to get the fall. And that's just something, a little setup. Skews able to set that up on Ben's shot and able to finish it. So he's going to get the fall in the second period. So he'll advance to the championship match.
That there comes from, like you mentioned, generations probably of wrestling, lots of wrestling matches in the front room at the house, and he sees that opportunity and nails that. Is pretty slick.
I'll bet you he's been putting that by cousins, brothers, dads, uncles. I mean, that's just one of those things that he saw him step over, he knew he had it, and he just took advantage of it. And if you're Lennox, hey, you're trying to get your position. That's what you've been taught. Trying to step over, get around those hips to secure your points, and unfortunately Skews just has a little defense to your offense. Up now on mat 1 for Duchesne, Jace Harris, 132-pound weight class against Beavers DeBridge. And DeBridge going to come out and get the takedown. DeBridge with the pink headgear. Paris leading 11-3 on his match. And DeBridge has his Duchesne opponent in a bad situation here. And he's going to get the fall. So DeBridge will advance 132-pound consolation round. Austin Paris 11-3, second period. Your championship semifinal, 138-pound match.
And one thing I've noticed about Austin is his patience. He's one of those wrestlers who's going to be very technical, right, and score lots of points. But if he gets you in a bad position, he'll pin you as well. So.
Yeah, he's a wrestler that some wrestlers that are his caliber just come out and they just make quick work of you. He's one that wants to come out and work on some stuff, try some stuff. And as we saw in a duel here at San Juan High School between Grand and San Juan, sometimes he gets in a spot where he tries something that doesn't work and he gets taken down on the edge of the mat, but he's able to work out of it. But when you're that high caliber wrestler, you've got to get some work somewhere. And a lot of it's just he wants to get a workout. You see here as his mobility, his quickness, he's just trying to get here to find his angles because he wants to get his blood pressure pumping, wants to get that heart rate up. He wants to wrestle that match to get that stamina.
Yeah, his matches remind me of a cat and mouse game.
Yeah.
Some of them just sits there and plays with his opponents and, like you said, uses it to take the opportunity to work stuff and work on moves. And if they don't work out, then he's a good enough wrestler. He usually recovers from them.
So he's winning 15-4 in his match. So we go over here to mat number 1. We got two Beaver wrestlers, Yuri from Beaver and Evans from Beaver. Russell Evans, he's one of those that, he needs no introduction to those in the wrestling world. As a freshman, he was first at 126. As a sophomore, first at 138. As a junior, first at 138. He's looking to be a four-timer this year, and that's a short list, Coach. He's also placed third at the Rockwell Rumble this year at 138. So as he has his teammate here stacked up, and he's going to get the pin. Looks like they're looking for blood.
It's on his elbow there.
Yeah, he's already got the pin in the first period. And like I said, Evans, a 3-time state champion, already looking for that 4th state title to join a very short list of Utah wrestlers that have been able to climb atop that podium 4 times with that first place trophy. 17-4 for Grand County's Austin Paris over Rodriguez of Gunnison Valley, your 138-pound championship semifinal. We're in blood time on that mat. We would like to thank our sponsors again. Can't do this without them, so we'd like to give them as much praise as we possibly can. If you're local in the area, please stop in and tell these fine folks thank you if you can support their business. You know, if you in there at Canyonlands Tire, get you a soda pop, buy you a brand new set of tires. I'm sure that Levi would be happy to sell you some. So Canyonlands Tire, thank you. Flights Gymnastics, Hello Beautiful Salon, San Juan Counseling Center, and the San Juan School District. Thank you for all you do for San Juan sports and San Juan wrestling in this broadcast season. We're going to get a tech fall out of Austin Paris from Grand County, 138. He advances to the championship match here at the divisional tournament. A young man that more than likely in 2 years will be sitting in Russell Evans' shoes looking for his 4th state title. So some great wrestlers down here in the 2A and they're not just great in the 2A. Like I said, Evans 3rd at the Rockwell Rumble, Paris 1st at the Rumble. Matheson from Beaver took 5th at the Rumble this year. Olson from Beaver took 6th at the Rumble this year. So 2-way wrestlers, they're going up against some of the best and bringing home some hardware. As we're at 138 on mat 1, 2 takedown for Wardle. He leads 4-0 over Lamarche from Grand County. Consolation round on both match here as we go to 138 on mat 2. Benjamin Williams from Enterprise taking on Andres Valencia from Gunnison Valley. Valencia, a senior from Gunnison Valley, and you get to your senior year and this is all you got left. You got to give it everything you got, especially in this round if you want to make it to that podium, get to that state championship. It's all or nothing for you seniors. Lamarche on his back here on mat 1 as Wardle has a tight barbed wire, and he is tight, and he's going to get the fall over Lamarche of Grand County. So ALA, Wardle advances. Zero to 0, your score on mat number 2. Williams of Enterprise and Valencia of Gunnison Valley yet to score. Just under a minute passed in the first period. Again, the finals are scheduled to start at 7 p.m., but we will get to the finals when we get to them. So if that's earlier, we will go earlier. I've been told by the tournament director that we will not wait till 7. We will go early. So if we get done with wrestling action they will have to set up for the finals, as they will go to one mat for the championship finals here. But that happens at 5, 6 o'clock. That's when it's going to happen. So even though it's scheduled for 7, we will go early if time allows. Enterprise William now 2-0 as we wind down the first period on mat number 2.
Yeah, being out here in the nether regions of Utah, you got to get people home as soon as you can. So no reason to wait. In fact, a little bit of motivation to get things done as soon as you can. So.
Which I agree with, Coach Barton. But it seems like every time we go somewhere, we're always there till midnight. We don't get home till 4 a.m.
That's the way it goes. It's life. I guess we're conditioned for it, where maybe some of these other folks that have a lot closer region matchups and things like that
sure
don't have to deal with that.
On mat 1, we're going to get an illegal slam here, so we're going to be awarded 1 point to Riker Jenkins from Duchesne. This is your 144-pound championship semifinal match between Riker Jenkins from Duchesne, a freshman, and Gage Radden, a junior of Beaver. Radden himself with a little bit of history here at the state tournament. As a sophomore, he was first at 120 pounds, and then as a junior last year at 132 pounds, he was your Consolation Finals champion, taking third place at the state tournament. A wrestler that definitely wants to get back into that state championship match for that second title. Radden again in on a double leg, and he's able to take his opponent down. He will score 2-1 here in favor of Radden from the Beavers. Of course, this is on the left side of your screen on the mat that says Broncos with the big SJ. Radden in the blue singlet, black top. Five to 2 is the score on mat 2, 138 pounds. Consolation round. Williams over Valencia. I was just looking at the 2A duels. Radden went 9-1. His only loss coming to Millard wrestler, obviously in the other region. So looking to get the divisional title here and then hopefully meet his Millard nemesis in the finals at the state tournament in 2 weeks. Radden leading 2-1 over Jenkins from Duchesne. Radden will defer the option. Jenkins checks with his coach. His coach wants him to go neutral.
I think Radden's saying he's got blood or something on him. They're trying to figure it out.
Someone's got some blood somewhere. I don't know who they're going to attribute it to. But we're going to go blood time on mat 1, so we'll focus on mat 2 here while they get that cleaned up. Enterprise wrestler Williams up 5-2 over Valencia of Gunnison Valley. Third period, 1:15 left in the match. As we get a good close-up look there by our cameraman, Corton Lyman, down there running our mat side camera for us. Enterprise in a good spot here as he's got Gunnison Valley wrestler on his hip. Put in that whizzer and just free your leg there if you're Enterprise. No points awarded yet, and he's got the whizzer now. He's got to get his shoulder deep, and he's able to finish that whizzer off, and Gunnison Valley stays on top, but 36 seconds left, and Valencia from Gunnison Valley, he's down 2-5. He really needs to get some back points or get a takedown here quick. 25 seconds. Williams gets an escape, 6-2. Oh, and a throw on the edge of the mat. Could we get a big 5 points here? Oh, and we're going to get off the mat, like I said, right there on the short side, and just unfortunate for the Gunnison Valley wrestler. He's going to get the takedown, but no near fall, and he's going to choose for the optional start here, give his opponent 1 point. Makes it 4-7, 18 seconds. He needs a quick takedown if you're Gunnison Valley. If you throw him to his back inside the circle, goes for that headlock again, that head throw, but Enterprise able to slip his head through, get his own 2 takedown. 5 seconds left, 9-4. And the Enterprise wrestler Williams is going to get this win in this consolation round. As we go back to mat number 1, Radden with the legs in and a power half. He's already got near fall, but the ref will not award it as he hasn't broke the hold. So it's still 2-1. Jenkins now with the bridge. Radden reverses his half. Trying to scoop the head. Now has the far elbow locked up. Trying to dig underneath the head to elevate it so he can get both shoulders on the mat. He's got it tight now. And he's going to get the fall. 22 seconds left in the second period. Gage Radden comes out, the junior, over the freshman. So the Beaver Beavers pick up another win. Up on mat number 2 from Enterprise, we have Fitzwater, and from Duchesne, we have Richens. So Richens from Duchesne in the blue singlet, and Fitzwater from Enterprise in your yellow and white Wolves singlet. And up next on mat number 1, we're going to see Lane Peterson of Grand County and Reagan Bradshaw from Beaver. Lane Peterson, last year in the 3A, took 6th at 132 pounds at the state tournament. He's looking to make a mark on the 2A this year, as this is your championship semifinal, but Bradshaw with a quick takedown as the wrestlers go out of bounds.
Again, that quick thinking there by Bradshaw. Like you've mentioned throughout this day, these Beaver wrestlers keep those toes in bounds just to score those points. And
now, from what I could find, Regan Bradshaw, it says, placed 5th last year at 106. No, that was 5th. He was 5th at 106 pounds. I'm going to say his sophomore year. Yep, his sophomore year, he's 5th, and now he's clear up at 144-pound weight bracket. That's a lot of gains.
Yeah, I wish we'd have freshmen that would grow like that, right, to their sophomore year.
Peterson had a reversal there, but Bradshaw able to power through it and get his own reversal, brings the score 4-2. And over on mat 1, your Duchesne wrestler gets the win. Richens over Fitzwater by fall. Peterson on the edge here, the short edge, as Bradshaw covers, and we're going to go out of bounds. 4-2 in favor of Bradshaw. And Bradshaw Jr. last year, 5th at state at 106 pounds. Now up to 144. And definitely, you can just tell by his physique, a lot of that 144 is coming from the weight room, Coach.
Yep, absolutely.
On mat 2, we got a quick takedown right off the whistle from Corneo of ALA over Carpenter of Enterprise. Bradshaw, a little high there, able to get the legs hooked. Now with a power half on the far side, he's putting those both legs in. 5 seconds left in that first period of that match. As Corneo of ALA has his Enterprise opponent on his back with a nice tight barbed wire. Nice high bridge there by Carpenter of Enterprise, but it's got a minute left. It's a long time to bridge out of that as Corneo switches to that reverse half, has that barbed wire still locked up, and he's going to get the fall for ALA in that Consolation, 144 pounds. And back over here on this championship semifinal, 144 between Peterson and Bradshaw. Bradshaw only leading 4-2, Coach, but definitely been in control the whole time.
Yeah, and I've been able to see Lane wrestle a few matches, and this is definitely the most difficulty he's had in any of the ones I've seen around here. So just a testament there to Bradshaw, and like you said, has controlled this the entire match.
Yeah, and he's been the aggressor off the whistle. He's definitely been forward pressure. Every time they've been on the edge, he's been circling back in like he does there. Peterson in on a single, but he's really got to elevate that and not just stay on his hips there. starting to work up. Like we said earlier, Peterson, he wrestled last year at 132, so he's only up 2 weight classes. And his opponent, Bradshaw, up, a handful of weight classes. So Bradshaw looks comfortable here at 144 pounds, though, as he's in on a quick takedown and now looking for back points. One minute left in the second period. Over here on mat number 2, we have Taven Hollinshead from Beaver, a senior, versus Kason Crum, a sophomore from Duchesne, and currently Hollinshead of Beaver is up 2-0. Hollinshead, another one of those kids that knows how to get to the podium at the state tournament as a sophomore. He was second at 120. Nope, sorry, that's wrong. Well, I have Andrew Hollinshead. Tavin's up here. So the brothers on this team. So Tavin was 4th as a sophomore and 1st as a junior. So last year he was the 150-pound state champion in 2A.
So he's going for number 2 at 150.
So he's able to stay at the same weight class as last year's state championship run. Peterson on top, but on bottom on the scoreboard, 4-6. It's going to be his choice going into the third period here. He's going to choose bottom. Both wrestlers are putting a lot of energy into this match, and Peterson got to come up quick off this bottom. Hollingshead for Beaver up 2-0 as we go into the second period over Crum from Duchesne. Kason Crum was 5th last year at 138 pounds at the state tournament. So we're getting into these deeper rounds on this championship side, Coach, that you're going to see a lot of these returning state placers going head-to-head, which is always fun, and you just see some intense matches.
Really throughout the day, there's been some really good matches, but these state placers, these state champions coming back in, wrestling each other, some really, really tough matches, really good action.
Peterson able to get the reversal here, so now the score on mat 1, tied up 6-6, your championship semifinal, 144-pound weight class. We're all knotted up 6-6. With a minute left coming up in the third period, it's going to take a big move here on top or bottom, or are we looking for an overtime match? I don't think we've had an overtime match yet, have we?
No, there hasn't been an overtime match today.
On mat number, and we're going to get a potentially dangerous here. So Peterson will be warned for a potentially dangerous move. No point awarded there. Wasn't illegal, just potentially dangerous. So Green is going to take his injury time. Looks like it's an elbow. So we'll go back to mat number 2 here. Hollingshead from Beaver with a 5-0 lead over Crum of Duchesne. 5-0 here in the second period, 20 seconds left.
Yeah, and if you know anything about the Crum name from Duchesne, another great family of athletes there. Caden, a sophomore.
Yeah, he's a sophomore out here wrestling a senior, holding his own, only down 5-0. Choosing bottom here going into the third period.
And not just a senior, a defending state champ.
Exactly.
So he's got to be, if nothing else, happy of his performance here.
So now we go back to action on mat number 1. This is championship semifinal match, 144 pounds. Peterson out of position. Bradshaw is able to capitalize and get a reversal, and now looking for near fall. So he's going to get his 2, and then he's going to get 2 near fall, but Peterson able to come right back with a reversal of his own, and now he's down 8-10 with 25 seconds. Peterson's got to get something going here as he's got a far side cradle hooked up, but he's running out of time quickly here. And if you're Bradshaw, you can get a stall call here because there's no way you're going to give up two. But Peterson way out in front on this, not going to be able to get it as Bradshaw is probably going to get control here. 2 seconds left. Bradshaw's going to win 10-8. What a match there between Peterson of Grand County and Bradshaw of Beaver. Both wrestlers just going at it. And unfortunately for Peterson of Grand, Bradshaw with that late reversal and near fall is what caps it off for him.
Yeah, great match there, back and forth the whole way through there. Thought we might end up with our first overtime,
yeah.
but
and if Peterson doesn't go to his back on that reversal and they're able to reverse him, then we're tied still. But at the end of the day, that reversal is what caught that near fall is what cost him. As Crum still down by 5 points to Hollingshead of Beaver, 5-0, 20 seconds left in that match. And Hollingshead's just been a dog on top. He's just continually grinding on Crum, stopping his moves, good forward pressure, keeping his weight centered, and Crum's just not been able to accomplish anything on the bottom of this match. So now we're going to see two San Juan Broncos on mat 1. And you hate to see this happen, but unfortunately when you have wrestlers at the same weight, you're bound to see each other. And we're going to go Taryn Bayless, the junior, against Kai Fox, the sophomore, 144-pound consolation round. As Kai shoots in, Taryn able to defend it off. Kai with a quick shot again in on a single leg. Taryn with that far leg grab, able to come up on top, get the 2 takedown. And now puts in his kickers. He's able to get Kai over, going to get some near fall points here. We got a 2 count. Going to get 2 near falls. Score going to be 4-0 on that mat. And up on mat number 2, Grand County's Barilla against Enterprise's Taylor. It's a good thing they got these big old scoreboards because my track wrestling is so slow on my iPad that I'm able to figure out who's wrestling first time. They've got these 65-inch TVs down here. Good call by Coach Musselman.
That just goes to attest to how blind I am on this angle because this table 2, this mat 2 scoreboard, I had a hard time reading names off. I'd have to wait for it to pop up there. So
Peyton Taylor, a sophomore, against Barilla, a sophomore from Grand County, as we're going to have blood time early on that mat. So Kai Fox and Taryn Bayless battling it out here, 6-1 in favor of Bayless. Kai's going to get a takedown of his own here, bring that score closer, 6-3. We come up on 20 seconds left in the first period. We got the blood contained on mat number 2, so we'll go back to action on mat number 2 as well. Two takedown for Barilla. He tries a little roll there, and he was so far separated. If the Enterprise wrestler just kicks over with his left leg, steps over the top, he's going to get a reversal there. Both matches in the consolation round still. Mat 1 at 144 pounds and mat 2 at 150. Teammates wrestling each other on mat 1, both San Juan wrestlers, Bayless and Fox. Bayless on bottom and now gets away, get one escape. Bayless up 7-3. I was going to say Bayless with the left white knee pad, but they both have left white knee pads. So Bayless with the takedown and now with the cradle. And he's got a good lock on that cradle. Actually had Kai's hand on that with that neck wrench, that reverse half there now. He's got a half on him now, and it's a tight half, and he's got some pressure. Minute 10 left in this period. He's leading 9-3, and he's going to get the fall over his teammate Kai Fox. Both wrestlers congratulate each other, and you like to see that at teammates. Hard to wrestle your teammate.
Yeah, I think that's the third teammate match we've had today. The first for San Juan. Enterprise had one. I believe Beaver had one as well. But yeah, guys who go up against in practice all the time. You know each other well. And some good matches.
So at 144, we'll go look at that bracket here real quick, as Barillo is up 2-1 over, or now 3-1 over Taylor of Enterprise on mat 2. So Fox will move into the 7th and 8th place match with that loss. Bayless moves on to the Consolation semis. If he wins the next one, he'll be in for 3rd. If he loses, he'll go for 5th. But Fox will have one more match here for 7th place. Now up on mat 1, your 150-pound championship semifinal. Logan Keith, the junior from San Juan, and Davin Orton, the sophomore from Beaver. Orton in on a shot, able to drop down to that ankle. He's able to get around behind and secure 2 takedown in the first period. High elevation, and one thing, and the Beaver fan's not happy about that, but he's going to get an illegal slam at 1 point. And one thing I've noticed in this tournament out of all these officials is they have not been afraid to call an illegal slam here.
Yeah.
And whether you,
probably pretty close to going either way, but
and whether you think it's illegal or not, that's a discretionary call up to that official. I mean, he's going to make the call how he sees it. And obviously, that official now going over to the head official. He's definitely in training a little bit, because I know this official a lot. One on this mat, he's a newer official, so he's trying to. So he's going to give potentially dangerous and not an illegal slam, which is good for a younger official that's trying to get into the high school, because the matches in high school, they roll a lot faster than your junior high and even your JV matches. So good to go check with the other official, make sure you get the call correct. So the score is going to be 2-0 in favor of Orton from Beaver. Grand County's Barilla up 7-2 over Taylor of Enterprise now. Orton, a sophomore, shows his record 29-11. They don't. I think most wrestlers they don't care. I've seen them spit them out across the mat, pick them up, put them right back in. I'm the same way. I'd have to have some water to wash that off, but they're a tough breed. On mat 2, 4 seconds left. Barilla's going to get the victory, 7-3. Over the Enterprise Taylor. So Barilla gets his win. As we go to Logan Keith with the escape. 2-2 now. If you're Logan, you got to really be wary of Orton's upper body throws. You got to stay. He really likes to get that over under. He's really good at that shot, but he's really good at that throwing the upper body. So you got to stay out of that if you're Logan Keith. See if I can find if these two wrestled at the two-way duels and what that matchup was like.
Another San Juan wrestler up over on mat 2, Wrigley LaGilia in the Consolation 150 versus Fenton of Utah Military.
Yeah, and Wrigley with him on his back, got to keep his toes in. They'll let you wrestle here. It's going to get a fall here. Wrigley LaGilia and his teammate on the other mat, Logan Keith, now 4-2 with Orton on his back. Short time, 10 seconds. This place is going to go pandemonium. Logan Keith able to get the fall back-to-back with teammate Wrigley LaGilia, bringing the hometown crowd to their feet here at San Juan High School. As Logan Keith punches his ticket to the championship match at 150 pounds.
Great job of being patient there by Logan. He weathered a lot of shots there by Orton, and Orton had the advantage much of that first round especially, but he's patient and then waited for his opportunity. He made the most of it.
For sure, and fighting through that upper body because he was tough. Orton was tough on that upper body, and Logan, he doesn't ever get excitable. He's very even-keeled as a wrestler. As a kid, you never know, and that can be dangerous. And obviously he gets the win there and punches his ticket to the championship. As we go now to 157 pounds on your mat 2. This is the championship semifinal, 157 pounds, featuring Alexander Williams of Beaver and Eduardo Padilla from Enterprise. I want to say Eduardo, but I'm sure that's not right because it's a U and not a W. So Padilla is a senior from Enterprise, and Williams with the quick takedown to start period 1 for Beaver. Alexander Williams, a sophomore last year, 5th at state, 144 pounds. We're going to get a illegal full Nelson here on mat number 1. So that'll give Sanchez from ALA 1 point. His opponent from Enterprise, Daniel Bavera, 2-1. That's a consolation round at 150 pounds.
Another point for him.
Another point. Did you see what happened there?
I believe it's an illegal.
Did he lock his hands or
locking? Yep, I believe
so his coach is telling, hey, no more of that. Let's let him up on his feet. So the score's gonna be 3-2. All 3 points for Sanchez have been given to him by the Enterprise wrestler. 2 technical violations and 1 escape to start from our feet. As definitely they think the Enterprise wrestler is better in his throws. Bavera's going to get 2 takedown here. Put him back in the lead 4-3. In your championship semifinal at 157 pounds, Williams of Beaver leads 4-1 over Padilla of Enterprise. Padilla of Enterprise, he was 6th last year at 150 pounds. So Padilla was 6th last year, won at 150 at the state tournament. And Alex Williams of Beaver was 5th at 144. So both wrestlers that would love to move up in those end of the year placements. 4-4 your score coming up on the end of the first period. Your consolation round 150 pounders. Sanchez and Bavera 4-4. Sanchez will defer to Bavera. Bavera is going to take neutral. Williams of Beaver up by 4 now, 6-2 over Padilla of Enterprise. Beaver, Williams on a nice shot. Padilla trying to work those ankles. And now Williams able to circle around and now get his 2.
Yeah, high motor kid so far in his first 2 matches tonight. Paying dividends for him.
Puts him up 8-2 And I love how he gets in on that shot. Padilla gets that ankle, but he just works his ankles free. And now Padilla almost had a nice little sit out if he would have just finished with that switch, but he tried to hook those arms, and unfortunately that became his downfall. Williams cuts him loose. But like I was saying, Williams just patient with it, frees his ankles, and then finds his corners, steps over and gets his takedown. And now quick in on a double leg, able to get another takedown as we come 10 seconds left in the second period. Williams from Beaver leads 10-3. On our other mat, Sanchez from ALA leads Bavera of Enterprise 7-6. 30 seconds left in the second period of that match. As we go to the third period on 157, your championship semifinal 157 match, your choice is going to be Enterprise. Looks like they want to choose neutral. The official is having a conversation with Messersmith.
Asking him, are you sure you want neutral? You don't want down?
So neutral we go, 10-3 in favor of Williams. Winner punches his ticket to the championship match.
And of course, these coaches know their wrestlers well, and maybe Padilla's strengths aren't being down on the mat, and being neutral is the way to go. So,
well, and the other thing is Williams has shown from Beaver has shown great shot selection. He's able to get in, work his singles, his doubles. So I think if you're Enterprise, you're looking for that quick score here, which he's going to get. And then you've got to be looking for a turn. You got to be looking. Looks like he was trying to go for a 3/4 here. Coming up on a minute left in the match. Williams up 10-5. On mat 1, third period just starting. Sanchez of ALA up 10-7 over Bavera of Enterprise. Five to 10, 45 seconds left in the championship semifinal match here on mat number 2 between Williams of Beaver and Padilla of Enterprise. And you're going to get Beaver warned here to move. There's not much action.
Really not much action from either of them. And Padilla can't really afford not to be really working aggressively at this point.
Yeah, and Williams knows where he's at. He can afford to give up that stall warning. You know, you're under now 20 seconds, now coming up on 15, and we're going to see a stall call here shortly, I believe. But Williams able to come up and get away, so avoids it and gets one of his own. 11-5, 4 seconds. Williams going to come away, and he'll advance to the championship match at 157 pounds with a 11-5 decision. (10-7) your score. 30 seconds left in the third period on mat 1. Sanchez holds the lead over Bavera of Enterprise. Sanchez in on a single, switches to a double in on a switches to a single, and now gets flattened out by Bavera. So Bavera is going to bring the score 9-10. 10 seconds. Down by 1. 5 seconds left in the match.
Not going to do it.
And Sanchez is going to escape this 10-9.
Yeah, had the opportunity there. I'm not sure if it just gassed at that point or if just didn't understand the short time or what it was. But
yeah, that's that. You got to go. You're only one. I would let him up, took him down if it was me. Now on mat 2, we've got San Juan Bronco Chance Laws as he takes on ALA's Cole Clayson, and Chance with a quick takedown. And now trying to get good forward pressure here and break his opponent's hips down on the mat. Goes to a 2-on now, trying to get that inside pressure for that 2-on-1. As we go San Juan on both mats. This is going to be a good match over here on mat number 1 between San Juan's Parker Snyder and Beaver's Dylan Reynolds. 157-pound championship semifinal. Parker in on a quick single, able to get 2 takedown.
Chance really working. Chance have got to get some back points at least. If not,
and Chance going to come get rolled over. We're going to get stoppage over here on this mat, so we'll go reset. Reynolds going down. Dylan Reynolds from Beaver. He's a senior. He was 5th at state at 126, and then 5th at 132. As he gets an escape here on Parker Snyder from San Juan. Parker Snyder 4th last year at 144 pounds. Parker, nice takedown by Parker, now looking for a half. He's got that inside leg hooked. We're going to go out of bounds here. This is your championship semifinal match, 157 pounds. Reynolds from Beaver and Snyder from San Juan. Snyder currently leading 4-1. Over on the other mat, we're going into period 2 with Chance Laws leading his ALA opponent 7-2.
Yeah, Chance is really kind of blossomed this year. A little bit in wrestling, 2nd year of wrestling. Believe it or not, he's an offensive, defensive lineman in football, but just a kid you really love. He's a good kid and he works hard, and his hard work's been paying off for him this year in wrestling. And I love to see him out here competing.
And Chance on the bottom over here. Physical match going on here on your championship semifinal between Snyder and Reynolds. Snyder holds the lead 4-2 as we come up on 20 seconds left in the first. Parker's going to get 2 takedown here. As we go into the second period, Parker Snyder leads 6-2. His teammate, Chance Laws, on the other mat, leading 9-3. Minute 20 left in that second period. Both Reynolds and Snyder, both seniors, both with tremendous records on the season, both very talented wrestlers. Tried to locate if they'd wrestled at the 2A duels, but I can't find that.
Oh, Parker unable to get the takedown points there as they go out of bounds. I guess it would have been takedown points. He started on top in the second period there. But.
So Reynolds wrestled at the 2A duels in the independent bracket. That's why I can't find those results. He did not wrestle on Beaver's team in the 2A duels.
Oh, Parker with a crossways with the cradle there, and just Reynolds kicks out of it very strong, working the.
6-3 your score in favor of Snyder for San Juan. Parker tries to step in, and Reynolds with a nice throw, but what a recovery by Snyder to come off his back and now into a takedown situation of his own as he's got the single leg, and now he elevates it.
He needs to get that head out of there.
Reynolds really trying to throw that upper body. And we're going to go out of bounds. Back to the neutral. Snyder needs to be careful here not to let him get upper body position and capitalize on that. A good recovery there, though, by Parker to get out of that throw. Still leading 6-3. And on the other mat, Chance Laws has built a commanding lead going into the third period, 14-6. Reynolds with a whizzer. Man, Parker's able to fight out of that whizzer and come back with the takedown on his own. That is hard to do right there. And this is a dog fight between these wrestlers now in a Merkle. And we're going to go out of bounds, but not before Parker gets the takedown, scored 8-3, 17 seconds left in the second.
Yeah, Parker kind of got in a bad spot twice there in this round, but able to get right back out of it just because he keeps moving.
Reynolds had a great whizzer in there, a lot of forward pressure coming down, and most guys would have just gave that up, but Parker able to roll through that and come out. And it looks like we're going to get some blood time here for Reynolds from Beaver. Chance Laws now, had his opponent on his back and lets the ALA kid kick over. Chance leading 16-8 now. 1 minute left. If you're Chance, you're up double here. You don't want to get pinned here, leading 16-8. You just got to get off your back if you're Chance with everything you got. .43 seconds. Not looking good for Chance Laws. He leads 16-8, but in danger situation here to give up the fall. Chance Laws going to get pinned with 26 seconds left in the period. An unfortunate turn of events there for Chance as he was leading 16-8. At the end of the second period, Parker Snyder up 8-3. Championship semifinal match, 157 pounds.
Yeah, and you described that match perfectly when it's a dogfight. Both these wrestlers, great wrestlers, both of them working moves and countering each other's moves. And
we're going to get a caution on Parker. Movement before the whistle. And now Parker with a quick stand up. And we should have had locking hands there on Beaver wrestler as we were returned the first time, but we're going to continue wrestling. Parker again back up to the tripod. Got to keep his head off the mat. Put your head on the mat. That gives your opponent that option for the half, which Reynolds takes, but Parker's able to come back out of that. We're going to get one escape. Minute 30 left in this match. Reynolds tries a head throw, down 9-3. On the far mat, we have Grand County's De La Fuente against ALA's Tanner. But we'll stay on mat one as this one is coming down. It could be one big throw here for Reynolds.
Yeah, Parker's kind of controlled this match. It's not one of those matches where that control really gives you a sense of comfort.
1 minute, we're going to get a stalling call on Parker Snyder as Reynolds is in on a deep single. Parker able to get his whizzer in on this far side and straighten out his leg, put pressure down, get hip separation. Able to fight off that single leg now into a cowboy tie-up, but we're going to go out of bounds and stop. 37 seconds left in this match. Parker Snyder from San Juan leads 9-3 over Dylan Reynolds from Beaver. Both wrestlers head-to-head. Parker with a nice reach under. Almost had a fireman's there. Unable to secure it. And both these wrestlers tired. But Reynolds able to get around behind and pick it up. And if you're Parker Snyder, you got to just dog this out here. You're winning 9-5. 9 seconds left in the match. Dangerous roll through there, but he's able to come back. And time runs out. Parker Snyder's going to get the win and advance to the 157-pound championship match, winning 9-5.
Yeah, what a match! And the ending was just like, the feeling you had throughout the whole match. It was one big move by either wrestler was going to put him in a position to win that. Fortunately for San Juan and for Parker able to defend that and get out of a bad situation there at the end and survive.
Yeah, those kind of things right there where and Parker did that roll through perfectly. He fought as hard as he could and then let the momentum of his opponent carry him through that roll off his back where most wrestlers would have fought and then just went to their back and then tried to fight off. If he does that, who knows how that match ends up. But a great match by both wrestlers. Parker Snyder able to come out and get the win. JD able to force his opponent off the mat. An early stall call on the Beaver wrestler David Smith from Beaver versus JD Palmer of San Juan. This is your championship semifinal 165-pound matchup.
Great single leg by JD.
JD in there good on a shot, able to get good hip control in between the legs. He's controlling the hips, puts a half on. JD has really come on the second half of this season.
His first year, he's really been healthy. His freshman and sophomore year, he struggled staying healthy throughout the season, whether it was illness or injury. And now he's reaping the fruits of his perseverance and whatnot this year.
And JD with the fall over David Smith of Beaver. And so JD punches his ticket into the championship match. JD, of course, 5th last year at 150 pounds for the Broncos. And back over on mat 2, you have De La Fuente of Grand County up 4-3 over Tanner of ALA. Second period, minute 20 left in that match. It's a consolation round match. De La Fuente, Grand County, obviously in the red singlet, black stripe. Tanner from ALA, blue singlet on the bottom. 165-pound consolation round over here on mat number 1 features Cale Worthen of ALA versus Maneo Vargas of Gunnison Valley. Freshman and a sophomore, Gunnison Valley wrestler in the black singlet is a freshman. ALA wrestler on top currently, sophomore, 165 pounds. Consolation round. De La Fuente over here for Grand. Gives up an escape. Brings the score 4-6, so a takedown ties it up here in the second period. De La Fuente able to spin around and get 2 of his own. 8-4 now. As we come to the conclusion of that second period. It will be De La Fuente's choice. He'll take neutral. Again, we appreciate you joining us here on StreamUtah.Live. Thank our camera crew, Caleb Carr and Cortland Lyman this afternoon for keeping us up and on the air. I'm Art Adair alongside Coach Tad Barton. If you want to follow him on Twitter, it's at SJLineCoach.
You don't want to follow me on Twitter. You'll be like, what is this mess?
I love it. He's always talking football on there. I learned a lot of valuable stuff from Coach Barton here. We're going to get a illegal locking hands on mat number 1 here on Worthen from ALA, so he's going to give Vargas of Gunnison Valley a point. That scored 2-1 in favor of Worthen from ALA. And now De La Fuente getting near fall points on his mat. The red singlet wrestler on top looking for a fall, and he's going to get it with 48 seconds left in the match. Leading 12-5, De La Fuente gets the fall. We'll try to look up, see if we can get some team scores over from the other division and give you some current team scores from ours. We'll refresh this So in the Division A being held at Kanab High School, man, wow. Millard has a commanding lead. They sit in first place with 297.5 team points, followed by second place North Sevier at 185, and rounding out the top three, Kanab at 167. So Millard just has a commanding lead over there in that division. And in our division currently, tell you some team scores here. Top three, Duchesne 115, San Juan in second at 142, and Beaver leading at 188.5. But San Juan has made up some ground here in this round. But that's a lot of points, and obviously need a lot of pins out of that. So Beaver with a substantial lead as well in Division B at 188.5 points over San Juan's 142. LA wrestler Worthen gets the win by fall at the 165-pound weight class over here on mat number 1. And then over here on mat number 2, we currently have Peacock of Enterprise, Alex Peacock, 165-pound championship semifinal, and he puts Kelton Langston, a Beaver. Kelton Langston puts him on his back. So Langston gets a quick fall in the first period. Now, his dad was one of my football coaches back in high school.
I remember Coach Langston.
Yep.
Yep.
I had the opportunity to talk to him before and reminisce about some times. Great individual, Coach Langston. Coached at Monticello, then went to Milford for a while. Now, at Beaver. His kid wrestles for Beaver now. And I think his kid is it already went off my screen, but I want to say he's a sophomore or junior?
Senior.
Is he
Kelton's
a
senior, yep.
Okay, senior. So, yeah.
Plays D-line, plays nose tackle for him.
Okay.
Nose and D tackle for him. He's a good football player.
Now we go up now on mat number 2. We have San Juan wrestler Thomas Harden. He's a freshman. He's taking on Maddox Davidson from Enterprise. Doesn't have his year listed, but Davidson with a nice high double leg on Thomas. Thomas now looking for that switch, but he's got to clear that far arm. So Enterprise wrestler doesn't just bring him right back. As on mat number 1 for Beaver, we have Titan Hunter in the lead, 2-1 over Gunnison Valley's Deegan Hill. Maddox Davidson of Enterprise, 2-0 lead over Hardin of San Juan. Hunter from Beaver, a sophomore, and Hill from Gunnison Valley, a freshman. Hunter leading 4-1, 20 seconds left in the first period. Titan Hunter, he's a sophomore, but as a freshman, he took 5th at state at 157 pounds.
And Titan's dad, former head coach there for the football team, Randy Hunter. Titan comes from a family of athletes and coaches, and that's showing up here and showed up last year as he was able to finish on the podium. But just a really great family, great. Coach Hunter gave me my first coaching job, got me into this sickness, this addiction, and I appreciate him for it. But
right on.
But he's a great coach and great man. And
some excitement going on here on match 2. Short time, going to run out, but Thomas Harden was able to get an escape and then was taken down, but able to get a reversal and some near fall.
Thomas able to battle back and take the lead there at the end of the period.
I'm not quite sure if that score's correct, but 5-4 is what they have for Thomas Harden as we go to our feet neutral in the second period. And Titan Hunter working for a fall over here on the edge of the mat. He's got to pull him back in here if he can. He's going to work him way out. All he'll have to do is one more roll out to come back to center as Thomas is in on a low single. We're going to get 1 point to Green here. We got a 2 reversal for Green and now 1 escape for Thomas Harden. Will bring your score 6-6. And on mat 1, second period, on a minute left, Hunter from Beaver, 9-1 lead. Thomas is a real strong kid, one of those kids that hasn't wrestled much, wrestled last year in junior high, and then, you know, just not a lot of mat time as well. And kids like that, you just got to keep them on the mat, wrestle through those frustrations and those losses. He's got a nice whizzer and crossface and able to get a takedown of his own. He leads 8-6 as Titan Hunter is going to get the fall for Beaver on mat number 1 over Deegan Hill of Gunnison Valley. "20 seconds for Thomas Harden to ride out this period. He gets way too high here. He's got to get back inside those shoulders as now he takes that crossface, keeps that leg in, 6 seconds left. We go to Mason Holgreen from Beaver versus Trace Bennett from your San Juan Broncos on mat number 1. Trace 6th last year at state, 175 pounds.
Be a good matchup here between these two. Both of them had very good first round matches.
Holgreen from Beaver, Braxton. Nope, that's Mason. So Mason Holgreen from Beaver versus Trace Bennett as both San Juan wrestlers on both mats now. Thomas Harden trying to get out, trying to get an escape. So he's able to come up, clear his hips, and he's going to get a reversal here. So he'll bring this score 10-6 with a minute 30 left in the third. Thomas 10-6, 0-0 on the other mat for Trace. Trace got to keep Holgreen in front of him, and Holgreen's going to get behind. I think that was a quick 2 there. Never established control, but he's going to get it, and now 1 point for Trace on the escape. 175-pound championship semifinals.
I thought Trace escaped earlier from him as well, but I guess didn't get the separation he needed as he turned back into him pretty quick.
Trace now in a bad spot here on that front headlock. Holgreen able to come out and get separation.
It's like Thomas is going to hold on here under 20 seconds in the third. Still up by 4.
Yeah, 10-6.
I wasn't sure what that was. I've probably done that to you a few times today. It sounded like a balloon popping.
Going to come to the end of the first period over here. Trace Bennett. Holgreen leads 2-1, and Thomas is going to get the victory on his mat, 10-6 over Davidson of Enterprise. So the choice to Holgreen, going to go bottom. Trace sometimes gets a little too out of control in some of his matches, something I know he's trying to work on.
It's that over-aggression, gets him in bad spots sometimes is what I've noticed. But if he stays under control, he's a tough draw for anybody.
On mat number 2, you have a couple of ALA wrestlers at 175 pounds. We're going to get stoppage here for blood. So blood time red Bless and Camacho from ALA in the consolation round of the 175-pound bracket on mat number 2.
I'm glad I finally figured it out that there are 2 Bless brothers or cousins wrestling, because I was thinking when I was imagining things, I thought but one's a heavyweight and then here at 175 pounds. I must have got them confused, but now I can see them both at the same time, so I'm all right.
Trace has really got to find some offense here, score some points. He does not want to wrestle this match into a 1-point do-or-die third period, last 10 seconds. He wants to get some offense, score some points here, and build that lead. As he reaches for that cradle on the stand-up, he's able to lock it up. Near fall count, gets a knee in the side. Holgreen able to kick out. Trace able to keep his lock, and Trace has got a strong grip.
It's that knee back up there like we're talking about.
Yeah, he's got to get that knee up in that top of that hip. He's trying to work it up there. Try to push those hips away to bring those shoulders down to the mat. And we're going to, 52 seconds left. I can't imagine we're not going to get a fall here. As Trace hooks, and Holgreen.
He reached right down and got that grip.
Break out of that cradle, and 3 points for Trace. But like I said, he's really got to score offensively here, build a lead so it doesn't come down to a photo finish here in the third. 4-2 the score in favor of Bennett from San Juan. 175-pound championship semifinal match.
What an impressive job there by Holgreen to get that grip and break it.
Yes. Not an easy feat there to be able to come out of that. And now Trace just grinding from the top position, running those inside wrists. As we're going to go into the third period, 4-2 in favor of Trace Bennett, as we're going to get some blood time again.
Yeah, Trace talking with Coach Simpson and Coach Snyder there before. I think he's going to go down. Makes the most sense. Up 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do if I was his coach. I'd put him in that bottom position, let him work out of it. ALA wrestlers on mat number 2. Second period scoreless. I'm sure these kids wrestle a lot in the room, and neither one of them wants to go for that big move. We're going to get stalling on red. 1 point green, so obviously red has been warned before, and now we're going to get 2 takedowns, so within a matter of seconds we get a flurry of action and a fall.
It was, honestly, it was like a round and almost a little more than a half of just circling each other a little bit.
And Trace with a quick escape off the bottom, able to do a nice stand-up. Great hip separation there by Bennett as he's up 5-2 in the third period. Trace just needs to keep that forward pressure. Needs to command the middle of that mat, not let Holgreen push him around. And now Trace needs to spin, come up, pop up out of there, Trace. Don't let him get a takedown. Come open, get separation. If you're Trace here, just come up and open back to your feet and reset. Evan hanging heavy on that elbow. And we're going to get a stalemate, so we're going to come back to the center, which, man, if you're Trace and you get in that position, I just want to get away, pop back to my feet, come back to neutral, get to the center of the mat. 1:08 left, 5-2 your score. Quick shot by Trace Bennett. He's able to get on that leg, able to get it locked up, and now able to work up to his feet, gets elevated. Keep him on the mat here, inside trip, able to get 2 takedown. So a nice shot there by Trace. 45 seconds left in this match, up 7-2. And a quick match over here between Enterprises Bracken and Beavers Braxton Holgreen, as Enterprises Bracken goes out and gets a quick pin. Senior versus senior at 90-pound championship semifinal. That match was quick.
Yeah, didn't even have the opportunity to announce them with what was going on here, and it was over. It might be I don't know if it's the fastest one, but it's definitely one of the fastest pins today.
Ten seconds left in this championship semifinal match, 175 pounds. Trace Bennett's going to get the win for the Broncos, 7-2, as we come down to time up on the clock. So Trace Bennett punches his ticket into that championship match.
You know, Holgreen, a sophomore, years of good wrestling ahead from him, and just a great match by both participants. So.
Over here on mat number 2, we have Cole Moody from Enterprise, a junior, and Adrian Bedencourt, a sophomore from Beaver. Moody's a junior from Enterprise.
Is this the 215 championship bracket?
This is going to be your 215 championship semifinal on mat number 2 between Moody and Betancourt. And then over here on mat number 1, we're going to be between Soren Jensen of Gunnison Valley and Braden Evans of Beaver. Braden Evans, he's got a couple of third place medals from the state tournament. He was third as a sophomore at 157 and third as a junior at 165. And so this year he's at 190. Championship semifinal. We're going to get Cole Moody gets the fall. Over on mat number 2, we're getting a couple of falls here in these semifinal matches. Some of these semifinals have been dogfights, but the last couple we've had a couple quick pins.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You turn away for a second and you miss it.
You think they're going to go for a while here, and they're just over. So now San Juan's going to put 2 wrestlers out here at 215 pounds. This is going to be Trey Bass from San Juan versus his teammate Jared Burke.
Jared lost his first match. Trey won his first, but in his battle, they're both battling back through that consolation bracket now.
Zero to zero, coming up on 45 seconds in the first period of this championship semifinal 190-pound bracket between Jensen of Gunnison Valley and Braden Evans of Beaver. And Braden in on a double leg, able to get the 2 takedown. Yeah, so this match between Burke and Trey Bass, that's the difference between getting into 5th place or having a chance to go into 3rd or wrestling for 7th. The winner of this match will wrestle in the Consolation semifinals. You win that one, you get into 3rd and 4th. You lose it, you go for 5th and 6th. So a big difference on the podium right here. Into the first period, Braden Evans of Beaver leading his championship semifinal match against Soren Jensen of Gunnison Valley. I kind of have a soft spot for Soren Jensen. He's got that beard going on, and I'm partial to those bearded guys. They didn't have that when I was in high school. You had to be clean shaven. That's a rule that just this year, or maybe last year, they put in effect as San Juan's Jared Burke puts Trey Bass on his back, and he's going to get the fall. And so with that pin, Burke moves on to the Consolation semifinals. Trey drops down into the 7th and 8th place match.
Yeah, in that match there, just both really inexperienced wrestlers come down to Jared just kind of manhandling Trey. A lot stronger, but Trey's going to learn and get better and get stronger.
Evans with a 4-0 lead. Point out that Evans is a senior and Jensen's only a freshman. He's a big freshman.
How does Gunnison get a freshman that looks like that?
No kidding, good-looking kid.
I don't think in all my years of coaching football I've ever had a freshman built like him.
Yeah, he's a good-looking kid. I'd imagine he's standing almost 6 foot just from up here, maybe 5'11", but he's solid.
Absolutely.
That kid can put up the weights in the room. Evans still leading 4-0. 1 minute left in the second period. Again, we'll continue our broadcast unless they take another break here. We haven't been informed of that, but we have been informed that the finals will roll right through as time allows. So we will finish out these championship semifinals so we know who our finals matches are, and then we still have to wrestle the consolation semis, the consolation finals, and placing rounds. But as soon as we get to those final matches, we will pull one mat to the center and move on. So can't give you a definite time frame on that. Scheduled for 7, and it's almost 5, so we may make that 7 o'clock time.
Time flies, though. It doesn't seem like it's that late today. So a lot of good wrestling, a lot of good times here so far today.
Tinoco from Gunnison Valley is able to get the takedown here on mat number 2. Wrestler in the top position with the bulldog on the side of his singlet. Now awarded 2 near fall. As Jensen almost puts Evans in danger situation, but time runs out, and so Jensen will get his choice here going into the third period, down 6-1. And Evans is going to go over, take some injury time, and we may see. Yeah, if we do, I can't watch it.
I'll let you know when it's over.
As I look over here to Tinoco from Gunnison Valley with his opponent on his back, time's going to run out. He's leading the match now 7-0 as we roll into the second period.
Injury time.
Yep. So Tinoco over here on our current match, match number 2, 215-pound. This is your consolation round. Winner advances into the consolation semis. Tinoco leading 7-0 over Coxon of ALA. Coxon in on a shot now. Tinoco able to fight it off, has that arm, pulling that arm underneath. Just going to determine which wrestler comes up on top here. Tinoco now able to come across and secure his 2 takedown. Bring his score 9-0. 1 minute left in the second period on that match, and now we go back to action. Third period in your 190-pound championship semifinal. As Braden Evans almost had some near fall over Jensen. Unable to hold him for a count. Trying to lock up that cradle. Minute 30 left in that match. Braden Evans leads 6-1 over Jensen of Gunnison Valley. And on mat number 2, just concluded, Tinoco is going to get the win by fall in the second period. And he'll advance to that consolation semifinals. 1 point escape for Sorensen, or for Jensen of Gunnison Valley. Both wrestlers extremely tired out here. This has been a match 6-2. Evans hits a head throw hard and able just to will it over, put Jensen on his back, and he's going to get the fall. Wow, that match was a dogfight, and you hate to see it in like that for Jensen in the fall because it was such a physical match, but Braden Evans just doing everything he had to do to secure the fall and the team points for his team as he wins by fall over Jensen of Gunnison Valley and advances to the championship finals at 190 pound of this Division B tournament.
I guess I shouldn't have said I never had a freshman like Jensen, but yeah, because I had Taylor Black, who was fully bearded and muscled up like that as a freshman.
That's right.
We've had him for 4 years.
Four-year starter for you as well.
But they're few and far between. So
Yep.
What a match there. Great physical battle between two good wrestlers.
Yep. And, age difference there. We'll see that freshman in some championship matches coming down the stretch here the next 3 years. Now up on mat 1 in the 215-pound championship semifinal. This is Cutler Matheson from Beaver. His opponent from ALA, Alfonso Mendoza. Matheson on a nice double, able to take his opponent down on the edge of the mat. On mat 2, we have Wyatt Bless of ALA and his opponent from Enterprise, Easton Watkins. That match is just under 30 seconds left in the first period. 0-0 is the score there.
Matheson stacking up Mendoza and gets a pin there.
Yeah, 215, that's a hard stack to go to. But Matheson, tremendous wrestler. Mentioned before, 6 of the freshmen at 145, second the last 2 years at 190, fifth at the Rockwell Rumble this year at 215. A kid that's been close to that championship twice, and you can guarantee that he's dreamt about that all last summer and all this year, is just getting to that chance to get to that state championship match and take first after being so close the last 2 years. Watkins starts on top for Enterprise in the second period, scores 0-0, but in danger here of giving up a reversal, and does to Bless from ALA. And now Watkins tries a switch, hooks that far elbow, looking for a roll maybe. Head on the mat. You got to get your head off the mat and get hand control here if you're Watkins. And now we go to the championship semifinal heavyweight match on mat 1. This is Beecham Bosch from Grand County and Jackson Stansfield from Duchesne. Beecham placed 5th last year at heavyweight in the 3A division. Of course, Grand County wrestled 3A last year, now down in the 2A. Watkins in danger on his back here to Bless from ALA. .45 seconds left in that match, as Watkins is going to get pinned, and Bless will get the fall for ALA. So we go to Beecham Bosch from Grand County, Stansfield from Duchesne. Stansfield's only a freshman. Beecham a junior. Like I mentioned, 3A last year and the year before. Didn't place his freshman year. Came out his sophomore year. Beecham did. Took 5th at 285 in the 3A. Now is a junior. Looking to climb that ladder in the 2A. And on mat 2, we're going to have San Juan Bronco, Yummy Taylor Black, and his opponent from Enterprise is Jones. Really like to see Taylor get this win here.
Yeah, just bounce back from that upset in the second round there and get back on track here.
Well, and it makes a world of difference in the seeding for the state tournament. If you can get this win, get into the Consolation semifinals, win that one, get into third and fourth, win that one. That's a better seeding for Taylor in the state tournament versus the other region. As he tries to put in a Merkle there, and to do that as a heavyweight, short, stubby legs, it's hard to get those to get that leg to stick in there. But he is going to score some points, 2-1 in favor of Black. But like I was saying, you really want to get that highest placement you can out of this tournament to really get those better matches, those easier matches at that state tournament. That first, second match to set you up for placing rounds. Where if you take 5th, 6th, 7th, man, you're going up against the better wrestlers in that other division, and it's just it's not impossible, it's just a harder route. Still 0-0 between Bosch and Stansfield on mat 1. As they are in the second period. $20 coming up on the clock in the Black-Jones match. Mat number 2, San Juan versus Enterprise. Stansfield here with an underhook coach
I was just going to say
on
something.
Bosch. And Bosch is going to get nailed with stalling, so obviously Stansfield, and he's been warned before because that's going to give him a point. So Bosch has to be aggressive here with Stansfield. Stansfield's been the
0-0 on both mats here.
So yeah, 285 on mat number 1 is your both consolation rounds. Cooley from Beaver against Solano of ALA. And as by the crowd's reaction, Porter Keith gets a takedown, and a rollout by Moffitt brings the score 2-1. Porter really wants to get that body lock on and do that trip. Really try, and Porter gets bad spot. He's able to roll out of it, and fortunate for Porter, only gives up 2 takedown. That could have been a lot of bad news there for Porter. Could have given up near fall or even a pin as he went right to his back, but immediately came out. And then Porter tries to his hook and roll, but Moffitt sinks in that half. He's obviously seen Porter's hook and roll, and he's able to get the fall over Porter Keith. So Porter, with that loss, he will drop down into the 7th place match. Moffitt will wrestle in the Consolation semifinals. As we go over to mat number 1, Cooley of Beaver leads 4-1 over Solano of ALA. As we go to the second period, Solano will get his choice. He's going to defer. And Cooley looks at his coach. He's going to take the bottom position here.
You know, in these heavyweight classes, sometimes the more aggressive wrestler, gets caught working a move. It seems more times often than not. And then if you got a good defensive wrestler as an opponent, they kind of punish him for. That's kind of what happened with Porter. Porter was the aggressor there in that match, but Moffitt saw enough of Porter's stuff and knew what was coming and caught him in it.
And it's like we talked about in one of the earlier matches this morning. You get done with your match, and if your opponents that you're going to wrestle next are wrestling, you want to hurry over there and watch so you can kind of get some familiarity with them and see what they're doing. And obviously, the Beaver coaches, the Beaver kid, have seen Porter on that hook and roll because he's done it a few times just tonight. And as soon as he hooks it, the Beaver kid steps up with that half, and that's the best defense you have to that. And he just gets Porter on his back and secures the pin. But preparation in wrestling is not just something you do in football and basketball and other sports. Preparation, watching your opponent, finding their weaknesses, it's a big part of wrestling. as we go to your 106-pound Consolation semifinal round now over on mat 2. This is Jonathan Leal of Grand County, and his opponent is Lake Vest of American Leadership Academy. So the winner of this match moves into 3rd and 4th to the opportunity to go for 3rd, and the loser will drop down to go for 5th and 6th. We're still on and we're going to get a locking hands on the Solano from ALA over here. And good movement by the Beaver wrestler, Cooley, to recognize that there was a locking hands and to get out and get his escape and score 2 points there. 1 for the locking hands and 1 on the escape. So he leads now 7-1 as we're 1:09 in the second period.
Confused a little bit what's going on over here on mat 2.
Well, I'm wondering if if track won't let you start, if the wrestler hasn't had his mandatory half-hour break,
Okay.
track will not let you wrestle that match. So either that's up or the official had to go to the bathroom. So we'll go to
trying
track.
to stay warm then, right? You get that jacket back on.
Yep. So we'll see what happens here as Cooley of Beaver leads 7-1 over Solano of ALA as we come to the final 30 seconds of the second period. Again, we appreciate you joining us here on our broadcast, StreamUtah.Live. .20 left in the second period. Cooley 7-1 over Solano. See if we can find you some information as we wait here, as action is slow on this mat from the other division happening over there in Kanab. See if we can find some, so it looks like at the 106-pound weight class over in Kanab, your championship match will be between Porter Dahl of Millard and Max McKinley of North Sevier. At 113, your championship match in Division A, being held at Kanab High School, will be between Nash Nilsson of North Sevier and Lane Monroe of Millard. At 120, as the ALA wrestler, as we're going to get a stoppage here. Not sure what we had, but obviously we had a potentially dangerous situation as ALA Solano had Cooley on his back.
We've seen a lot of quick moves from the wrestlers today, but the official really, the observing official really got over there in a hurry, so it must have been pretty serious.
So we're getting an unsportsmanlike here on green. So the Beaver wrestler is going to get an unsportsmanlike. From what I can tell, it looks like maybe he was punching from the bottom. I don't know, but that's the motion that I gathered from the official.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know what the but he's going to be disqualified. So Cooley leading 9-3 and is going to be disqualified here. And that's exactly why you have a secondary official in these matches, is to watch for that kind of stuff. I didn't see it. I'll have to go back and watch our replay, but the assisting official came running in there, stopped the match, and ALA is going to get a win here in the 285-pound Consolation semis, or Consolation round here. And now the official will come over and explain to Cooley what he did wrong. But regardless, he's been disqualified, and Solano will get the win. So back to the other division over at Kanab, Division A at 120 pounds. Going for the championship, Coulter Kelly of Millard versus Caden Adams of Millard. 126-pound Dak Eldridge of Millard will face off against Landon Bagley of South Sevier. 132-pound Hunter Ashworth of Millard will take on James Crowley of North Sevier. 138, Drayden Stubbs of Kanab will take on Taylor Garrett of South Sevier. 144-pound weight class, Sam Rasmussen of Millard will take on Lane Sims of Kanab. 150 pounds, Adrian Braceno of Millard will take on Isaac Clarkson of Kanab. 157, Coulter Bloomquist of North Summit will take on Lincoln Fulmer of Millard. Morgan Tingy of Millard, 165 pounds, will take on Dean Anderson of North Sevier. And I think at the two-way duels, that was the only loss J.D. Palmer of San Juan had, was to Tingy of Millard. So, two that I expect to be in the finals at the state tournament. At 175, Caden Turner of Millard will take on Rustin McElprague of Parowan. At 190, Emilio Jackson of Millard will take on Logan Jude of North Summit. At 215, Luke DeGraffenried of Millard will take on Race Adams of Millard. And now you know why Millard's so far ahead in the team points, because at 285, again, Scott D. Herrera of Millard will take on Daniel Gates of Millard. Millard just pouring it on in that divisional tournament. We'll see what the team scores are. So, top 5 team scores: South Sevier, 125 points. Number 4, North Summit, 138 points. North Sevier, 189. Kanab in second at 192.5. And then over 100-point difference here, Millard in first with 297.5 points. So they have secured their championship. As we go back live here at 106 pounds, you're going to get Leal from Grand County and Vest of ALA. And Vest is going to get the quick fall, going to say 16 seconds over his opponent. And now over on mat number 1, 106 pounds, you've got Putnam of Enterprise and Hughes of Enterprise. So we're wrestling our Consolation semifinal round. Winner of these matches gets in for 3rd and 4th. Loser goes for 5th and 6th. And like I said before, Coach, this is huge for your seeding at the state tournament. You want to place as high as you can in this divisional round. Now we go mat 2, 113 pounds, Grady Lacey from San Juan versus Statlin Hugh of Beaver. Hughes of Beaver. Lacey, San Juan, Consolation semifinal round. Like we mentioned earlier, Hughes last year, state tournament was 4th at 106 pounds. So up 1 weight class in his sophomore campaign. Both him and Grady sophomores. Hughes in on a double leg. Able to get the 2 takedown. Over on the far match, score 2-1 in favor of Quade Hughes of Enterprise. So we've got Hughes from Beaver and Hughes from Enterprise up on the mat. Spelled the same, just different first names.
Different first names, about 100 miles in between them. And
And Hughes from Beaver getting near fall. Like Grady reached back for that head, puts him in a very precarious position as he gives up 3 near fall, brings the score 5-0. Hughes over his teammate Putnam. Both Enterprise wrestlers, 4-1 now for Hughes. Putnam chooses the neutral position going into the second period. Grady unable to get hip separation and get away as we go out of bounds. He stays in the bottom position.
Yeah, just needed a few more inches of mat there. Probably would have got out of it. But
Hughes does a good job at dropping down, corralling those legs and not letting Lacey get that hip separation. And now Hughes steps through with a leg Turk. And now a reverse half. Lacey able to kick out of that Turk. 2 near fall for Hughes from Beaver, 7-0. Hughes' choice here. Looks to his corner. He's going to go bottom. Second period. Grady deferred his choice. Nice switch by Hughes off the whistle, and Grady into a re-switch, but's got to clear his hips. Able to kick over, but unfortunately unable to come out. So Hughes will pick up a reversal. Grady in a switch. He's got to clear his hips better. Not getting his hips out to the side. Switching right underneath the guy never works that well. 9-0 in favor of Hughes from Beaver. As we check mat number 1, both Enterprise wrestlers. Quade Hughes up 4-1 on his teammate as we come to the bottom half of the second period in that match. Grady tries a roll through. Oh, Hughes just tough on that. On the legs, has that arm in between. Grady needs to come out, get his base down, free his hips. .50 seconds left in the second period of that match. Hughes leads 9-0 as the Enterprise teammates still 4-1 in favor of Quade Hughes. Grady doing a good job of fighting off his back, but he needs to really get his hips square. Hughes doing a good job at just controlling Grady's hips here and not allowing him to get back to the mat where he needs to be.
Yeah, Grady keeps trying to do what you say and get those hips over, but Hughes just keeps tying those legs up, driving his hips down, and kind of nullifying all the efforts that Grady's been making. So.
Now Grady's been able to get his hips out, but he needs to get hand control in here. As Hughes sticks in a half Nelson. Hughes leading 12-0, so as we go into the third period, only 3 points away from a tech fall as it's Grady's choice. He's going to take neutral. Both of these matches, Consolation semifinals, 106 pound on mat 1, 113 pounds on mat 2. Both wrestlers setting up their shot. Hughes on a nice double leg. And if you're Grady, you got to elevate this and pull his hips over. You can't switch. You're giving up 2 takedown right there. Keep that body lock and try to elevate his hips over. 14-0 in favor of Hughes of Beaver. One more point will seal the deal. Grady could have a Merkle here if he'd get his hips out to that side. Nice shot over here by the Enterprise wrestler Putnam, who's now closed the gap 3-5 on his teammate Hughes as he lets him go. 3-6. 1 minute left in that third period. And near fall will seal the deal over here at 113 as Hughes will get a tech fall for the Beavers.
Yeah, Grady just unable to really get any momentum going there. Hughes did a great job of controlling that match from start to finish.
And I know Grady will be disappointed, but he's wrestled some tough matches where he hasn't he hasn't gotten pinned. He's been fought off his back, and he's really done some good things in this tournament, and he'll have a chance to get to that podium in that next match. But I've seen a lot of hard wrestling out of Grady today.
Yeah, it's just he's done a really good job especially from a defensive standpoint, like you mentioned, just to not get pinned, to take these matches the distance, and hopefully get some things. He can learn some things from these matches and take them with him in 2 weeks to the state tournaments.
So we have blood time on mat number 1. your 106 pound. And so we'll go to the 120 pound matchup, your Consolation semifinal 120. This is between Duchesne's Conca and San Juan's Declan Helquist. Declan in on a shot, quick, able to take his opponent down, secure his 2 takedown. Now rides out his tight waist, puts his leg in, goes with a crossface, looking to turn his opponent to get near fall here. We're out on the edge of the mat. Still can't break that 45-degree plane yet. He's working hard to try to push that shoulder away. And now he may be getting closer, but we're going to get stoppage here for an illegal hold. 1 point for the Duchesne wrestler. And unfortunately, the official was right in my way, so I don't know exactly what the illegal hold was there. Those dang officials always get in the wrong spot.
Right.
As Conca is going to get an escape here, bring the score 2-2 in this Consolation semifinal 120-pound weight class. There's a headlock. Over on mat 1, looks like between the teammates over here, it's going to be Quade Hughes of Enterprise advancing through his Consolation semifinal round over his teammate Putnam. And now this is tight here. Helquist has, wow. And this takes just a lot of guts to not get pinned that quick, but Helquist had that so tight that the Duchesne wrestler, nothing he could do about that. Helquist is going to get the fall. He will advance to the Consolation Championships, go for 3rd and 4th. So Helquist is going to take on De Palma of Beaver in that Consolation Championship match. Up over on mat number 1, we have Kason Bird, Duchesne, and Carson Kelch of Beaver. 113-pound Consolation semifinal match. Bird with the takedown here. Now Bird with the cradle locked up, as Kelch is able to kick out of that before giving up any near fall. On this near mat, mat number 2, we have Hunter Keith from San Juan and his opponent Carson Hernandez of ALA, and Hunter in on a nice single, now to a double. Still no takedown. Got to get a little deeper in on that shot. As Hernandez able to come out of that as we go back to center. Again, huge for Hunter here to get into that. If he can get into that Consolation Championship match, huge for this freshman. As Bird over here on the other mat, he's got a nice half on his opponent. He's going to get the fall. So Kason Bird from Duchesne will get the fall with 31 seconds left in the first period over Kelch of Beaver.
Hunter worked into a fireman's there, but ran out of room on the edge of the mat, and they reset. So,
yeah, still 0-0 on this mat. 126-pound Consolation semifinal match. Nice shot in there by the ALA wrestler. Got to get his head out to a side. Don't like to get your head stuck in between the legs. Hunter with that ankle grab, trying to elevate it, keep his balance, not let the ALA wrestler finish his takedown as he switches to a double leg. Hunter, don't want to go to your hip here if you're Hunter. Keep your hips up. Hunter's going to give up the takedown here. So first points in this match comes with 13 seconds left in the first period. 2-point takedown for Hernandez of ALA as he looks for a far side cradle. And up on mat 1 at 126 pounds, you've got Wyatt Monroe of Gunnison Valley and Mikey Pimentel from Beaver. Pimentel. Beaver wrestler is up 2-1. As we're going to get a caution on the top wrestler on mat number 2. Seems a lot of wrestlers have had a hard time putting that hand on the belly button today. A lot of cautions for that in this tournament. Second period action, Hunter Keith down 2-0. Oh, you got to stand up with your head up. Don't ever bring your head and your knee together because that's what happens. The wrestler comes across with that far side cradle and now brings Hunter back. Long time here on the clock, 1:20. Hunter in a bad spot here. He's got to kick his leg out, try to break, and he does break the cradle. But Hernandez able to come across with his leg and trap that leg. And now Hunter tries to get back square to the mat. Hernandez puts in a half.
Hunter in a really bad spot here, but he keeps fighting with those bridges.
He's able to get the half off, and he's able to just keep coming over. Now don't reach back for that head. We're going to get stoppage here. Going to get 3 near fall for red. And then we're going to get an illegal. Looks like he pushed him in the face or something. So we're going to give another point to the red wrestler for Hernandez. So it's going to be 6-0 in favor of Hernandez from ALA. On the other mat, it is 4-2 in favor of Beaver. Gonna get a locking hands now on the Beaver wrestler, so Monroe from Gunnison Valley just needs to go for broke here and get out, whatever he can do. That's gonna run out of time as we're gonna get stoppage for the technical violation. But that will tie the match up. We're in the second period of that match. Hunter Keith now with a reversal, going to run out of time for the pin, but we're going to pick up some points here. So we're going to pick up a 2-2. So being the score 6-4, which if you're Hunter, that closes the gap going into this third period. Only down 2 points for Hunter. And right there, we do that at the beginning of the period. We might be able to get a fall out of that.
Yeah, still big time move there for Hunter to kind of get back into this thing.
Hunter is goes in the bottom position. Hunter with a stand up as he's run out of bounds. 1:41 left on the clock in that match. We're in the second period on mat 1. Score is 4-3 in favor of the Beaver wrestler. Gunnison Valley there, nice move there to get that reversal. But good job by the score table because the ref did give it to the wrong wristband, but the score table got it right, and now 2 near falls. So Monroe now leads 7-4 as Hunter Keith needs to get below that elbow and now suck back. Hernandez doing a good job of trapping that leg, not allowing. I would step over right here if I'm Hunter. Try to kick that leg and step over this. Down 6-4, 50 seconds left in the match. Hernandez is able to come out of that. That was a dogfight for a minute. Still 6-4, 45 seconds left in the match. Do or die time now for Hunter Keith from San Juan. So 35 seconds. You need 2 to tie it. Needs a big time move here. Needs to really get hip separation. Tries his roll like his brother does, but You're a little guy, Hunter. You need to do a sit out or a switch here. Get you 2 points the old-fashioned way. 10 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like Hunter's going to run out of time, as Hernandez is going to walk away 6-4 with the win. But a lot of good effort out of Hunter Keith right there, the freshman for the Broncos. Hernandez also a freshman, so they may see each other a lot down the road depending on growth. Back on the number 1 mat, we're now down to 20 seconds left in the second period. Monroe from Gunnison Valley leads 8-6. There's just sheer will on this mat over here. Who wants it more? As Monroe is able to get a reversal. 10-6 now as the second period comes to an end. So Beaver will have their choice going into this third and final period, and he's going to choose bottom, down by 4 points. So we're going to go over here, your Consolation semis at 132 pounds. This is Brody Brock from Gunnison Valley and Mike and Keith from San Juan. This is where Mike really needs to bounce back here. He's got to make this his best match of the night. Brock in on a fireman's able to elevate that and then go right to that half. And I just don't. Gets the 2 takedown and near fall count. Mike really needs to just go for broke here. I know that last match took a lot out of him, but he needs to just get on fire here. He's capable of so much more. And now Mikan with the reversal and puts a half on. He's on the edge here. Lots of room to work. Mikan, stretch that arm out there, kid. 4-2 is your score.
Trying to get his hips down. There he goes.
Suck that head back. Come over that arm. Just keep him there, Mikan. On the far mat, your winner was Wyatt Monroe from Gunnison Valley. 44 seconds left. Mike and Keith has his opponent on his back. Keep your feet in bounds, Mikan. We're going to go out of bounds. The other official comes over. He saw the same thing I did. Mikan stepped out, took that supporting point out. But Mikan going to get the near fall, so it's going to bring the match 5-4. As we got Lennox Bend from San Juan versus Durbridge from Beaver on mat 1. This is 132 pounds. Both 132-pound Consolation semifinal matches. Both Broncos wanting to get into that third, fourth place match to compete against each other. Mikan now with a great cross. And now comes underneath. Has the beginnings of a barbed wire. 5 seconds on the clock. 1 count. 2 nope, just a 1 count, so no near fall. Into the first period, 5-4 in favor of Mikan. I've seen a little fire getting back in Mikan. He came out a little lackadaisical at the start of that match and cost him with a big takedown and near fall, but now he's getting a little fire back in him.
Did he not get any near fall points? I thought he was 5-4 beforehand.
No, he got 1 swipe and then came back up, got 1 more swipe, but not continuous, so he's not doesn't get near fall. And Mikan with a nice roll to get 2 reversal, and now puts his opponent back on his back. Switches to a half. Nilsson. Get that leg free out of there, Mikan, so you can get that in there tight. No near fall awarded yet. No swipes coming, so still hasn't broke that 45 plane as Lennox Bend leads 2-0 on his mat. Right on the edge of your camera view. Mikan now secures it. Now he's getting the swipes. Minute 21 left in that period. Long time to go here. Just got to settle down. Let the Gunnison Valley wrestler fight his way out. and just settle on him. Gonna get 3 near fall. Bring the score 10-4. We're gonna get stoppage for his mouthpiece.
What a flurry there by Mike, and it's had him almost to get that pinned a couple times, but the Gunnison Valley wrestler able to, get off that one shoulder just enough that Mike couldn't finish it. So,
yeah, it's been a tough match, and Gunnison Valley really fighting hard off his back. Gunnison Valley, step up, shoot a half right there, Miken. He's giving you the half Nelson. You just got to step up and take it. Right there, every time Brock throws that arm up, and now Miken takes that half, and now he's got it deep, and now this match is over. So Mike and Keith will advance to the Consolation Championship match, and now we're just waiting to see who it's between. Is it going to be his teammate Lennox Ben or Durbridge from Beaver? Ben currently leads 2-0 in the second period, coming up on a minute left in that period. Got a nice cradle here. Lennox now leads 5-0, but the bridge, he's able to Durbridge. Been saying that wrong. See, I can't read. Durbridge. So I apologize to any fans of his that are watching. He's now turned and face and got that single leg, but we're going to get a stalemate, which benefits Lennox here because he gets to go back on top. In your other match at 138 pounds, you have Noah Rodriguez of Gunnison Valley versus Benjamin Williams of Enterprise, both sophomores. And again, another caution for that. Hand on the belly button. Just a little over anxious. Want to start with that tight waist a little too close.
So will they call that art if you're shallow on it?
Yes.
Too?
You got to be right in the center.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I just wasn't sure what the advantage would be of having it on the shallow side rather than the deep side.
Coming up on 5 seconds left in that second period, Lennox Ben leads 5-0 for his shot to go to the Consolation Finals. We're going to get a 2 reversal on mat number 2 for the Gunnison Valley wrestler. Rodriguez going to tie the score up 2-2 momentarily, but now an illegal hold on Rodriguez, so going to give Williams of Enterprise an extra free point. Durbridge in there on that single, but Ben doing a good job at controlling that ankle and trying to push that head down. We're going to get a stalemate as he gets instructions from Coach Musselman on his shot. Again, in on a single leg. Beaver wrestler, Durbridge. And we come up on a minute left in the third period. And if you're Lennox, you just want to heavy hips here as he goes for a head throw, able to step over, get 2. And for his team here, a pin would be huge.
Lennox
40 seconds, and Lennox Ben is going to get the fall with 41 seconds left in the match. So him and his teammate Mike and Keith will meet in that third place Consolation Championship match as we go back to mat number 2. Williams of Enterprise currently leading 3-2. as we're in the second period, coming up on a minute 20. Up now on mat number 138 pounds from Duchesne, Braden Richens, and from Beaver, Byron Uri.
You know, I don't know if this ever happens to you, but it seems like Richens has wrestled a ton of matches today. It seems like he's out there all the time, so I'm sure no more than anybody else in the situation, maybe one more. But
Yeah, well, all you can wrestle in a day is 6, so used to be 5. They changed that rule this year, and now you can wrestle 6 in a day or 10 in a tournament. So used to be 5 and 5, but they added 6 in a day. Tournament stayed the same in a 2 days, but really you do have that, like you're mentioning, sometimes you can, get to that 6th match in one of these tournaments if you have to wrestle back for maybe an 8th or 9th place. Two to two, tied up, Richens and Uri. And on the mat 2, it's tied up 6-6 for Rodriguez and Williams.
I thought Rodriguez was asking maybe for some injury time there. As he kept tapping his shoulder and talking with the official, but it doesn't look like he'll get it.
Yeah, that match coming down to the end of the second period here. They'll go into the third tied up 6-6. Enterprise wrestler Williams going to choose bottom here. Uri for Beaver now up 6-3 over Richens of Duchesne. Seven to 6 your score in favor of Williams, 138-pound Consolation semifinal matches. This is the Divisional B 2A tournament, San Juan High School. The Division A tournament is being held at Kanab High School. State tournament will be held at Richfield at the SVC Center. That will be in 2 weeks. Friday and Saturday tournament, as the Beaver wrestler Uri is going to get the fall over Richens from Duchesne, and he will wrestle for 3rd place. Who is his opponent going to be? We'll find out here in 43 seconds, as Williams of Enterprise leads Rodriguez of Gunnison Valley 9-6 as they wind down their 3rd period. 30 seconds left in that match. Coming up on 15 seconds, still 9-6 your score in favor of Williams. Gunnison Valley trying to turn him, but getting a little out of position, and I'm Enterprise, if he doesn't get out of this, he's not going to get near fall. He's already got his hand behind his waist. So he's just biding his time here. As time runs out, Williams from Enterprise will advance to that Consolation Finals as he wins 9-6. And as we go back to mat number 1, we have Taryn Bayless from San Juan versus Lane Peterson from Grand County. This is your Consolation semifinal match at 144 pounds. And if you're Taryn, this is one you really got to wrestle your guts out because you really want to get into that Consolation Finals match here. It makes a world of difference, like we've talked about many times, for the seeding of that state tournament. You really got to give your A game in this match, and I know these two have wrestled before, and it's come out Peterson's way, but Taryn has the ability to get the win here. But it's like I've talked about earlier, sometimes our mental ability outweighs our physical ability.
Yeah, and then talking to Anthony, Taryn's dad, it's kind of been a struggle there to finish things off when he should, making a few mental mistakes that really cost him here and there. So if he can stay clean and wrestle this match clean, absolutely he can come out with the win.
He's in on a nice single leg, but he's just he's stopped there. He's got to continue through that single leg. He's got to drive through. He's got to try to find his corner there and not just sit there with his head down. He's got to really finish that shot off. It's not enough just to shoot in. You've got to finish those moves. On mat number 2 at 144, we have Riker Jenkins of Duchesne and Patrick Corneo of ALA. Winners of each of these matches will face each other in the third, fourth place match, as we're going to get a stall call. But unfortunately, with that stall call, going to come a 2 takedown for Peterson. So Taryn, obviously the aggressor so far in this first period, gets Peterson to get a stall warning, but then gives up a takedown. So we'll end the period after a very well wrestled first period. Just a little mistake there with 15 seconds left. And he's going to go into the second period down 2-0. As we get some coaching here for the referees. Little training action going on. And Coach Wells wants a discussion as well.
I really like the fact that you don't see this in other sports, and maybe they do it, but you don't see the seasoned veteran referees really working with the young guys, coaching them up on different things, and I that can only be for the betterment of the sport and for officials in general.
I agree. Over here on mat 2, Corneo from ALA has Jenkins on his back. 21 seconds left in the first period. And he's going to get the fall. 12 seconds left to go in the period. So he'll advance to the winner of our match on mat number 1. Lane Peterson, Grand County, currently leads Taryn Bayless of San Juan 2-0. As we begin the second period, Taryn starts on top. Taryn in a bad spot here, able to get his hips back up on top now.
Just get that arm free.
Yeah, he's looking to get that arm, bring it back, but Lane knows that, and Lane's a very savvy defensive wrestler. Now Taryn way high. They expect Lane to come out the back door here. Minute 15 left. It's a long time. As best Taryn can hope for is to get just like he did. And we're going to get an illegal figure 4 on Taryn. Can't figure 4 the body or the head. And unfortunately, Taryn doesn't know he's doing it. He's just trying to hold on for dear life there, not to give up the reversal, and sometimes those things happen. So the score 3-0 in favor of Peterson of Grand County, as he still remains on bottom. Tries a switch, comes back with a nice hip heist, and able to get underneath to a fireman's carry now. And just like that, he's out and gets a 2 reversal with a fireman's carry. Now looking to tie up a cradle. If you're Taryn here, you want to abandon that leg and just get back to your base. You got to know when to just bail out of stuff when you're in a bad spot and get back to your base, live to wrestle another period.
Yeah, and isn't that a life lesson right there? You got to know when something's bad just to get out and start over. But a lot of us will hang on to that one sliver of hope, no matter how minuscule it is.
And now a leg cradle by Peterson. Puts Taryn on his back. 13 seconds left, and Lane will get the fall. So Lane will move into that Consolation Finals matchup. Taryn will move into that 5th place.
Hopefully Taryn can take some of that frustration he has right now and finish strong in that last match.
Over on mat number 2, we have Barilla from Grand County against Crum from Duchesne. Crum currently leads 2-0 in that first period.
And I'm breaking stuff. Had to stretch the legs.
It's all right. We don't need that. We can see it live here. Up now on mat 1 from San Juan, Wrigley Legili, 150-pound Consolation semifinals against Davin Orton of Beaver. Crum leads 2-1 now as we wind down the first period on mat number 2. In on a deep shot. And he's going to get 2 right at the buzzer there as time runs out. Crum able to get a takedown, leading 4-1. And we're going to get stalling warning on Orton of Beaver as the ref felt he forced Wrigley out of bounds there. Score 2-0 in favor of Orton. He's way high here. Wrigley needs to just bounce out of that.
Wrigley needs to get that leg cleared.
Step behind.
Yep. Wrigley there with the escape right before they go out. So
brings that score 2-1 as we come up on a minute left in the first period. On the far mat, Crum with a lead of 4-1 for Duchesne over Barilla of Grand County, as that match is now in the second period. Wrigley with a shot attempt, but Orton with a reshot. And now Wrigley locks up a cradle, but he's way high on this. And Orton has that inside leg. 30 seconds left as this scramble continues. Still no takedown awarded here in this scramble. Up on 10 seconds. Wrigley just needs to lock this cradle up and hold it and ride this out for the remainder of this 5 seconds here. Go into that second period. No score there. Wrigley, you get into those scrambles and that's all you're paying attention to. And it looks like Crum is going to get the win over Barilla on the far mat. Crum will pick up a fall for Duchesne. Choice is going to go to Orton on mat number 1 as his headgear is now out of sorts, so he's going to have his coach come out and have him fix that. Able to get it fixed, and he'll choose the bottom position. Mat 2's going 157-pound weight class now, Consolation semifinals. Grand County's De La Fuente versus Reynolds from Beaver. Reynolds with a nice snap down pass by and spin on the hips, get his 2 takedown. Wrigley needs to stay inside those elbows and break him down before he goes for that cradle. Nice Granby rollout there by Orton. And then way to come up on top, just continually moving after you get away, go back on the offensive to get that 2 takedown. Leads that match 4-1. Reynolds now with a half. De La Fuente doing a good job at keeping his hips up. And now Wrigley is in a bad spot here as Orton puts on a cradle. And we should be close to out of bounds here. But the ref lets him continue on. And now Wrigley gets some hip separation here. And he's going to get 2 reversal. Oh, and unfortunately he's unable to just continue that. And we're going to be out of bounds, so a lot of scoring there. 2-2 for Wrigley. It's going to put him in the lead 5-4 and put him in the top position. Over here on mat 2, you have Reynolds with a nice over-under throw, leading 6-1, 10 seconds left in the first period. And De La Fuente able to come off his back, give up 3 near fall, as that match is going to come to the end of the first period, 9-1 in favor of Reynolds. As Wrigley leads 5-4 with 47 seconds left in the second, he's in the top position. And again, he just needs to be careful of that rollout. I'd really like to see a spiral flanker right here, but he's just getting out of position and letting Orton control it from the bottom. Orton's going to sit back here on that roll. Oh, and Wrigley able to counteract that. That was a dangerous roll there. I knew what Orton was trying to do, but wow. And now he's in a good position. His hips are high. He's got to swim the head. 10 seconds. He's going to get 2 reversal, and now near fall swipes as we wind down the period. Huge turn of events there in that last 10 seconds. Going to give Orton the lead 8-5 going into the third period, and Wrigley's got his choice to go bottom. Yeah. Reynolds has built a huge lead over here, 13-2. Go ahead, Coach.
I just say hopefully Wrigley take advantage of this right here. The opportunity to score these points, get to the reversal or an escape, right? And he reminds me a lot of Chad. They both kind of do things a little bit differently, and not to the same scale as Chad, but you think they're stuck in a bad move and they work their way out of it. So hopefully Wrigley has a little bit of that magic.
We've got injury time now for the Beaver wrestler Orton on mat number 1, and we're going to get a fall from Reynolds from Beaver over on mat number 2, leading 15-3. He pulls off the fall over his opponent from Grand County, De La Fuente.
It's a testament to Beaver's program here as they seems like every match you have going right now, in these late rounds, they've got a wrestler in them. So that's why they're probably still up on the lead there.
Oh, yeah. They're currently 219.5 points to 160 over San Juan in that team race. As we go to another Beaver wrestler here, David Smith, in 165 pounds over his opponent from ALA, Worthen. Smith's going to get the takedown. Looks like they're looking at the windpipe area of Orton here.
Yeah, he's definitely under some duress over there as they were evaluating him, have a hard time, looks like, catching his breath.
And the irony of this whole thing, who's the medical personnel over there looking at him? So,
yeah. But he's in good hands.
Yep. He's got one of the best surgeons in the business over there. So we'll see what they decide with Orton, if he can continue on here as we wind down on that injury time. And Smith over here from Beaver gets the quick fall in the first period over Worthen from ALA. So he advances to the 175-pound Consolation Championship match.
He's having an asthma attack. He just took a hit on his inhaler, so Sorry to cut you off there.
Oh, you're good. You're over there watching. I'm watching the other mat.
Yeah, and like you're saying, hopefully he's able to continue. You don't want any of these matches to end up in a medical
Default, yep.
Yeah, so
back to action on mat 2. You have Camacho from ALA and his opponent Hill of Gunnison Valley. Your 175-pound. Hill with had a cowboy there, let it go. Now with that front headlock. Now into a cradle, near side cradle. Locks it up. He's going to get 2 takedown here. And now near fall swipes, and then he goes to his back. He's able to recover, though. As he's able to recover. That was quite the little scramble there, and he gets the fall here in the first period.
It's like Camacho was going to roll out of it and get the reversal a couple times there, but unable to do so.
So Hill gets the win by fall for Gunnison Valley, and he'll advance to that Consolation championship match.
Now, I got to say, wait a minute. A Hill from Gunnison that's not playing basketball, that's probably like not allowed.
And he's a tall kid, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's tall and got long arms and long legs, so maybe he's a dual sport. Who knows?
Yeah. Maybe it's another Mike and Keith situation, where we picked wrestling. But, Gunnison, in my mind, I always think, when I think basketball, I think of the Hill family over there. They've had some great basketball players. But
so it looks like we're going back to action. Orton able to go up 8-5 over LaGilia. Third period starts here. LaGilia with the stand-up. Orton puts the leg in. If you're Wrigley, you're down 3 points. You got to, just like you did, stand up. You got to go quick here. Score at the beginning of the period and not wait till the end of the period to come back. On mat number 2, you have Wimmer from Duchesne and his opponent, Holgreen from Beaver. As Orton cuts LaGilia, makes the score 6-8, so we're a takedown away from a tied match here if you're Wrigley. In the perfect for a quarter. Nelson, he puts it in. He's got to pressure that head and get his hips back, but unfortunately, Orton able to get over there and get a takedown. He lets up Wrigley again, so the score now 7-10. 1 minute left in this third period. A big 5-point throw here for Wrigley would be huge as he's in on a cowboy now. He's got to suck that neck up and go through his body. If you're Wrigley, you got to go through his hip. And he gets him to his back. He's going to get 2 takedown, and he's going to get the fall. Wrigley LaGilia with the fall. 42 seconds left in the third period. He comes out with a big-time move.
Yeah, and the Bronco faithful are out in full force when these boys are in here making those pins, those come from behind victories, or winning those close matches. They've been cheering loud for them. Wrigley definitely gave him a lot to cheer for right there. Great job.
Great come from behind there to just come back and get that, not only to get the reversal and the throw, he's on his feet to get that throw to get 2 points, but to finish it off with a pin there. And as we come back over to mat number 2, Holgren from Beaver gets a pin of his own against Wimmer from Duchesne. And now over on mat number 1, you have American Leadership Academy, Cole Clayson, and his opponent from Enterprise, Eduardo Padilla. And that's how this is exactly how this round should be. Exciting, down to the wire, huge finish matches. Consolation semis, that's what they're built for, is these type of matches, Coach.
They haven't disappointed. I mean, we've had some great matches all day, but these ones have been really exciting and really close, really good matches.
Yeah, it's been a great tournament. We've had some matches that have kind of, just been, here and there. But, man, for overall, we've had some exciting, great matches today with some great opponents, great wrestlers from all these schools. And, wow, it's just exciting. So we'll go to Elmyron Begay from San Juan up on mat number 2. His opponent, Soren Jensen from Gunnison Valley. Elmira, a sophomore, Soren, a freshman. 190 pounds.
Yeah, Jensen got that tough match there on his last match and come out on the short end of that. We're looking to bounce back, and of course Elmira, and this is, I think, his second match here in the Consolation, looking to continue.
Yeah, and if you're Elmira and you've watched that last match and you know that he pushed hard and he expended a lot of energy in that match, you want to maybe come out here and maybe force the issue a little bit and see how much gas is left in Jensen's tank. Jensen in on a shot, and Elmira able to fight that off. And now Elmira with that roll through. Oh, he needs to stay behind him, collect his 2 right there.
Did all the work, didn't get paid.
Yep. Over on Padilla of Enterprise, gets the win by fall over Clayson on mat 1. And we'll have Broncos on both mats now as Thomas Harden is up against Alex Peacock of Enterprise. So Harden of San Juan had a big win his last match. Peacock of Enterprise. Now Myron trying to fight off his back.
Good job by Myron there to roll through that and get back up to a base, at least for a little while.
Thomas on the bottom gives up the takedown. Now Myron down 4-0 here. Time's going to run out in the first period there, 4-0. Both Broncos trying to make it into that Consolation Finals match for 3rd and 4th place.
Myron in a really bad spot right here.
Yeah, he just didn't get good hip separation. Now goes to his back. Jensen able to elevate that head. Gets the fall. Beginning of the second period. So Jensen will move on to the Consolation Finals, and Elmira, he'll go into that 5th, 6th place match. Thomas Harden on bottom, down 4-0 against Alex Peacock Enterprise. This is your 165-pound Consolation semifinal match. £190 Consolation semifinals, mat 2 between Lopez of ALA and Holgreen of Beaver. Holgreen on a single leg. Drops back down to the single leg. A nice neck wrench there by the ALA wrestler Lopez to get 2 takedown.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a big guy that kind of balance the Lopez had there to fight off all those single leg attempts and the drives there, because he was on one leg for quite a while, just made the most of it.
For sure. Thomas Harden, bottom position on mat 1, losing 4-0. Second period, 1:20 left. And this last round, you mentioned it, Coach, seemed like Beaver had a wrestler at almost every weight, every match, and according to the team scores, they are well distancing themselves into that first place. So it looks like, just like in the other division, they're making, you like it to come down to the wire. Those team races are a little tighter, but both them and Millard are just distancing themselves in both divisional tournaments.
Yeah, they're showing why they're the favorites in both, you know.
Lopez from ALA is going to get the fall over Holmgren from Beaver. So Holmgren, he's a senior. He'll wrestle for 5th and 6th. Lopez is a sophomore. He'll make the Consolation finals here. And Thomas having a hard time really doing anything from the bottom position.
Yeah, you'd like to see him really be able to work something out and get out of there, but he's just kind of done just enough. I don't think he's been warned for stalling or anything like that, but that's about it.
Yeah, he continues to build that base, but other than that, he's unable to get anything going offensively from the bottom position. And here's going to be his first points of the night as Peacock gets a locking hands call. And if you're Thomas, you know, that's a result of him just coming up, building that base, and trying to escape. And so coaches are down there telling him, hey, pop back up again. You get a guy to lock his hands once, there's a high probability that he'll lock him again. And we're going to get that inadvertent whistle each map starting simultaneously. Man, we're getting to that point where we've been broadcasting for a long time, and my tongue's getting tired.
Mine's tired and tied up 90% of the time, probably because I keep it going too much.
Tinoco from Gunnison Valley up on mat 2. His opponent, Betancourt from Beaver. That's your 215-pound Consolation semifinal match. We'll go into the third period here with Thomas down 4-1 to Peacock. So an announcement made here, as soon as the heavyweight matches are done, we're going to roll right into those placing rounds, which we'll wrestle for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And if needs be, maybe a 9th place match, depending on the bracket size. And Thomas now with a good hip over, able to get over and get near, and he gets a quick pin. Thomas down 8-1, able to step over, reverse half, and gets the fall for San Juan, and he advances to that Consolation finals match.
What a finish
Wow.
there for the freshman, you know, coming through with that. It just, again, it comes down to just little mistakes and people being able to capitalize them on
That's
them.
right.
Thomas did an awesome job there.
Just never stopping, continuing to motor through the match and just finishing when you're given the opportunity, and that's what happened right there. Is now we go back with San Juan coming back again. Jared Burke, 215 pounds, against ALA's Alfonso Mendoza. We're coming to the end of the first period on mat 2. Stall warning against Gunnison Valley's Tinoco as Beaver's going to get a takedown right with 5 seconds left in the period. Got a one swipe on the near fall, but not enough to score points, so it's going to end 2-0 at that first period. As Jared here, he really wants to get into that Consolation Finals match.
Yeah, Jared getting here by defeating teammate Trey Bass, and Mendoza on the DQ against, I believe, the Beaver.
Yep.
Beaver
And a
wrestler.
nice, you had that collar tie there by Mendoza, throws it, and Callan able to roll right through to secure that 2 takedown. And now quick up to his feet's Mendoza, and he'll score the 1 escape. Right back into that collar tie.
I'd like to see Jared kind of circle back into the center of the ring a little bit. There he goes.
Yeah, you'd like to see your wrestler always with his hips towards the center, pushing outwards. Then you're not worried about getting that stall call, being the aggressor. 2-1 in favor of Burke. We wind down to 30 seconds left in that first period. On the mat number 2, we're going to get a stall call. Second stalling call on Gunnison Valley Tinoco, which is going to give the Beaver wrestler Betancourt a point. So we're going to get, and now we've got some discussion at the head table. So 3-0 is going to be your score. We're back in action over here on mat number 1. Jared Burke versus Alfonso Mendoza for the chance to wrestle for 3rd place. Little Russian 2-on-1 action going on by Mendoza, but he runs out of time before he can put it to work. It'll be his choice, and he'll choose bottom position. Mendoza does a good job at popping right up on the whistle of that tripod, coming out, getting hip separation, getting to a stand-up.
And Jared's inexperience there showing a little bit.
And over on mat 2, we're going to get Betancourt with the fall over Tinoco of Gunnison Valley, so the Beaver wrestler will advance in the 215-pound Consolation Championship match. We go back to center, score tied 2-2. Jared Burke, Alfonso Mendoza. As Burke now with a head throw and just unable to keep that arm. And anytime you get on that head throw and you let the guy slip out, it's going to be bad for you. As the Mendoza is going to score 2 points, bring the score 4-2 as we roll to the 1:20 mark at the second period. Heavyweights up on mat number 2. Moffitt from Beaver and Watkins from Enterprise. Watkins with a nice overhook. And now they come back open. Wrestle back to the center. Now back into some head and hands fighting there. He's trying to get that underhook. Wants to get it deep. Tries a pass by. Watkins doing a lot of work so far in the first 30 seconds of that match. And Callan Burke puts his opponent onto his back. 36 seconds left. Going to get the fall. So the Broncos coming out in this round and doing what they needed to do with their wrestlers and getting into that Consolation Finals round for those wrestlers in the wrestleback, which really, when you get into a tournament like this, that's the separation between good teams and great teams, is those Consolation wrestlers able to step up and wrestle back through the bracket and get back into those Consolation Final matches. Callan Burke with a great fall there as Watkins slips on his head throw and gives Moffitt the 2 takedown. And now, Coach, here's the match. Here's the rematch from Wednesday night.
The rubber match.
Yep, the Taylor Black San Juan versus Beecham Bosch from Grand County. And usually these matches are pretty low scoring and pretty furious right at the end. So if I'm Taylor, I'm going out there and I'm trying my snap downs. I'm trying to rush in. I'm not trying to shoot. I may do a sweep single if I can get to my corners here, but I'm trying to get into an offense fast but not let Bosch throw me and get on top of me. Moffitt from Beaver has Watkins inside, looking for that far half. Short time on that match in the first period. 2-0 in favor of Moffitt from Beaver. Tries a far ankle pick, but Bosch is having none of it. Taylor Black able to keep his hips moving and get out of bounds. Stall warning on that. I don't agree with that call. I never have. You're trying to stay out of a throw. I mean, if the guy's engaged with you and he's actively trying to throw you, what else are you going to do? Just sit there and let him throw you to your back? You've got to move your hips. It's not like you ran from him or you're just moving your hips away from that head throw. Don't agree with that stall call there.
Yeah, sometimes the stall calls I've noticed, they're obviously up to the discretion of the officials, but there's been a few times this year I've seen some stuff and sometimes even actively defending being called as a stall.
Over on mat 2, Moffitt able to put Watkins on his back. And he'll pick up the fall. So Moffitt from Beaver advances to that Consolation Final heavyweight match, and he'll face the winner of Black and Bosch. Black in deep on that low ankle single, and we're going to run out of time here. But if you're Taylor Black, that's exactly the shot you want to make. You want to get deep in on that low single, drop down to that ankle so you can get Bosch set on his hips. So we go to the second period. 0-0 your score. Bosch up to a tripod. And now with a roll through, and Taylor really needs to bail out of this. He's going to be in a bad spot. Give up one, not two. And luckily for Taylor, he's able to get out and move it.
Yeah,
so he's able to get the one, just give up the one escape.
You know, trying to lift a lot of weight there on that move that he got caught under. It's
yeah.
I mean, he's just, you know, you're strong, you know you can do it, but is it worth the risk?
And Grand now over arguing that there should have been a reversal instead of just one escape, but you know, there was never any control. Yeah. Both wrestlers continued their momentum and no control given. So I understand their argument. And, you know, a good coach is going to come over and argue for your wrestler at any chance you can get to get him that advantage. It looks like we've gone to the 113-pound weight class over here on mat 2. We'll see if we can figure out what this one is. As track wrestling has slowed down here in the booth. But I'm assuming this is either 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th. As we go back to action over at 285 in that Consolation semifinal match, Black and Bosch. Bosch leads 1-0 with that escape. So it looks like the 113 and a 2 takedown for Bosch. So it looks like the 113 is the 9th place match. And this is going to be between Corneo of ALA and Cooper of Enterprise. And now Bosch puts Taylor on his back, and he's going to get the quick fall.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It happened the last time they wrestled. Taylor got a little over aggressive and gets caught. Bosch is a great defensive wrestler, counter wrestler, and Taylor unfortunately comes out with the loss there.
Yeah, and what I don't like is Bosch kind of giving a little lip as he walks over to the San Juan coaches. Be classy, take your win, walk off the mat. You're too good of a wrestler to, you know, to do that kind of stuff.
It's just rough. Taylor, the aggressor there, trying to score points and just got caught in a bad situation. And you hate to see somebody that's especially these heavyweight matches where there's so much just dead time and just locking up head to head and circling each other. But that's the name of the game in those big guys. If you don't hit that move, you're in trouble.
And a lot of big guys, they just react to stuff. They're never going to be the aggressor. They're the reactor. And they're just waiting for you to make a mistake, and that's kind of how Bosch wrestles those matches, and that's why you saw him lose to the Duchesne kid, because he was waiting for a reaction and not aggressive. But he gets the win over Taylor, so that puts him into the Consolation finals. And over here on mat, we're going to get a win by the ALA wrestler, so Corneo is going to take 9th place, and that's a placing round just in case 8th or 7th place can't continue in after these 2 weeks into the state. Something happens. There's a sickness. There's an illness. That kid they will wrestle out to 9th so they'll have someone to fill that spot at the state tournament. And so at 120 over here on mat number 1, we're in the 9th place match as well. This is Avila from Gunnison Valley versus Nowers from Beaver. Nowers leading 2-0. And we'll go back to it. And so we'll wrestle all these 9th place, and then we'll go 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Mat 2, Sims from the Utah Military Academy and Castleberry from ALA.
Castleberry quickly getting Sims on his back. He gets the pin there.
Castleberry gets the fall, so he'll take 9th place at 132 pounds.
Like you say, it doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes these 9th place wrestlers do get that opportunity to get someone that gets hurt in practice or has a skin condition like you mentioned, and so it's important to wrestle these out like you've mentioned throughout the day.
Yeah, you get to the state tournament. I've seen it before where you get there and a kid unfortunately gets impetigo or ringworm and they're booted from the tournament, and so you don't want to have a bunch of buys if that happens, so you want to make sure you get the proper wrestler there to take someone's spot and move everybody up in the weight class. At 120, Avila is losing to Nowers 2-1, 10 seconds left in the first period. And at 150, we go teammates over here on mat 2, both American Leadership Academy wrestlers, Sanchez with the red ankle band and his teammate. Place matches at the conclusion of the ALA match here going on mat 2.
Clock not working over there.
Clock
Still
changed up, as you can see on your computer monitor now. 9-3 in favor of Hill. As Hill puts his teammate on his back.
Hill needing to get that head up in his chest, chest to chest.
Sink that half deeper too. He's way loose on that half, just barely has his wrist underneath there, but he may get the pin here, and he will get the fall.
Cutting it close, but he gets it done.
Yep, and the clock operator confirms that there was still time on the clock at the pin call, so Hill will get the fall over his teammate, and he'll take 9th. And now we'll get into some 7th place matches. Nope, looks like we might have one more match for 9th place at heavyweight. Against Solano from ALA and Schaefer from Duchesne. And we will start our 7th place placing match here at 113. Fryer of Grand County versus Blackburn. Robbie Blackburn of Duchesne against Cassius Fryer of Grand County for 7th place at 113 pounds. Solano and Schaefer battling it for 9th place in the heavyweight division. Good to see, 10 heavyweights out here in this. Sometimes you get to those, even some classification tournaments, and, I've never been a fan of those that buy all the way into the, championship semis or buy into the finals because there's only 2 or 3 wrestlers in the weight. It's always much better earned than given.
There's been not too many mismatches or anything like that. Extra round buys today, if any.
Yeah, after that first round, it's been consistent. There's quite a few wrestlers out in each weight class. When we get to the state tournament, those brackets should be full. Fryer now up 2-0 with the cradle locked up, unable to get Blackburn into the position. Now he does, as Fryer's able to turn with the cradle. Blackburn in a bad spot here. The Duchesne Eagle got to kick out of that cradle. Short time, 6-7 seconds, and he's going to get the fall with 6 seconds left on the clock in the first period. So Cassius Fryer from Grand County will be your 7th place finisher at 113 pounds.
At this rate, we might be pulling a 12-hour
Holy cow,
shift.
I'm telling you, it's, I don't know.
But it's been good. It's been really good wrestling. It's a long time here, but in the gym. But it's been lots of action, lots of good matches.
Yeah, there's been some fantastic matches tonight, and we may spend 10 hours here, but hey, what's overtime with $0 an hour pay? Figure that one out for me. I love this sport. I love wrestling. I love watching it. I love seeing these kids compete out there and giving all they've got, because they put in 4 months probably just in their season, but more with conditioning, strength worked out, multiple sport athletes, and so Duchesne wrestler Harris gets the pin over here. For the 9th place match. Probably called his name wrong, as that's already cycled through, but 2-1 your score in your 120-pound 7th place match between Flanagan of Enterprise and Pearson of Utah Military Academy. Now up on mat 2 at 132 pounds for 7th place, Dennis Cervantes of Grand County and Jace Harris of Duchesne. So Schaefer was the heavyweight from Duchesne that got the fall, then placed 9th.
Yeah, I couldn't recall his name, but great football player there too. Up at Duchesne. Of course, only people I tend to know, it seems like, are linemen, but
well, you kind of know what you know. Over here on mat number 1, Flanagan from Enterprise gets the pin over Pearson of Utah Military Academy, so he places 7th at 120 pounds.
I've been really impressed with the kids from Utah Military Academy. They don't have a lot of kids, but they've all come down here, wrestled hard, again, building that program up. They're laying the footwork to the future, right? And their efforts can't be understated.
2 near fall awarded to Harris from Duchesne as he brings his score 6-0. Under a minute left in the first period. He is on top of his opponent, Cervantes of Grand County, and now more near falls. He has the leg scissors in, and this is going to be a 44 seconds of leg scissors. It's going to
eternity.
We're going to see if how much guts Cervantes has literally, and that's just hard on the innards. And Cervantes is going to fall to Harris. So Harris will take 7th place for the Duchesne Eagles. He's a sophomore as he gets the fall. Over on mat 1, 126 pounds, 7th place match. From Beaver, we have Jose Requo. His opponent from ALA, Rulon Sheldon. Beaver wrestler leading 2-0 in the first period.
Got a couple of freshmen out there mixing it up as they try to place a little bit higher on the podium here in their 7th and 8th place match to represent their teams in 2 weeks.
As soon as we get a break here in between these matches, we'll let you know the finals lineups here for tonight's wrestling action. Up now at 138 for 7th place on mat 2. Valencia of Gunnison Valley versus Fitzwater of Enterprise. Beaver wrestler has Sheldon on his back and is going to collect the fall with 26 seconds left in the first period. At 126, he will place 7th. Your championship matchups for tonight. Just for your information, we'll announce them again here as we go to the finals. But at 106, it's going to be between Tregston Olson of Beaver and Ledger Jones of Beaver, so an all-Beaver final at 106. At 113, you'll see Chad Yellow of San Juan and Michael Williams of Enterprise. At 120, Jarrett Anderson of Gunnison Valley, Colton Winkler of Duchesne. At 126, Ryder Coates of Gunnison Valley and Christian Jones of Duchesne. At 132, Jex Bradshaw of Beaver and Dirk Skews of Duchesne. At 138 pounds, you'll see Austin Parrish, Grand County, and Russell Evans of Beaver. As we go back to live action on the mat, Mat 1, San Juan's Kai Fox and Ryan Carpenter of Enterprise. Carpenter with a quick takedown, 2-0 the lead there. In the other match, Fitzwater of Enterprise versus Valencia of Gunnison Valley. That's a 7th place match at 138. It's 0-0 with a minute left in the first period. Fox and Carpenter, 7th place match for 144 pounds. Kai in on a double leg. Got to get his hips under him, his head out to the side, elevate this over. Switches now to a single. And now we're going to get a figure 4 of the head, I believe. So it's going to be an illegal hold on red, 1 point for Kai Fox. So now 2-1. As Kai's got a lot of action going on in that match so far. 2 point now takedown for Fitzwater of Enterprise in his match, 138 pounds. Fox up, able to separate his hips. He's got heavy hips here. Unable to, now he's got to bail out of this. A little late on that. Is able to get back to his base. Enterprise wrestler does put the half in. Carpenter with a half. He's able to work Kai over. And Kai's had some dogfight matches today, and you can just tell he's had a long day. And that's the result of that. You wrestle that match and first of the day, and Kai comes out, and I bet you wins that match.
Yeah, exactly. You could really tell not a lot of gas left in the tank there for Kai, and got himself into those bad situations, unfortunately. But
so Kai will place 8th. Carpenter of Enterprise will take the 7th spot. Over on mat 1, we go to period 2. It's going to be Fitzwater's choice. He leads 2-0. We'll go back to mat 1. San Juan wrestler Chance Laws versus Nathan Tanner of ALA at 157 pounds, 7th place match. And Tanner in on a single leg. Now switches to that double. Chance able to kick out of that. And just relentless pressure by Tanner from ALA to just finish that, keep finishing that shot. Able to secure his 2 takedown. Chance Laws on a stand-up. Oh, big return there. And that's going to be a potentially dangerous on Tanner. So we'll go back to center. Laws down on the mat. Coach Simpson looking for 1, but unfortunately was not called an illegal slam, was called potentially dangerous, so no point given for that. As Chance tries to do a switch. Going to get a locking hands, though, on Tanner. So we'll get the point, just not the point that Coach Simpson wanted. And Coach Simpson will want to talk to the official.
I think he's just seeking a clarification, like you're saying, thought that maybe it should have been, illegal.
On a slam on that return.
Quickly cleared up. It's kind of loud in here. Probably didn't hear the officials calling on that.
Yep. So he gets his clarification. We go back to wrestling. Nice hip separation there by Chance. And again, one more time you might have got out there. And he does a hook and roll, and he's got him on his back. Oh, and he's got a nice hook and roll with the body lock. He needs to lean back into him. Lean forward with that pressure, Chance. He's going to get the fall. So Chance Law is going to come out 157 pounds, and he's going to take 7th place with a nice hook and roll. Call that the Paiute roll. Come around that body and just hard to get out of when you got that tight. And Chance had a nice tight body lock on that. He's able to get the fall, so Chance comes out 7th. Fitzwater on the other mat leading at the end of the second period 5-1 over Valencia of Gunnison Valley. We start this third period on our feet. So now we go Trey Bass for San Juan versus Jesse Coxon of American Leadership Academy. We got to 138 in the championship match. It'll tell you your 144-pound championship match tonight's going to be between Gage Radden of Beaver and Regan Bradshaw of Beaver, another all-Beaver final. Your 150 will be Taven Hollingshead of Beaver versus Logan Keith of San Juan. 157, Alexander Williams of Beaver, Parker Snyder of San Juan. 165, J.D. Palmer of San Juan, Kelton Langston of Beaver. And a lot of San Juan Beaver finals here. 175, Titan Hunter of Beaver, Trace Bennett of San Juan. 190, Braden Evans of Beaver versus Kyron Bracken of Enterprise. 215 will be Cutler Matheson of Beaver, Cole Moody of Enterprise. And your heavyweight final will be Jackson Stansfield of Duchesne and Wyatt Bless of ALA. So there's your final matchups. Your score on mat 2, 10-1 now in favor of Fitzwater of Enterprise. With 50 seconds left in that match to go, Bass and Coxon still in the first period, score 0-0. Both wrestlers on their feet. Trey trying to get that snap down into that front headlock. Coxon trying to shoot in on the legs. Trey needs to snap this down. As Coxon's able to get his head back out. Fitzwater down to 10 seconds left in his match. He's going to win it 13-1. As we're down to 7 seconds, we'll go back to center as we've worked off the mat. I don't know about you, Coach, but my ears are getting sore from this headpiece.
Might have been sore for. I'm out of practice. I haven't been doing basketball this year. Not used to wearing the headset. First time I've had it on this year, and yeah, I don't. And unless you've ever worn them, you don't understand. You just think that those nice big pads and nice and comfortable, but they wear on you.
Time's going to run out on the 2:15 match here, so no score given to Coxon. And he's going to get his choice to defer. Bass is going to choose bottom position. Fitzwater's going to get the big win, the major decision, 13-1 in his match, so he'll take 7th place. Now we go to 150 pounds on mat 2, 7th place match. Peyton Taylor of Enterprise. His opponent, Preston Fenton of the Utah Military Academy. Trey Bass on bottom here. Comes up. Coxon able to stop that move, return him to the mat. And now Trey up. Coxon in on a single leg. Trey on his back, needs to get off his back here. Just got to keep circling out of bounds. If you're Trey Bass, you just got to keep working out of bounds here. Reset this match. And we're going to get it right here out of bounds. So we would have done that inbounds. We may be looking at a fall for ALA here. And Trey A little bit injured here, it looks like, on his midsection, holding his gut. He's down 2-0 in the second period. Coxon riding that ankle. Surprised that referee's not warning him here for stalling, as he's been riding that ankle now for a good 15 seconds. And now 2-on-1 on the ankle. I wish they'd go to the, as we go out of bounds before Trey's able to get that escape. I wish that high school would adopt the same rule that college has, 5-second ankle ride for stalling. Because, man, I hate it when kids just sit there and ride that ankle. I wish they'd give them a 5 count, call them for stalling. I wish high school would adopt that rule.
Yeah, if that's the only thing you're really working and you're just working to stay on, just to preserve your positioning on top, that would make a lot of sense.
And now Coxon able to take Trey to his back, and he's going to get the fall. So Trey will come out 8th place here. Coxon will take 7th. About 2:15. Which, if you're Trey as a freshman, not a lot of experience, you know. Hey, you came out, you took 8th place in your divisional tournament. You wrestled some good matches. You won some. You were able to wrestle back through that to get some good experience and some quality mat time. You got to be proud of your effort.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. Now he has an extra 2 weeks of practice to get better for next year. He's got the state tournament still, and all that stuff adds up. And I don't care what sport you're playing. There's a reason why the teams and individuals that make runs deep into postseason tournaments are always up there, and that's because of that extra experience they get.
Sure. Now Porter Keith for San Juan at 285 versus Dallin Jones of Enterprise. And Jones in on that head throw, but Porter's able to elevate it and roll through it and gets the 2 takedown. Stay back here if you're Porter inside those elbows, because Jones is a very big kid. Jones with an escape here. At the 150-pound weight class, 7th place match, you have Taylor from Enterprise leading 3-2 and now 5-2 as he's awarded 2 near fall over Fenton of the Utah Military Academy. As we're back on our feet on mat 1. Porter Keith 2-1 over Enterprise's Dallin Jones. And if you're Porter, you just don't want to give up a big throw here. And if you do give up a throw, you want to roll through like you did that last time, but be really careful not to let Jones throw you and sink his hips.
Jones has gone to that move a couple times today. I think he had some early success, but the last few matches, his opponents, again, watching, maybe learning what he likes to do, have been able to roll through on that and get him on his back.
Taylor for Enterprise, 150 over here on mat 2. Gonna get 2 more points added on, so 7-2 is that score as he locks up a barbed wire. Isn't able to trap that far arm to complete the move, but getting near fall regardless. And now switching sides, post the arm. We're going to come up second period now. As Jones will defer his choice to Porter, and Porter's going to take bottom. (10-2) is your score on mat 2. Taylor's really opening up his lead now as the second period comes to an end. Porter Keith able to get a quick stand up in the second period, 3-1 on that mat. And a fireman's carry shot here by Jones, and he's unable to do it. his hands and knees were still on the mat, so Porter's going to get 2 takedown and then give up the 1 escape. 5-2 is your score on the heavyweight mat, 7th place match. Taylor still leads on mat 2 for Enterprise, 10-2. Start of the 3rd period. Another fireman's attempt by Jones, and Porter able to capitalize on it again.
Just trading takedowns for escapes here of this matchup.
Which is fine, you know. I mean,
you're not going to catch up to anyone trading 2 for 1.
That's right. 7-3 now the score, coming up on a minute left in the second. Porter just needs to keep doing what he's doing here. Taylor has his opponent on his back on mat 2. Again, another 2 takedown, and all that is, Coach, is just his supporting points all coming down on the mat. That establishes control, and it's, you know, you're not really getting that takedown, that normal takedown that you would normally see, but out of those heavyweights, he's shooting in, and he's able to get all 4 supporting points down on the mat with that body lock, and he's able to get 2 points. So 9-4 is your score.
Yeah, Porter wrestling really smart there to get, like you're saying, to pass around when those 4 points hit each time. So
exactly. Coming up on 30 seconds on mat 2. Taylor now leads 13-4. But Fenton from the Utah Military Academy is on top. He's got a lot of ground to make up as we go to the 3rd period here at 2:85. Jones gets his choice. He's going to go down on bottom. Jones is able to stand up. Still no escape as Porter's chasing him, and Porter's able to take him to his back. Just keeping close to him and chasing him down as he's rolling off. And he's going to pick up 2 near fall. That'll bring your score 11-4. Favor of Porter. On the other mat, Taylor will pick up the win for Enterprise. He'll place 7th at 150. 3rd period, 1:25 left. 11-4 is your score in favor of Porter Keith over Dallin Jones. And now Jones back up to his feet. Back in again on that fireman's, and Porter gets the takedown but lets him up quick. Just not understanding, I think, that you've given that takedown there. If I'm Porter, I'd like to stay on that and wear him out for another 20 seconds. It takes a lot for those big guys to continually stand up after a takedown, and Jones has done that 5 times, so he's expending a lot of gas. 45 seconds left in that match, 13-6 in favor of Porter Keith from San Juan. Up on mat number 2, 165 pounds, 7th place match. Vargas of Gunnison Valley versus Davidson of Enterprise. Again, Jones tries a head throw but just cannot finish any move he's tried so far on Porter. Again in on the head throw, and Porter's able to just throw him to the mat and then able to jump on top. And if you're Porter, you just stay on top here and ride this out. 15-6 is your score.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about anything like you
5 seconds.
If you get called for a stall, who cares right here?
And Porter's going to let him up right at the end, so the score will be 7-15, but Porter Keith will be your heavyweight 7th place champion. No score on the other mat, 165 7th place match. As we're still on our feet, 40 seconds left in that 1st period. Two takedown red for Enterprise. Davidson with the takedown now as we come down to 15 seconds. Took a long time to get that first takedown on that mat. Now I believe we'll start rolling into some fifth place matches here. And exactly, we will do that. 106 looks like Brody Putnam from Enterprise versus Jonathan Leal of Grand County. This will be for fifth place at 106 pounds on mat number 1. Putnam in on a double leg, able to get the takedown. Now working those inside wrists. And now a full Nelson on Putnam, so it's going to give Leal a point. Putnam now has Leal on his back. Leal able to get off and give up 3 near fall. Putnam right back in on a half Nelson and an inside wrist. Trying to get a turn here. On mat number 2, 165-pound. Vargas from Gunnison Valley versus Davidson of Enterprise, 165-pound, 7th place match. Davidson leads 2-1 over Vargas. Putnam with a nice double leg there.
Yeah, Putnam really has been the aggressor over there at that match.
We're going to go off the mat here. He's going to get his takedown and 2 near falls, so that's going to bring your score 9-2. In favor of Putnam, the Enterprise wrestler. 106-pound, 5th place match. It is currently 7:10, so our finals will not be starting at 7 o'clock. We will not start them early. Hopefully we're there by 8 o'clock. As we are now into the 5th place matches. And then we'll wrestle our 3rd place Consolation Championship matches. Go to 1 mat for our championship finals, do some introductions, and then hopefully get to wrestling before the midnight hour as Davidson is going to get the fall with 7 seconds left in the 2nd period against Vargas from Gunnison Valley. So Davidson's going to walk out of here the 7th place winner for your Enterprise Wolves. His teammate over here at 106 looking to get that 5th place finish. Putnam up 12-3 in the 2nd period. We'll go now to 126 on mat 2. Hunter Keith is going to be in this 5th place match. His opponent from Beaver. And I have a hard time all day pronouncing this kid's name.
Pimentel, I think you've been hitting it. I think that's what it's got to be, unless
right.
some of those letters are making different
Pimentel.
sounds than they do.
We'll call him that. So Beaver, Pimentel up. This is the 126-pound 5th place match. Hunter Keith from San Juan. All right, so just got some clarification from our tournament director here that we're not going to go to 1 mat for the finals because of time limits. We're just going to roll straight through, so we may wrestle championship matches on both mats to make this quick and painless so that we can have some of these teams that have traveled a long ways get home at a decent hour. if you can call 1 a.m. a decent hour.
Yeah, I was just thinking that some of the hotels here in Blanding, Monticello, and Moab might need to send a thank you letter to Coach Musselman and Coach Simpson for taking so long, forcing these people to stay overnight.
But you know what? On the flip side, you want a tournament like this that I mean, it's going long, but this is, you've got quality wrestlers coming out. You've got multiple wrestlers. You're able to fill up your brackets. You know, like we said earlier, it's a lot better to have to wrestle through to earn that championship than just to buy your way into a championship or a consolation championship.
Absolutely, you know, it gives. I'm not trying to discount those guys who buys into the championship or whatever, but it's going to have some positive effects mentally on these kids who are able to wrestle all the way through and truly earn that every round.
But this is what a wrestling tournament's about, man. Battling back from the first or second round loss, battling back 5 matches to come out here in the medal round and earn your medal. As we have both San Juan wrestlers now wrestling at 113, Grady Lacey from San Juan versus Carson Kelch of Beaver. Beaver with a quick takedown in that first period, leads 2-0. Both of these matches are for 5th place. Hunter Keith trails 2-1 on his mat. And like we've said before, the competition today has been outstanding between these wrestlers, all these teams. Very little drama today and a lot of high-octane wrestling. Is Grady going to go out of bounds on mat 1 before he can get that reversal? But a lot of good movement there by Grady.
I thought he was just trying to get over there to the cheerleaders there for a second, but
he may have been. And now Grady, great stand up there. Gets 1 point. Brings your score 2-1 as we wind down the first period, coming up on 40 seconds. Hunter Keith still down 2-1. Both Broncos battling it out here for 5th place in their respective weight class. Now Grady has a cradle locked up.
Hunter just got a reversal to take the lead down here on mat 2.
And now a half, and Hunter's in a pinning situation now. And he's going to get the fall, so Hunter's going to come back down 3-2 in the second period and get a quick fall, and he'll come out 5th place.
And we've watched. That's no slouches wrestling. We've watched Pimento work his way back through stuff and getting tough matches against some of those guys still up in the championship bracket, you know. So great job there by Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter, he's had a couple of those matches tonight where he's been down and come back with a great move and been able to get a pin. And now Grady, he's fought his way back into 3-2 lead going into the second period, and he's going on bottom against his opponent, Kelch from Beaver. Grady with the stand-up, trying to get those hands off, and he gets another point as he gets an escape. And Kelch in on a deep double leg, just not good defense there by Grady, but he's able to scramble out of this. Neither a wrestler awarded, and Grady right back into that crossface cradle, just what he had the last time, and now 2-point takedown and near fall. If he can just keep this locked up, keep this tight, he's going to get the fall for 5th place. Grady Lacey comes out. Him and Hunter Keith both back-to-back falls for 5th place in front of their hometown fans here at San Juan High School.
Yeah, and the support today, like I mentioned earlier, has been phenomenal from the home crowd. I think there's more people here than there was at senior night, which was our only other home match. So, but they've really shown up to support these Bronco wrestlers.
And on mat 2, you have Beavers Durbridge over Brock of Gunnison Valley. Durbridge with Brock on his back. Currently 2-0 the score there. Durbridge there working for near fall. He's got the 3 locked up. 45 seconds left in that period, just trying to get a fall. As we go back to mat number 1, your 5th place match at 144 pounds. And a quick stall call on Taryn Bayless on the edge of the mat from San Juan versus Riker Jenkins of Duchesne. Brock from Gunnison Valley doing a good job of just fighting off his back here, just staying up. And as I say that, we'll see if he can continue to do that as coming up on 9 seconds. But he's been on his back for a good 45 seconds here.
Yeah. Way too long for
and he comes off with 1 second left, so spent a good 40 seconds on his back, and Durbridge going to get 3 near fall out of it as we go in the second period. It will be Brock's choice from Gunnison Valley, and he's going to defer the option. Beaver looks over to his coach as they tell him, we want you to go neutral, and you kind of see the look on his face like, really? And he chooses neutral. And we're going to go out of bounds, and another stalling on Taryn Bayless, so he's going to give up the first point of the match, which is going to be a stalling call.
He would have gave up 2 points for the takedown had he not got out of bounds there. So.
Sure. So we're back to center, 35 seconds, and now a shot attempt. Almost into a fireman situation for Taryn there. Durbridge leads his match 10-0 at 132-pound 5th place match. Now 3-0 over here at 144 in favor of Jenkins of Duchesne. Again, both these are 5th place matches. Durbridge on the edge with his toes in, and we're going to get out of bounds and 3 near fall. So 2 more points for Durbridge, and he's going to get a tech fall here in this 5th place match.
Yeah, really controlled it from the very beginning of this match.
Taryn's going to get his choice first. He'll defer. We'll go on our feet again as Jenkins chooses neutral. And Durbridge looks like he lets his opponent up. It's the optional start. Shoots in a shot. Needs 3 points here for his tech fall. He gets 2 there with the takedown. Oh, he gave 2 takedown to Brock from Gunnison Valley, and now a reversal. So now the score's 15-3. So now we get 3 near fall for the win here. If we don't get a fall here in 28 seconds, we'll get a tech fall out of this on mat number 2.
Durbridge's arm underneath that right shoulder, though, of Brock's right now, stopping him from getting that pin, I believe.
Yeah, 15, coming up on 10 seconds now. Five seconds. And we're going to get a fall with 2 seconds left on the clock in the second period. So your Beaver wrestler, Roe Durbridge, is going to take 5th place at 132. We're going to get 1 point for Taryn Bayless to bring that score 5-1. He's complaining about his eye. And we're going to see if the official, he'll start injury time here. So we'll set up for mat number 2 as we're on injury time on mat 1. And this match will be at 165 for 5th place between Alex Peacock of Enterprise and Cale Worthen of ALA. So we'll see what Taryn has going on here and if he can continue on in this match.
Yeah, that injury time's ticking down. He's under 40 seconds here. So hopefully he can get things fixed up and taken care of and get back in.
As we get set to go at 165 for 5th place on mat 2.
Down to under 10 seconds now.
And we'll stop injury time here as Taryn will take the bottom position. .36 seconds left in the second period here. Nice bear hug over here by the Enterprise wrestler Peacock for a takedown and a fall. So at 165, Alex Peacock will be your 5th place winner. And now we're going to get blood time on mat 1 for the Duchesne wrestler, Jenkins, which fares well for Taryn as he's able to collect himself, as I'm sure whatever happened to him on his face or eye is still affecting him, so he'll gladly take the other wrestler's blood time in this event. And now we'll go to 190 on the far mat. This will be Elmyron Begay of San Juan versus Braxton Holgreen of Beaver. Begay a sophomore, Holgren a senior. This is for 190, 5th place. We're going to get a stalling on red here as he pushed Bayless out of bounds on his stand-up, not allowing him to continue his progression in bounds. Taryn needs to do the same thing again here. Quick shot by Holmgren on mat 2. As time expires on the second period on mat 1, it'll be Taryn Bayless's choice. He'll choose bottom, down 5-1. As Elmyron comes right into the Beaver coach's lap here. Off the mat, we'll go back to center. Taryn with another stand-up and another stand-up. And we're going to get blood time as Taryn has blood all over his left shoulder, courtesy of Jenkins of Duchesne.
And unfortunately there for Taryn, that blood stoppage came just as he was breaking free.
Oh, and Elmyron comes off the mat and slams his head hard on the hardwood, but pops back up.
I'm sure they're going to have to check for some concussion, do some concussion tests there on Elmyron as he.
So we'll go to injury timeout on mat 2, and we're on blood time on mat 1 currently.
Yeah, they're got Dr. Legilio over there asking him all the questions, I'm sure, and hopefully he's able to give the right answers and he's not concussed and can get back in there and finish his match. But if I was a betting man on the way he's moving around, he's probably.
Yeah, he wants to continue on. And Taryn gets put on his back here quick in this period. Jenkins collects 3 near fall before we get more blood time stoppage.
For as much stoppage as there has been in this match, though, both of these wrestlers, especially Taryn, a little bit, worn down, tired.
Been a long day.
It has.
Especially on the wrestling mat. Those wrestlers have wrestled and battled a lot of stuff. And
it looks like Elmyron gave the right answers and passed all the eye checks and They're back at it on mat 2.
We're back in action. Now Myron tries to come back up. Holgren able to bring him back down the mat as we go out of bounds. Begay will come back down to center as we clean up a lot of blood on mat 1. And again, out of bounds, we're going to go stalling on Holgren. Holgren from Beaver, as the ref feels he was forcing him out of bounds, not allowing him to wrestle in the circle to get his escape. And again, now Myron with a quick stand-up, just get some pressure here on that face and get his hips back, as he's going to get one here. It's loss of control. So it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Holgren from Beaver. As we've got blood's time stopped on mat 1, we're back to action. Period 3 coming up on a minute. Got 8-1 lead in favor of Jenkins of Duchesne over Taryn Bayless. And now Holgren getting near fall of his own on his mat. Begay's able to roll off his back. Not before 2 near fall, and able to come up before the whistle, and so 1 escape there brings that score 6-2 in favor of Holgren from Beaver. And we come to 40 seconds on mat number 1. Jenkins leading 8-1 over Bayless of San Juan. Well, Myron just needs to heist his hips here, get his hips free and heist over with his right leg. Beaver wrestler in a bad spot. There he goes with the heist. He's able to get into that. And now pull that arm up close to his face. Myron, as the ref gives out near fall and reversal points. Minute 29 left in this period. And we're going to get a fall here for Elmyron Begay over Braxton Holgren of Beaver. So Begay comes back in a match of his own and gets a fall. He'll be your 5th place winner at 190 pounds. As we finish also on 144 at mat 1. And
credit the San Juan wrestlers, here in these final rounds of their weight classes for them. A couple, 3 now come from behind victories by pin by San Juan wrestlers. Elmyron getting the latest one.
Yeah, Jenkins will get the win on mat 1 at 144. He'll place 5th over Taryn Bayless. As we go to your 5th place match at 157 pounds, this will be between Grand County's Trino De La Fuente and American Leadership's Cole Clayson. This is mat 1. On mat 2, starting Mendoza, Alfonso Mendoza of ALA, and Yandel Tinoco of Gunnison Valley, your 5th place match at 215. Mendoza with a takedown on mat 2. And now Mendoza able to get 1 count, but unable to hold his opponent down for 2. And Tinoco able to come back up on the edge of the mat and get an escape. And now Mendoza with a 2 takedown brings the score 4-1, and he just lets Tinoco up on the edge.
Currently, the 5th and 6th place matches are taking place right now on both mats. As soon as this gets done, we will then go into 3rd and 4th. 3rd and 4th will also be wrestled on both mats.
Mendoza now with a pinning combination over Tinoco, and he's going to get the fall in the first period.
You wrestled on both mats.
So he will take 5th place at 2:15. We'll go right into your 3rd place Consolation Championship matches at the conclusion of these matches. 157-pound match, 5th place. Trino De La Fuente was up 2-0, but a quick reversal now by Cole Clayson brings the score knotted up 2 apiece. So now we'll go 5th place match at heavyweight between San Juan's Taylor Black and Enterprise's Easton Watkins. These guys could have been teammates.
That could have been a possibility.
Beginning of the 2nd period in the 157-pound weight class, mat number 1, De La Fuente takes bottom position with a quick stand-up. And now separation, but no points given as Clayson's able to return him and takes him right to his back. Heavyweight match. Taylor with a nice double legs, able to get a nice upper hook and then step through trip. Take Watkins to his back on the edge of the mat. And now with that neck wrench and under that arm, we're going to go out of bounds. Taylor Black will get 5 points. He'll lead 5-0 here as we go back to center. Watkins will be on bottom. Cole Clayson leading 5-3 in his match over De La Fuente of Grand County. Quick escape by Watkins off the bottom.
And one of the hazards of 2 matches going on at once, sometimes the referees whistle on the other mat.
A body lock by Taylor and almost puts him in a bad position, but he's able to roll through and put Watkins on his back. 55 seconds left in the period. It's got a long time here to just slowly work that Watkins over, and he's going to get the fall. 47 seconds left in the first, so Taylor Black will be your 5th place winner at heavyweight.
Yeah, good to see Taylor battle back. You know, a couple of tough losses earlier in the day, but battles back and finishes this one off with a win.
Score is now 4-5 in favor of Clayson over De La Fuente in the 157-pound 5th place match. And we'll roll right into your 106 3rd place Consolation Championship matches. Mat 2 will feature your 106-pound Consolation Championship matches. Starting off 106 pounds. Quade Hughes of Enterprise versus Lake Vest of American Leadership Academy. Enterprise wrestler tries a head throw. ALA's got able to slip it out, and now after his 2 takedown, looking on a snapback here. Able to work around the front of the head. Still has that underarm. Able to work over the head here. Now get his chin up on the chest. Get off his knees here, bring his opponent back. Unable to get it, but he gets 2 near fall out of it. And now a switch attempt by Hughes of Enterprise, unsuccessful. We're tied up over now 6-7 over on mat 1, your 157-pound 5th place match. De La Fuente trails 6-7 to Clayson of ALA. 55 seconds left in that match. De La Fuente needs a takedown here to secure the win. As Vest is working a half over on Hughes at the 106-pound 3rd place match. Hughes doing a great job of fighting it off and just unable to fight that off very much longer, as now he's on his back and giving up the 3 near fall. And now the fall with 24 seconds left in the period. So your third place champion at 106 pounds is going to be Lake Vest of American Leadership Academy.
He's running around with the same energy he came in with this morning. I need to get on whatever diet he's on.
5 seconds left in period 3, 157, tied up 8-8. De La Fuente in on a double leg, but he's going to run out of time. So we're going to go to our first sudden victory period here. So we'll go 1 minute on the clock. First takedown wins this one in sudden victory.
Only took 9.5 hours.
That's right. To get to our first sudden victory overtime battle here between Trino De La Fuente of Grand County and Cole Clayson of American Leadership Academy. This is for 5th place at 157. 44 seconds. De La Fuente with a shot attempt. Both wrestlers still no control given to either wrestler. And now De La Fuente is going to get his 2. So he'll be the winner in sudden victory. He will take 5th at 157 as we roll into 113 Consolation Champion.
Last call for t-shirts if you want a Region Wrestling t-shirt. Get ready to wrap
Over on mat 2, it's going to be Kason Bird from Duchesne versus Statland Hughes of Beaver. Your 113-pound Consolation Championship match. A lot of activity on their feet as they dance around. Hughes in on a shot as we go out of bounds. We stay neutral. On the far mat, on mat number 1, we go 175, 5th place match between Kevin Camacho of American Leadership Academy and Reagan Wimmer of Duchesne. And now Hughes in on a takedown. He's able to get his 2. Working those inside wrists. Two on one for Hughes. We come up on a minute in the first period. He leads 2-0. Takedown here by Wimmer from Duchesne, and he's going to get in the fall, so he'll be your 175-pound 5th place winner, Reagan Wimmer from Duchesne High School. And now we've got an arm bar and a half here. And that arm's coming forward here. I would stop that for potentially dangerous. And that's what we're going to get, a potential dangerous call. Two to 0, still your score in favor of Hughes of Beaver over Bird of Duchesne. 3rd place Consolation Championship match, 113 pounds. We wind down on 5 seconds left in the first period. Over on mat 1 in the Consolation Championship match at 126 pounds, we have Wyatt Monroe of Gunnison Valley versus Carson Hernandez of American Leadership Academy. And Hernandez in on a quick takedown. And the Gunnison Valley wrestler able to roll through it. All tried to catch the head, and now he's going to get 2 here, I believe, as he's got that locked up, and there 2 is awarded. And he's reaching back for that head. If I'm him, I'd just stay there and get my near fall. Just post that arm down through my hips, and he rolls out. He's going to get his 2 near fall, but give up a reversal. So you're going to go 4-4. And now we got a locking hands call, but it's going to be on the ALA wrestler. So Gunnison Valley's Monroe is going to get his reversal here and a locking hands point, and now near fall, and he's got a tight headlock on this. Both hands on the arm. Monroe from Gunnison Valley looking to be your consolation champion if he can finish this off, and he's closer, and there you go. There's your fall for Wyatt Monroe. Third place, consolation champion, 126 pounds. Still 2-0 on our other match at 113 in favor of Hughes of Beaver over Bird of Duchesne. Bird is in the top position and going to get 2 points here. So tied up now, 2-2.
Wrestled on mat 1 and 2 are third and fourth place matches. And the matches on mat 1 and 2 are third and fourth place matches.
2-2 coming up on the end of the second period here. Bird in the top position. Just trying to wear down Hughes as we come up on the start of the third period. Tied 2-2. Mat 1 now goes to 138-pound consolation championship match between Enterprise's Benjamin Williams and Beaver's Byron Uri. Williams with the front headlock. And now comes back to open. Well, and now in on a quick shot. Low single there. Now switches to a double. Uri able to get an underhook. And able to come back out as we come back open again. And another shot by Williams from Enterprise. Tried to get an ankle pick there. Oh, and Uri now in on a deep shot, and he's going to be successful on this takedown as he's going to get 2. As the Beaver able to score the first 2 points of that 138-pound consolation championship match. We're tied up 2-2 on mat 2 between Hughes of Beaver and Bird of Duchesne. Third period coming up on 1 minute left in that match. 1 minute to get a takedown and win the match here to be your consolation champion. Hughes with a double leg shot is able to take him down. He's going to get it on the edge of the mat. So now with 45 seconds, Hughes of Beaver leads 4-2. Bird needs to get a reversal here, at least an escape, and try to get a takedown to win this match. Williams from Enterprise with a nice reversal of his own and a step over to tie it up 2-2 over there on mat 1 as we come to the end of the first period. Bird running out of time here for the Duchesne Eagle on bottom. 8 seconds, down 4-2. Looks like Hughes from Beaver is going to be your consolation 113-pound champion. Just a little too late for Bird on that effort as the match will end 4-2 in favor of Statlin Hughes of Beaver. He'll be your third place champion at 113. At 138, we're still tied up 2-2 in the second period on mat 1 as we go to 120 now. On mat 2, which will feature San Juan Bronco Declan Helquist versus Beavers De Palma. So Helquist drops to 120. Wanted to be in the finals here. Try to make the best of this tournament now and wrestle back in the championships here.
Yeah, hopefully Declan could get this win. You know, you mentioned him dropping down to 120. And seeing a bunch of these guys for the very first time, and hopefully that experience will help him in 2 weeks up at the state tournament.
So De Palma from Beaver versus Helquist from San Juan as we go back to the 138-pound match, and Yuri from Beaver is going to get the pin over Williams for Enterprise, so he'll win by fall. He'll be your 138-pound Consolation third-place champion going into the state tournament in 2 weeks, as Declan Helquist gets a takedown. And now he's going to lock up 3 near fall. Breaks his hold, so he'll be awarded the 3 near fall. Now leads 5-0. Next up on mat 1 is going to be third place Consolation Championship, 144 pounds. It will feature Grand County's Lane Peterson and American Leadership Academy's Patrick Corneo, as Declan Helquist gets a fall in period 1, and he becomes your 120 Consolation champion at the divisional tournament. So he'll go in to the state tournament as third place winner from Division B.
Yeah, got him in that stack after he reset that after his near fall points, and ended that quick.
Corneo on a quick shot there on Peterson's able to get a takedown in this first period. And that was a slick move there by Corneo from ALA. And now we get the matchup between teammates. You have your senior and your freshman going head-to-head here for third place. Lennox Ben versus Mike and Keith.
I have a feeling this San Juan wrestler is going to win this one.
Yeah, we'll see how much they've learned about each other in the room over the year in this match. We're going to get a locking hands here on the ALA wrestler. It's going to give Peterson 1 point. Bring that score 2-1 with 45 seconds left in the first period. One of the hardest things about wrestling your teammate, I'm sure right here and always has been, is you get that familiarity with each other. You know what each other's strengths and weaknesses are, so you want to stay out of his, you know if he likes to do a lateral drop or whatever, and you want to stay out of that position. And so we see a little bit of that gamesmanship right here between Mike and Lennox as they both battle each other. 0-0 is the score. Coming down in 40 seconds in the first. And the freshman's going to score first here as Mike and Keith's going to get the takedown. So Peterson's going to get 2 points here because the ALA wrestler has now had multiple technical violations. I haven't really been paying attention to that match as much, but Peterson now awarded 2 points. So it's 4-2, but it looks like now 6-2.
Yeah, you got the reversal plus the technical.
Yeah, and he's had
points.
I wonder, he's had 3 technical violations now if he's awarded 2. And that's what the ALA coach is saying. I've only had 2 of those, so it should only be a point, not 2 points. And now the ref is explaining he had 2 locking hands, or 3 locking hands. So either way, he's going to go with what he believes is right, and he says he's on his 3rd technical violation. And now 2-point takedown for Lennox Ben as he evens up the score with Mike and Keith, the teammates, as Mike and now on a roll through, but Lennox able to get that leg in there. So no point still. It's tied up 2-2 on mat 2. Lane Peterson of Grand County winning 6-2 over Corneo of American Leadership Academy, 144-pound weight class. Again, these are your consolation finals. Winner takes third. And Peterson's going to get 2 on the edge as we go out of bounds. And ALA is not going to like that call. He thinks they were out of bounds. So we'll have the officials converse as Mike and Keith gets a quick escape here. He leads 3-2 over his teammate Lennox Ben. And the referee confirms his decision. 8-2 is the score in favor of Peterson.
You know, that's been nothing new all day. They've kind of let them wrestle unless it was this short edge of the mat, and they were, you know, both really close to going out. So
well, and that's how it should be, and that's why that rule change was put into place. You want to use the whole mat and let those kids wrestle the whole, use up the mat as much as you can safely. Peterson now looking for a 3/4 stack, but Corneo's able to fight out of that. Coming up on 40 seconds left in the second period on that mat. Second period ends on mat number 2 with Mike and Keith leading 3-2 over Lennox Ben. It'll be Miken's choice going into the third period, and he's going to choose bottom. Into the second period, Lane Peterson leads 5-2, but we're not going to get a reversal here as Lane's able to hold on to that ankle as time expires. And now Lennox Ben able to get near fall as he's able to tilt Mike and Keith onto his back. So now he takes the lead 4-3.
not a lot of action here on mat 2 is Mike and not doing much on bottom. Over on mat 1, got a little more action going on. And Peterson still leading 8-2 over there.
Oh, and Mike is able to bridge over, and he's going to get near fall here coming up in 45 seconds in the third. So with the reversal and now near fall, Mike is looking to beat his senior teammate. He's up 5-4, but still has 3 near fall points that are yet to be awarded. And now he get those 3, so it'll be 8-4, and now 8-5 with the 1 point escape. So if you're Lennox Ben, you got 20 seconds here. You need 3 points to beat your teammate. And doesn't look like there's a big sense of emergency here. Coming up on 5 seconds. Mike and Keith's going to come away and be your consolation champion at 132 pounds. He'll get the win over his teammate Lennox Ben. And place third as the freshman at 132. Lane Peterson leading 10-3. 20 seconds left in that match at 144 pounds. We come up on 10 seconds on that match. And Lane Peterson's going to come away as your 144-pound consolation champion as he defeats his opponent 10-3. Now to 157 on mat 2.
You got Padilla from Enterprise and Reynolds from Beaver.
Thank you, Coach. I'm waiting for it to come up on track. My eyes are getting tired.
Hey, I can read now. I must be getting tired or something. Squinting up here. If I would have known I could just squint and see it, I probably would have done it a long time ago.
Been able to read that screen all day, but as we get into the witching hours here, I'm struggling to be able to see the names on that scoreboard over there. So I'm having to wait for Track Wrestling to update. Back on mat 1, which I can see clearly the scoreboard because it's a lot closer. We're going to have San Juan's Wrigley Legilia and Duchesne's Case and Crumb, your Consolation third place championship at 150. Padilla for Enterprise with the 2 takedown over Reynolds of Beaver. Beaver doing a good job coming back up, popping right back up to his feet every time he's taken back down. And Padilla doing a good job at just mat returning him every time he's able to pop up. We're going to go out of bounds on mat 1. No change. We'll stay neutral over there. Reynolds doing a lot of work off the bottom here and not able to get that separation he needs to get his reversal or his escape. And Padilla doing a good job at just following and returning him to the mat every time he pops up. As we go to the second period, that match score is 2-0 in favor of Padilla of Enterprise. And now Crum has 2 takedown on Legilia as they go out of bounds. Wrigley with a stand up. Crum able to drop down low on those ankles and return him back to the mat. And now with a near fall count, he secured 2. Now Crum readjusts with a half. He's got 3 near fall secured now as he's just working his angles. 7 seconds and he's going to get the fall. So Crum is your Consolation champion at 150. Wrigley Legilia will place 4th. We're in the second period at 157 Consolation Championship matches with Padilla leading 3-0 over Reynolds of Beaver. Reynolds now with that whizzer attempt. And he's going to get 2 reversal here. So he's finally on the board with 50 seconds left in the second period as we go 165-pound match. Thomas Harden for San Juan versus David Smith of Beaver. This is your Consolation finals on both mats. 165-pound weight class on mat 1 and 157 on mat 2. As Reynolds for Beaver trying to score some points here. Down 5-2 with 20 seconds left in the second period. One-point escape for Padilla. 5 seconds left in the period. Thomas had a front headlock. Smith able to come out and open. And now Smith with some nice hand fighting and then quick in on a double leg as he sets up a nice double leg there as the Beaver is able to take Thomas down and secure the first takedown and first points of that match. We go into the third period. Reynolds is on bottom for Beaver. And a mat return by Padilla. Seems like every time Reynolds has been able to pop up. Padilla's just been right there to return him back to the mat.
And he's done it a number of times throughout this match, just like you said earlier. Unable to get that separation for that escape or reversal.
Again, another mat return and another stand-up by Williams, and this time he's able to get free and score a point. So now in the third period, the minute 25 left, Reynolds from Beaver trailing 3-6 over Padilla of Enterprise. Minute left in the third period, 157-pound Consolation Championship match. 6-3 in favor of Padilla.
This has been an absolute battle between these two.
Yeah, this has been a bullfight right here. So what this has been is Padilla's going to get the takedown. Reynolds able to get away, get one, so 4-8 the score in favor of Padilla from Enterprise. As we come up on 40 seconds, we end the first period on mat 1 at 165-pound Consolation Championship. Score in favor of David Smith from Beaver, 2-0 over Thomas Harden from San Juan, and Smith in on a shot attempt. Thomas with a lateral drop attempt here, but Smith does it himself. Smith with a nice lateral drop on the edge of the mat over there. Both wrestlers with an under-over, and he's able to get 2 and 3. Takes his score 7-0 over Harden of San Juan. And the match, 157 Consolation Championship, is going to come to an end as Padilla watching the clock, winning 10-5. So the Enterprise Wolf able to get that third place victory at 157 pounds. And now David Smith for Beaver, able to get more near fall points in his match, and Thomas Harden able to fight off his back. But trailing now 10-0 with 50 seconds left in that second period.
Yeah, Thomas reminded me of that picture you used to see in offices of the frog choking the stork, right? Just not almost dead, but not giving up, and he keeps wrestling hard.
Yep. You're talking about the frog that's in the stork's mouth with his hands around the stork's throat. Yep.
Sometimes that's the mentality you have to have in these matches, right? You just got to hold on for dear life and keep going.
Your 175-pound Consolation Championship match now on mat 2. This is between Hill of Gunnison Valley and Holgreen of Beaver. So Deegan Hill from Gunnison Valley and Mason Holgreen of Beaver battling for the 175 Consolation Championship match here. It's a quick stand-up by Thomas Harden, but another nice mat return by David Smith, the Beaver wrestler. As we close out that second period, 10-0 in favor of Smith of Beaver.
Thomas has been trailing in other matches today and been able to.
So Harden's going to choose top as he's unable to get off the bottom, so he's going to see if he can be successful in the top position. As Smith able to do a nice sit out and get separation, and now gets his reversal. Nope, still no control, and now he swims the body, and he'll get 2 now here. Holmgren working for a pin himself over here on mat 2. And now Hill able to roll to his base as we go out of bounds. Holmgren will be up 5-0. Seen some nice mat returns in this tournament, I'll tell you that.
One last announcement. We're going right into the finals after the heavyweight matches in this round. Those are the finals. Get ready to go.
So they will roll right into the final matches at the conclusion of the third place heavyweight matches. Currently wrestling 175-pound and 165 Consolation Championship matches. Smith from Beaver with a commanding lead, 12-0 over Hardin of San Juan. Beginning of the second period, we will go neutral as Holgreen has a 5-0 lead over Hill of Gunnison Valley. Smith, a junior, Hardin, a freshman. And a lot of this is just experience and age on the wrestling mat. And as Hardin gets better and continues his journey, he will continue getting better as he's awarded 1 point for stalling on top. So 12-1 is your score, 25 seconds left in that match. As Holgreen is in on a nice double leg, but unable to finish it. And now a stalling on Hardin is called, as we're down now 5 seconds from the end of this match. And if you're Thomas, you know, you come out as a freshman, you place fourth, you got to be proud of yourself and proud of your effort.
Absolutely.
I know you just got beat 13-1 and you feel like you got beat up a little bit, but you got to put that into perspective as you're a freshman wrestling a junior and you're only a second-year wrestler. So pretty good to come out and take fourth at your divisional tournament.
Yeah, the future is bright for Thomas if he sticks with it, which I think he's going to. And, you know, he's going to get bigger and stronger and come back and get that experience as well and be able to compete for probably some championships down the road.
Sure. So now your 215-pound Consolation Championship match is between Jared Burke of San Juan and Adrian Bethencourt of Beaver. Back on your 175-pound match, mat 2. Holgreen now leads 7-0 and still in the second period of that match. Burke with a takedown. I think when I go home tonight, Coach Barton, I think I'm going to have to roll side to side. My ears are going to be so bruised, which is a good problem to have because it's been a great day of wrestling here, and I'm anticipating some very tight finals matches coming up here.
I don't know if you can get cauliflower ear from a headset, but if you can, you and I are in trouble.
If you can, I want it because I know that when I'm walking down the street, I see a guy with cauliflower. I'm not messing with that guy.
Exactly.
Burke now with another takedown. Yes, so brings the score 4-1. We had an escape by Bethencourt of Beaver. Start of the third period of mat 2. Holgreen leads 7-1 over Hill in that third place match. And now Burke trying to get that half in there.
Just 10 seconds left there in the first period on mat 1.
Now that Burke's got a tight one, now it's only 4 seconds left. And time is out. He's unable to get the pin, but man, right at the last minute, if he could have done that with 20 seconds left, he gets the fall. But unfortunately, he's able to only get short time. So Beaver defers the choice. We're going to go on our feet. Burke chooses neutral. Third period winding down within a minute now. On mat 2, Holgreen of Beaver leading 9-3 over Hill of Gunnison Valley. Burke now going to get that cowboy under and over. He's able to get 2. Get back underneath that arm if you're Burke and go to his hip. Instead relax just to get behind, so he will get 2 near fall, which will bring the score 11-1. And at 175, your third place champion, Looks like it's going to be Holgreen from Beaver as they wind down on 10 seconds in the third period, leading 9-4. And time runs out, so Holgreen from Beaver, Mason Holgreen will be your consolation champion at 175. And now on mat 1, we have some coaches discussion as the score is 11-1, but we may have some discussion on if that's correct or not.
Beaver coach instigated that, so he's thinking his wrestler probably has more points than he does.
Either that or maybe it's something on a time on the clock. Something's being entered over there, so we'll see what. So it looks like, okay, so.
The clock was not.
Clock was off, so now a minute 36 on the clock in the second period. Score is 11-1 in favor of Burke from San Juan.
Another case of the clock right on the computer, not right on the TV.
Yeah, that delay between electronics. As your 190-pound Consolation Championship has begun on mat 2. Soren Jensen from Gunnison Valley versus Jesus Lopez of American Leadership Academy as he drags him back on the mat to get his 2 takedown.
Yeah, someone needs to get Lopez out in the branding corral with that leg drag there.
Yeah,
wrestle some calves
dragging them
around.
calves to the fire, that's for sure. Score's going to be 15-2 in favor of Jared Burke from San Juan. We'll get a quick turn here with 53 seconds left in the second period. Right there, shoot that half near side as he looks for it, but Bethencourt able to clamp down his elbow. Get 2 points here on a turn that will end this match with a tech fall. And he's going to get the turn, and he's got 2 near fall, looking for the fall now. And Jared Burke will be your 215 consolation champion as he wins by fall.
Jared looking a little bit like older brother Callan with that power half right there, right? And just rolling him over. That was Callan's kind of go-to move. And
Callan, a state champion last year as a senior for San Juan. Lopez has got some unbelievable strength there.
unbelievable energy for being a bigger wrestler too. At this point in the day, it's just like he hasn't missed a beat. He just keeps going.
Yeah, you try to get out of bounds with him, and he just drags you right back to the center with ease. Now your 285 Consolation Championship is between Grand County's Beecham Bosch and Beaver's Caleb Moffitt.
Well, another thing over here with the Lopez and Jensen match is we know how tough Jensen is, how strong he is from the match earlier against the kid from Beaver.
Yeah, and Lopez only a sophomore in his own right from ALA.
So two very strong wrestlers here at the 190 weight class.
And that brings up the end of the first period. As we go to the second, it will be Gunnison Valley Jensen's choice. He'll defer to Lopez. Lopez looks over at his coach. He says, hey, I want my feet, so we're going to go neutral to begin the second period. No score in our heavyweight Consolation Championship match. Both wrestlers just trying to forehead to forehead get position under and over here. Ooh, and Gunnison Valley wrestler there tries a head throw Jensen, but slides by it. Unfortunate for him, both wrestlers go out of bounds before Lopez can get control. Score is 2-0 in favor of Lopez. 1 minute, 15 seconds left in that second period. We're coming up on 15 seconds left in the heavyweight matchup with 0-0 as the score over there. Now Bosch tries a little bit of upper body work. So we'll go to the second period. It will be Moffat's choice. He will defer. And just like always, Beecham is going to take the bottom. He's very comfortable in that bottom position. Very confident in his ability to get off the bottom. As he tripods up. Not really much resistance there by Moffat on that attempt as Beecham scores the first point as he gets an escape to start the second period. And another head throw attempt by Gunnison Valley, but he's unable to get it as we go out of bounds, and we're going to get a stall call on Green. Jensen's going to get a stall call there. And Beecham gets a takedown of his own.
Yeah, Moffitt attempted one and didn't quite finish it off, and Beecham was able to make him pay for it. And, Beecham is wrestling his match over here.
And that's one thing Beecham does well is he doesn't, you come out, you get way aggressive with him, he's just going to stay calm and collected and just wrestle how he wants to wrestle. We begin the third period. Lopez has a 2-0 lead over Jensen of Gunnison Valley. Gunnison Valley, Jensen is on bottom here. And now Beecham looking for a fall here over the Beaver wrestler. And he's going to get the pin. So Beecham Bosch will be your 285 Consolation champion. As he wins over Moffitt by fall. Still in the third period at 190 pounds. Still 2-0. A little scramble action going on here now. Jensen's trying to pull over the top. Moffitt doing a great job at just staying back in position and keeping his hips up.
With the track wrestling program, we have to wait until the heavyweight match is concluded on mat number 2. We will then go into the finals. So as soon as the track wrestling generates, after the heavyweight match is on mat number 2, we will then go right into the finals. Both finals matches will be both on mat number 1 and number 2.
So they're going to run their finals matches just announced here, both on both mats. So we'll go 6 and 13 first, and then so forth. And because it's 8:20 at night, that's a good option here, in my opinion, to get some of these teams home in a decent hour.
That's the only option at this point.
I'm happy with it. Get done twice as fast.
Yep.
Running 2 mats. 31 seconds left in the third period of the 190-pound Consolation Championship. Lopez still leads 2-0 over Jensen. And this has just been a muscle match.
Just absolute battle out there between these two.
Yeah, very evenly matched wrestlers. Lopez just with that little bit of edge as we come up on 10 seconds. Jensen's got to go for broke now. Get anything he can get. 5 seconds left in the match, and every time Jensen's able to come up, Lopez is just able to bring him right back to the mat. Just good dominance on top. A great rider. Lopez will be your 190-pound Consolation champion. So we're going to roll into the finals here. Give you your updated team scores. Refresh this. We'll look at the Division A real quick. And as we figured, Millard still with a commanding lead, 363.5 points in first place. Second place, North Sevier with 209 points, and then Kanab rounds out the top three at 201.5 points. So Millard going to win that division easily. We'll see if they've wrestled their finals. They have over there. So your champion in Division A at 106 pounds is Porter Dahl of Millard. He beats Max McKinley of North Sevier by fall in the third period. In your 113-pound weight class, your champion in Division A was Lane Monroe of Millard, who beat Nash Nilsson of North Sevier by fall in 54 seconds. So a quick final match there. At 120, you had a Millard final matchup. First place goes to Coulter Kelly. He beats his teammate Caden Adams by fall in the third period. At 126, Division A champion is Dak Eldridge of Millard over Landon Bagley of South Sevier by decision 7-5. 132, James Crowley of North Sevier defeats Hunter Ashworth of Millard by fall. At 138, Drayden Stubbs of Kanab beats Taylor Garrett of South Sevier by fall in the first period. At 144, Sam Rasmussen of Millard defeats Lane Sims of Kanab. He pins him in the first period. At 150, Adrian Brisino of Millard beats Isaac Clarkson of Kanab. He beats him by fall. A lot of falls there in the finals. 157, Cutler Bloomquist, North Sevier over Fulmer of Millard. 165, Tingy over Anderson of North Sevier. And we'll come back to those as we have started our final matches here at this tournament. So at 106 pounds on mat number one in the championship finals, it's going to be between Tregston Olson of Beaver and Ledger Jones of Beaver. So an all Beaver final at 106. And on mat two, you'll have San Juan Bronco Chad Yellow versus Michael Williams of Enterprise. So we start our final action here for your Division B championships at 106 and 113. Chad Yellow for San Juan in the green ankle band.
Chad at the takedown there.
Nice takedown by Chad there. And I don't have these two wrestling at the 2A duels, so unsure if they have seen each other. But Chad, unfortunately, out of bounds there on that cradle. And I love the expression on Chad when he gets in something and then he goes out of bounds or gets called for, they stop the match. He's like, dang it, I just got that. I want to get my points. Just so passionate about his matches. Chad leading 2-0. Championship match, 113 pounds in the 106 championship. No score as Olson and Jones, both of Beaver, are wrestling on the edge of the mat there.
Yeah, they've been over there on that edge. They're almost that exact same spot the whole round. This is the second or third time. I think the third time they've been called back in for out of bounds.
And now a takedown at the end of the period for Olson as he secures the 2 points as we go to the second period in both matches almost identically. And in both matches, red gets the choice. And in both matches, red chooses neutral. So as we're back on our feet, we'll give you some more results from that other division. First place, 150. Already did that one, so we'll go to 157. Bloomquist of North Summit beats Fulmer of Millard. At 65, we did those, I guess. Caden Turner at 175 from Millard over McElprang of Parowan. At 190, Jackson of Millard beats Judd of North Summit, of North Sevier. And DeGraffenried of Miller over Adams of Millard at 215. And your heavyweight champion in Division A is Scoot De Herrera of Millard over Daniel Gates of Millard. So that division's done over there, as we're still on our championship 113 and 106 matches here in Division B. And now 2 points for Williams and 1 escape for Chad. Yellow from San Juan. Millard does win Division A team title, followed by North Sevier in second. Stalling on Chad now. And if you're Chad, you got to really go to work here. You can't rely on the third period to get this win. And you can't, he does have a cradle locked up on that far side, it looks like. And just the positioning right now, if you're Chad, you got to get back in position here as he comes unlocked. He's got the legs around the head. Technique really comes into play in these championship-style matches. And Chad now on his back. He's got to be careful not to get an offensive pin here. If you're Chad, you got to get out of this. Working for a leg cradle, but going to get an illegal figure 4 around the head. So it's going to give his opponent 1 point here. And we're going to go back to neutral. So Chad, a little out of sorts there in this match. Tied up 3-3 coming to the end of the second period. At your 106 championship match, Olson leads 4-0 over his teammate Jones. Chad's going to take bottom going into the third period, all tied up 3-3. Chad, you got to really be careful here. Looking for a stand up, a switch, and a sit out. Really basic moves. Quit reaching back for that head. Don't give up easy points here if you're Chad.
But again, Chad, a little bit unorthodox at times. He takes those risks, and sometimes they pay off, and sometimes they don't. But yeah, in this tight of a match, he can't afford for him not to pay off.
Neither wrestler doing much here. Top wrestler not actively working for a pinning combination, and Chad now back up to a good base. Chad trying to work out high hips, trying to just elevate as he pulls Williams over the top. Chad looking for a reversal here as he gets his head out. He's going to get 2. Brings the score 5-3 as we come up on 45 seconds left in this match. So now Chad really got to be tough on top. Don't get too high here, out of position. He likes to ride those legs. Really's got to stretch out Williams' body here and put a lot of pressure forward. At 106, Olson has his opponent on his back, leading 6-0. There, 20 seconds left in the third period. Both clocks almost identical. And we're going to get stoppage. We're going to get an illegal hold on Chad again. And I wasn't paying attention. I was watching the fall. Olson pin his teammate over here to become your Division B 106-pound champion, Trexden Olson. So I'm not sure exactly what the illegal hold was, but 13 seconds. Chad leads 5-4, now to 8 seconds. If I'm Chad, I just ride out tough here. Lock that leg, tight waist. 1 second, and Chad Yellow will be your Division B 113-pound champion.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was either. He did have double hooks on the legs, but he wasn't engaged up top with his hands, I didn't think. But.
And you can scissor the body, you just can't figure for it. So, and I didn't see it, just looking over it, when they stopped it, I didn't see anything. So we'll have to go back and see if I can see something on replay after we're done here. But at the end of the day, Chad gets the win 5-4 and becomes your division champion at 113 pounds as we've started our 120 championship match between Jarrett Anderson of Gunnison Valley and Colton Winkler of Duchesne. This should be a great matchup between Gunnison Valley and Duchesne here. Both very high-octane wrestlers, as Winkler is being the hunter right now, pushing Anderson to the edge of the mat, controlling the center. And now Anderson will get warned by the official as he's playing that outside edge. At 126, we've begun that championship match. Ryder Coates of Gunnison Valley versus Christian Jones from Duchesne.
Yeah, so a couple Gunnison versus Duchesne matchups here at 120 and 126.
And Gunnison Valley in on a nice double underhook with that trip, able to get Duchesne to his back. No near fall yet. As we go out of bounds, he's going to get his takedown, but no near fall. And it's no surprise that we have two wrestlers from Duchesne, two from Gunnison Valley, one weight apart here, Coach. You're in the room, and if you're wrestling a stud in the room, you're going to become a stud. That's just naturally how it goes in wrestling.
Just in anything, the saying iron sharpens iron, and that's probably the case here with these guys obviously spending time on the mats with their teammates, making each other better.
A lot of action here between Anderson and Winkler as they both come back to the center with a lot of energy. Now they're tied up, and Winkler now on that low ankle pick. He's able to get the first points of the match as we come up 15 seconds in the first period. And now near fall secured for Winkler. And he's going to get 3 near falls. We come up on the end of the first period. He's going to lead 5-0. Great last 15 seconds there by the Duchesne wrestler to go to work, get offensive, and score some major points. Leads 5-0 going into the second period. On our other mat, and again, Gunnison Valley puts the Duchesne wrestler on his back, this time in the center of the mat. Able to secure that. He's got both underhooks on that. He's got to sit up with that if he can, bring his head out the same side of his body, which he does, and now sits his hips down, and he's going to get a fall here. He's got to sit back. 5 seconds, and he gets it with 4 seconds. 4 seconds, and Duchesne does not like that call as Duchesne is able to kick out of that, but not before Ryder Coates of Gunnison Valley is able to secure the championship at 126 pounds.
You don't get much closer than that to getting out of a move or finishing a pin there.
That's for sure. That was close, and all you need's that second to just touch those shoulders, and you're going to get awarded no matter if you kick out after that or not. You can't put those shoulders on the mat. And so now 5-2 is your score in your 120-pound championship. And this match here, a rematch at 138 between Grand County's Austin Paris and Beaver's Russell Evans. And Austin Paris holds the title in this match.
Match number 2, we have Austin Paris from Grand County versus Russell Evans, 138-pound championships.
Paris just so calm through all no matter what's going on. He just never gets overly excited. Just it's a business day.
Yeah. And this is Russell Evans right here. If he wants to be a 4-time state champion, he's got to go through Austin Paris. Both wrestlers filling each other out here in the first period. Austin trying to tie up the hands. Evans having nothing to do with it. Winkler now with a 7-3 lead as we wind down the second period, and now a full Nelson by the Duchesne wrestler, and he knows that that's not very smart. He's going to give up 2 points now. Wow. Get to the final match, championships, and now run the risk of a DQ for technical violations. Got to be smart here. as we still have a period to wrestle. It's 5 seconds left in the 120-pound championship match. Time runs out. We go to the third period. It will be Winkler's choice. He's going to take neutral. Still no score between Evans and Paris, and both of these wrestlers, neither one of them wanting to get in there and make a mistake early and give the upper hand to the other wrestler. Both of these wrestlers studs. What a weight class, 138. Evans is going to take choice, and he's going to choose bottom. Going to get 2 reversal over here on the far mat and another reversal. So back-to-back reversals for Anderson and Winkler. Score 7-9 in your third period. Evans able to get a quick escape. Now Grand County didn't attend the 2A duel, so these guys didn't meet over there, but I know they've met. And we're still neutral on mat 1 with a minute left.
Big takedown there by Winkler.
Yeah, Winkler able to get the takedown. Goes up 11-8, 59 seconds left in that match. Now you're just hoping you don't get an illegal hold here, as he's already had a full Nelson called on him. As we get a stalling on red, Austin Paris has now been warned for stalling. And now Austin is on a double leg. And he's going to get it on the edge. So he now leads Evans 2-1 in your 138-pound championship. And now with a stack, that little tilt, he's getting his near fall points. And now Austin, he's going to work 5-1 over Evans in the second period. 25 seconds left on your 120-pound championship mat, with Winkler leading 11-8 over Anderson of Gunnison Valley.
And Paris very, very cognizant of where he is on the mat. You know, he physically pulled Evans back in once and then did it again just barely, trying to make sure he can keep this advantage.
And this right here is why it's hard to be a 4-time state champ. And a lot can happen in 2 weeks, and a lot can happen at the state tournament, but this is why it's so hard to get that to be a 4-timer. Is you just never know who's going to come up. And your 120-pound Division B champion is going to be Colton Winkler from Duchesne High School, as he wins 11-8.
120-pound region champion from Duchesne, Colton Winkler.
At the end of the second period at your 138-pound championship, Austin Paris leads 5-1 over Evans of Beaver, and Austin Paris will take bottom in the third period.
Match number 1, region finals, we have Jack Bradshaw from Beaver versus Bert Skews from Duchesne.
Austin doing a good job at just keeping his hips moving and keeping his laces flat so Evans can't tie him up. Evans doing a good job with that, breaking him down, coming down on that wrist. And now we go out of bounds and reset to the middle. Up now on mat number 1, 132-pound championship, Jex Bradshaw of Beaver versus Dirk Skews of Duchesne, the Duchesne wrestler. Six to 1 is your score at 138 championship. Paris now builds his lead as we come up on a minute 10 left in the third period. We're going to get no takedown as we only have 1 foot in bounds for Bradshaw. Harrison Evans 40 seconds left in that match. Paris leads 6-1.
Yeah, Evans going to have to really get aggressive here, go on the offensive.
Austin with another takedown. Over on mat 1 in your 132-pound championship, the 2-0 now for Skews. And we're going to come to an end over here at 130-pound match, and at the end, we're going to get Paris gets. It looks like he got elbowed in the face on that roll-through attempt, maybe. Nothing bad there by Evans, just hard wrestling, trying to wrestle through the period. But that will do it. Austin Paris will win and be your 138-pound champion, 8-1 final score.
Yeah, I'm not so I hate to say this, but maybe a little theatrics there. But I know he took that shot, but if that's what it was, that elbow to the face, maybe an eye poke or something, who knows?
Yeah. Well, Austin's definitely shaken up, but able to get back to his feet.
138-pound region.
Elbows are pretty hard, so.
Austin Parrish.
And he's also looks like he's limping a little bit. So I don't know.
That's why I couldn't figure out if it was a leg, but because that's kind of how he acted at times on the ground there. But
may have come out a little worse for wear after that victory. Hopefully he can. 2 weeks to recover now. As Skew still leads 2-0.
It's definitely in the leg. It's not his face.
So it's his leg, so they're carrying him now.
Him off, so.
Yeah, just hard wrestling by, Beaver Evans there through the whole match, even though he was down 6-1, finishing the match, and that's what you want to see out of a top-tier competitor. As we go to the 150-pound championship on mat number 2, this is Beaver's Hollingshead and San Juan's Logan Keith. Hollingshead's with the takedown. And now Logan with a quick escape.
On mat number 2 in the region finals, we have Captain Hollingshead from Beaver versus Logan Keith in a 150-pound weight class.
Gotta love the intensity of the finals. Fans screaming, coaches screaming. We go to the third period. Skews is leading 2-0 over Bradshaw of Beaver. Hollingshead leads 4-1 over Keith, and now another point for Logan Keith with an escape. 4-2 on that mat. Again, a big thank you to our sponsors that have helped us sponsor this event all day, bringing it to you live on StreamUtah.Live. Canyonlands Tire, Flights Gymnastics, Hello Beautiful Salon, San Juan Counseling Center, and the San Juan School District. Big thank you to them as we're in our championship matches here at the 2A Division B tournament. It has been a tremendous day of wrestling here at San Juan High School. First time they've hosted this event in over 20 years, and they have done a fantastic job. Takedown there by Hollingshead right at the end of the first period as we come up on no time on the clock. 6-2 will be his lead over Logan Keith as we go to the second. With 52 seconds left in the third period of your 132-pound championship match, Skews leads 2-0 over Bradshaw. And now we're going to go got some blood time. Short blood time. And we've already stopped it. We go back to the mat. So 51 seconds. Bradshaw down 2-0 to Skews. Skews now with that cross collar and that spiral flanker, and now goes into the spladle. He's going to get the fall, so Skews right into it. He ends up as your 132-pound Division B champion, Derek Skews from Duchesne High School. We're still in the second period, under a minute to go. Hollingshead now with another takedown, gonna extend his lead 8-3 on Logan Keith from San Juan.
His opponent, Tegan Bradshaw, also from Beaver.
Now you go to an all-Beaver final at 144 pounds. Regan Bradshaw versus Gage Radden.
Hollingshead over here on mat 2, happy to take that 2-for-1 exchange again. You know, Logan's got to do something here.
Yeah, Logan's shot attempt hasn't been very good, and then he stopped on it short, and that's what's given Hollingshead the ability to spin around behind and secure 2 takedown there. Now Logan really needs to build a base here. You don't want to expose yourself too much, but you really got to go to work. As the second period winds down, we go into the third period. Logan Keith trailing 10-4 in that championship match at 150 pounds. Beaver wrestler's choice. Hollingshead looks to his corner. He's going to choose bottom position. Hollingshead up on a quick stand-up. Logan's able to get that single leg. Now looks for the inside trip. Hollingshead with a whizzer, lets that go. Logan's able to secure back to the mat in the top position, and Hollingshead now with a good-looking switch to a stand-up. And again, a good mat return by Logan, but he's got to score points. He's down 10-4 here. Hollingshead now gets Logan out of position, is able to swim the head, gets his 2 reversal, and now back points. As Hollingshead's looking for a fall here. Long time, minute 12 left in the match. Beaver fans anticipating it and getting the fall. Tavin Hollingshead of Beaver will be your 150-pound Division B champion. And we're still scoreless on mat number 1 at 144 pounds between the teammates from Beaver, Bradshaw, and Radden. Now wrestling for the 157-pound championship from Beaver over here. It's going to be Alexander Williams versus San Juan's Parker Snyder. So 157-pound championship. Alexander Williams from Beaver and Parker Snyder from San Juan.
On mat number 2, 157-pound finals, Alexander Williams from Beaver and his opponent from San Juan, Parker Snyder.
Yeah, Parker, another one of those wrestlers who really battled injuries the last couple of years. Healthy this year, and here he is in the divisional finals.
Both wrestlers trying to get into their offense here as they fill each other out. Score now 2-0 in favor of Radden on the 144-pound championship mat. And if you're Parker here, you want to stay conservative. You don't want to give up a big move, but you want to control that center like he's doing. You want to make Williams back up. You want to be the aggressor here. Control the center of that mat. Two to 0, still your score. Second period, 144-pound championship, 0-0 as we wind down the first period, 157-pound championship match. Williams in on a double, but Parker able to get his hips heavy and work out of it. We're still neutral. So these two wrestled, Coach, at the two-way duels, and Williams beat Snyder 2-1 in a decision. So a close match at the two-way duels with Williams coming away the victor 2-1 as Parker quick up to his feet and he gets his escape here.
Yeah, looks like we're in for another really good match here tonight with Williams and Snyder too.
Radden now up 3-0 over Bradshaw. They're in the third period. As we go second period, minute 30 in, Snyder with that quick stand-up gets the one escape, so he's up 1-0. And you can bet that both these wrestlers remember that two-way duels comes down to a 2-1 decision. And the way it's going so far, I look to see that same kind of outcome in this match. 1 minute left in your 144-pound championship match. And now Williams looking to be a little more aggressive there from his tie-up position. Williams in on a shot. Parker's able to defend it. And now if you're Parker, you've got to be offensive here as well so you don't get nailed for stalling. You also want to keep your hands out of his face so you don't get an illegal poke to the face here. Parker now on a shot.
Williams got double underhooks.
And now Parker tries to throw, unable to get it. Beaver fans want a stalling call, but Parker doing enough to keep even here as he goes for an underhook and now an inside trip. And your champion at 144 Division B is going to be Gage Radden from Beaver as he beats his teammate Bradshaw. We're going to the third period here. At 157. 157, third period. Parker Snyder leading 1-0. We're neutral position. And if you're Parker, you really got to be careful because Williams has been bringing the action. You've been controlling the center of the mat, but Williams has been doing a lot of work, so you don't want to give the official the opportunity to tie this match up. As we go to mat number 1 at 165. Wrestling for the championship, J.D. Palmer from San Juan versus Kelton Langston of Beaver. Going to get a stall warning early on J.D. Now we're going out. Minute 17 left in the 157-pound championship. 1-0 your score in favor of Snyder from San Juan. And Parker's done a good job containing the center as he's trying to get a spin around here on a shot from Williams. And now he's in on a double leg of his own. Williams with a body lock. Both wrestlers come back to their feet. We go out of bounds. Beaver wants a stall, but Parker's been controlling the center of that mat, and he's had just as many shots here. You can't do a half-hearted leg tap and expect that to get called for a shot. 47 seconds left in that match. 1-0 still the score. Shot attempt by Williams. Parker able to get an over and under, and now he steps through. 25 seconds. Parker gets both underhooks. As Parker hunts forward. Williams backs up. They're both in the center. Snyder shot now by Williams in the stall call with 10 seconds left. Parker with a whizzer on it. We're going to go 3 seconds. 1. And the match is over. Parker Snyder wins it 1-0 over Williams of Beaver. He'll be your 157-pound Division B champion. What a match. Again, those two wrestled to a 2-1 decision in favor of Williams in the 2A duels. Snyder comes back and gets 1 point. It's all you need for the win.
Parker the Beast Snyder.
And Parker gets doing enough there at the end to hold on and get that victory. Yeah.
J.D. Palmer scoreless in his match against Langston from Beaver. We go into the second period. Langston goes bottom. And now up at a 175-pound championship match, another Beaver-San Juan matchup. As we go Trace Bennett, 175-pound from San Juan, versus Titan Hunter of Beaver. Trace circles to try to lock up a cradle, but Hunter able to get out of that quick, and they're back to their feet. Some intense matchups here between the Beaver Beavers and the San Juan Broncos. Trace trying to get that low ankle. Hunter on a reshot. Go out of bounds. They're going to get 2-point takedown from Hunter on the edge of the mat as we come back to center. So a nice takedown there by Hunter on the edge of the mat. Langston gets 1 point escape. And now JD in on a shot attempt. Langston with a nice scramble here by JD and Langston. We're going to get 1 point escape. And now we're going to have some official talk time, it looks like.
It's like Trace worked in a reversal there and got 2 points.
Trace gets a reversal, tied up 2-2 in the first period. So we're not going to give any points here. So we're going to go, the score is going to be 1-0. They're taking points off the board now. Four to 2 now for Hunter from Beaver. And I know they want to get this call right and they want to do that, but this is really taken away from the momentum of this match. The longer these officials sit there and converse, and the longer Beavers coach sits there and converses. Let these kids get out there. Let these kids finish it on the mat here. 175-pound championship. Hunter from Beaver is up 4-2 over Bennett. It will be his choice. He'll defer. Trace is going to take down position. Trace trying for that reversal. Still hasn't got his points yet. Still needs to clear his hips. As he's looking to lock up that near side cradle. Got to get his head out. He's too deep with his head. He's got to score something here. If you're Trace right there, you just got to work up the body. And he's going to get the 2 reversal, so that match is all tied up 4-4, and we're going to get stoppage here. And I think there's an issue with the clock now, and that's what the Beaver fans were a little emotional about. JD trails 1-0 as we go into the third period. It's going to be JD's choice, so now he's going to go bottom, try to get his 1 or 2 here to tie it up or take the lead. JD gets a reversal and puts him right to his back. I'd put the legs in here if I'm JD. Do it, split him. JD's got to get a half. He's got near fall. Just got to stay up on top. JD Palmer is going to get the fall in the third period. He'll be your 165-pound Division B champion.
What a match. I mean, now on this side over here.
Hunter with the reversal on Trace Bennett.
We got to sit down or we'll block it.
Trace on his back, and Hunter's going to get the fall over Trace, so Hunter picks up the win. At 175 pounds, he'll be your Division B champion.
Both big finishes on opposite ends there. You know, JD gets the win for San Juan. Titan gets the win for Beaver, but some great wrestling there in these heavier weights.
That's for sure. Great matchups there. And tough wrestling.
Your 175-pound region champion from Beaver High
So we'll go 190-pound championship match on mat 1, and then your 215 on mat 2. Mat 1's going to be between Kyron Bracken of Enterprise and Braden Evans of Beaver. And on mat 2 at 215, it'll be between Matheson of Beaver and Moody of Enterprise. Matheson with the takedown first to get the 2 points on mat 2.
Get under there!
And that is 2. He's got that Merkel locked up, so we're going to get 2 here for Evans as well. Braden Evans getting a near fall count on the edge of the mat.
On mat number 2, your 215-pound region finalist, Cutler Matheson from Beaver. His opponent,
Cutler Matheson looking for near fall of his own.
He's
got a nice half on. It's tight. He's going to get the fall in the first period. So your 215-pound Division B champion will be Cutler Matheson of Beaver. At 190, Braden Evans leads 5-0.
Evans from Beaver. His opponent from Enterprise, Kyron Bracken.
Bracken, nice scramble there, but Evans trying to roll out. Still no points award, and Enterprise is going to get the reversal here. Nope, going to get an escape. So we're going to get one escape here instead of that reversal.
I didn't have those points of contact in the map to get that reversal.
It just lost the control by Evans. And Evans hurt again. He was like this in the semifinals. So one more match here at 285. The 285 championship will be held on mat 1 as they strip down mat 2 and get ready for the awards ceremony. We will give you a quick rundown of the awards finalists. And the team championship before we leave the air here. Again, thank you for joining us here on StreamUtah.Live. A big shout out to Caleb Carr, Lane Palmer, and Cortland Lyman and all their helpers for keeping us on the air, up and running for this Divisional B tournament. Also, a big thank you to Tad Barton for showing up today and getting thrown into this with me and sticking it out like a trooper and then covering for an hour and a half while I had to leave. I owe him a big steak dinner.
You don't owe me anything. You owe the listeners a big apology. No.
5-1 your score. Braden Evans from Beaver over Bracken of Enterprise. Bracken now with a takedown on a big throw. Has Evans on his back. And now readjusts. Got to get below that elbow. And he's going to get the fall. So Bracken down 3-5 from Enterprise. He comes back and gets the big fall over Evans of Beaver. He'll be your 190-pound Division B champion, Kyron Bracken from Enterprise.
Yeah, great matches here in the championship round to cap a great day of wrestling. You know, it's just action nonstop pretty much everywhere you look. It's been good.
And so now we'll go to our final matchup. We're going to go to Jackson Stansfield from Duchesne High School versus Wyatt Bless of American Leadership Academy. This is your heavyweight finals.
Stansfield's a freshman, right? Is that
Yes.
what you said earlier. So
Stansfield's a freshman.
Great tournament
We'll
here
see
for
what
him.
Bliss is here as our track wrestling.
Match of the night, heavyweight, Jackson Stansfield from Duchesne. His opponent, Wyatt Bless from ALA.
As it brings it up, we will tell you the results here. So Stansfield's a freshman and Bless is a senior.
And Stansfield's been very impressive throughout the day for being a youngster. He's been on the attack, and he's been pretty technically sound all throughout this tournament.
I would agree with that, Coach.
He doesn't know he's a freshman. But Bless too, you know, wrestled some tough opponents to get here. So
Yeah, and Bless is not your traditional style body-wise heavyweight, you know. He looks to me like he's about a 215-pounder. He's not...
if I was a betting man, I'd say he's 219. He's just over that 3.5 pound.
He
that
may be.
3.5 pound allowance.
Yep, he may be. So definitely doesn't look like a heavyweight out there. Going to get a stalling call against Bless. And in typical heavyweight fashion, a lot of pushing.
Couple bulls out in the pasture, right? Pushing each other around.
Outstanding wrestler ballots. Come over and place them here at the south table when you get a moment.
Oh, and Bless with a nice inside trip. He's going to get the 2 takedown, but nice pop-up there by Stansfield. Gets him 1 escape. And time runs out on the first period, so Bless ends that first period with a 2-1 lead. We're going to get blood time for the Duchesne wrestler. So we'll tell you now, if you're still with us, that the team championship trophy is going to go to the Beaver Beavers with 303 points. Coming in second will be San Juan with 210. Duchesne is going to end up third with 164 points unless they win this match. They'll still remain third place regardless. Enterprise 158.5 in fourth place. American Leadership Academy will end up in fifth place at 125 points. Their points may change, but not enough to give them a placement advancement. Gunnison Valley will take sixth place with 107 points. Graham County will take seventh with 101 points, and Utah Military Academy will round out the top 8. As we have blood time here, we'll remind you of your sixth places, top 6 in each weight. Sixth place in 106 is Leal of Grand County. Fifth place, Putnam of Enterprise. Fourth place, Hughes of Enterprise. Third place, Vest of American Leadership Academy. Second place, Jones of Beaver. And your champion 106, Olson of Beaver. At 113, your top 6 will be Kelch of Beaver, Lacey of San Juan in 5th, Bird of Duchesne in 4th, Hughes of Beaver in 3rd, Williams of Enterprise in 2nd, and Chad Yellow of San Juan will be your champion at 113. Your top 6 at 120, Staley Dandy of San Juan in 6th, Connor Conca of Duchesne in 5th, DePalmer of Beaver 4th, Helquist of San Juan 3rd, Anderson of Gunnison Valley 2nd, and your champion Colton Winkler of Duchesne. At 126, top 6 places will be Pimentel of Beaver 6th, Hunter Keith of San Juan 5th, Hernandez of ALA 4th, Monroe of Gunnison Valley 3rd, Jones of Duchesne 2nd, and your champion at 126, Ryder Coates of Gunnison Valley. At 132, your top 6 will be Brody Brock of Gunnison Valley, 5th place Road to Bridge of Beaver, 4th place Lennox Ben of San Juan, 3rd place Mike and Keith of San Juan, 2nd place Jex Bradshaw of Beaver, and your champion Dirk Skews of Duchesne. At 138, your top 6 are going to be Rodriguez of Gunnison Valley, Richens of Duchesne 5th, Williams of Enterprise 4th, Uri of Beaver 3rd, Evans of Beaver 2nd, and Austin Parrish, your champion from Grand County. At 144, your top 6 will be Taryn Bayless of San Juan 6th, Jenkins of Duchesne 5th, Camejo of American Leadership Academy 4th, Peterson of Grand County 3rd, Bradshaw of Beaver 2nd, and your champion at 144, Gage Radden of Beaver. At 150, top 6 placers, 6th place Orton of Beaver, 5th place Barilla of Grand County, 4th place Legilia of San Juan, 3rd place Crum of Duchesne, 2nd place Keith of San Juan, and your champion at 150 will be Tavin Hollinshead of Beaver. At 157, top 6, Clayson of ALA 6th, De La Fuente of Grand County 5th, Reynolds of Beaver 4th, Padilla of Enterprise 3rd, Williams of Beaver 2nd, and your champion at 157, Parker Snyder of San Juan. At 165, your top 6 will be Worthen of ALA 6th, Peacock of Enterprise 5th, Hardin of San Juan 4th, Smith of Beaver 3rd, Langston of Beaver 2nd, and your champion from San Juan, J.D. Palmer at 165. At 175, top 6 will be Camacho of ALA 6th, Wimmer of Duchesne 5th, Hill of Gunnison Valley 4th, Holdgreen of Beaver 3rd, Bennett of San Juan 2nd, and your champion at 175, Titan Hunter of Beaver. At 190, top 6, Braxton Holdgreen of Beaver 6th, Begay of San Juan 5th, Jensen of Gunnison Valley 4th, Lopez of ALA 3rd, Bracken of Enterprise 2nd. Well, this is that 190-pound. This is 285. So they haven't rolled that out yet, but Evans, it would be Bracken of Enterprise 1st and Braden Evans 2nd. Your champion, Kyron Bracken of Enterprise at 190. That has not updated on Track Wrestling yet, but that is the correct placing. Your top 6 at 215, Tinaco of Gunnison Valley 6th, Mendoza ALA 5th, Bentacourt of Beaver 4th, Burke of San Juan 3rd, Moody of Enterprise 2nd, and your champion at 215, Cutler Matheson of Beaver. And that brings us to 285 with your 6th place, Easton Watkins of Enterprise, Taylor Black of San Juan 5th, Moffett of Beaver 4th, Bosch of Grand County 3rd, and as we await the championship here, as we await the championship, if they have, holy cow, they have Stansfield wrapped up, that's when you know you're a wrestler right there. You get the head wrap for blood time. So this brings us to our championship at 285 between Bless of ALA and Stansfield of Duchesne. And we're back in action after blood time. 3-1 now the score in favor of Bless from ALA.
Yeah, Stansfield looking like the villain of a horror movie with that mask to stop that bleeding.
Yeah, you got to do whatever you can do in a championship match to get back on the mat and finish this matchup.
He continues to be the aggressor here, even with the stoppage and the having to wear that. I can't imagine it's very easy to breathe with nose plugs, let alone a nose plug plus some.
All that tape around your head. Yeah, that's a great camera shot there by our StreamUtah.Live crew to show you exactly what we're talking about. We're going to get warning on red for stalling, 1 point green. As definitely Stansfield from Duchesne has been driving the action up to this point. Bless continues to back up. Bless with a half-hearted trip attempt. If I'm Stansfield, I'm continuing to push him out of bounds. Just drive him out of bounds on the mat here. Get another stall warning, a call, and tie this match up 3-3 as we come to the end of the second period. .15 seconds left in the second, and we're going to get another stall. Exactly what
ties it up.
Stansfield needs to do is continue just to drive the action here. 3-3 your score as we come to the end of the second period. 5 seconds left. So we'll go to the third period with Stansfield getting his choice. And a smart move here if you're Stansfield, if you just keep the pressure going, just get in there. Your underhooks have been working and just drive Bless out of that circle and continue to make him back up and retreat. Odds are in your favor to get another stall call here. Oh, he's going to get that throw. And a nice recovery there by Bless to pop back up as Stansfield had a nice upper body throw going. Again, in that over and under, and now both overhook position. And you hate to see a match come down to lose on the stall point, but at the same time, if you're an ALA wrestler, you have got to start taking the action. And right when I say that, he gets a good big throw out of it. But the Duchesne wrestler able to get that roll through, so he's going to collect 2 on his own, which ties it right back up with 1:15 left.
Got that chicken wing in, but not very deep.
Yeah, he's trying to just pull him back here, and we're going to get a potentially dangerous, or blood time is what we're going to get. We are as
it's coming out, running up his face instead of down his face now.
Yeah, and this is just, you hate to see a match end on that. This has been a heck of a match here. 5-5 your score, as Bless has blood all over his back as well. Again, we appreciate you joining us today throughout the day as we've brought you this 2A Divisional B tournament. Remind you the state tournament is in 2 weeks, Friday and Saturday. It's held at the SVC Center in Richfield. See if I can pull some dates up here. So we'll be February 9th and 10th at the SVC Center in Richfield, Utah. Stand-up attempt by Bless is brought back onto the mat by Stansfield. 55 seconds. Stansfield again brings him down. He needs a back turn here. He needs to get some exposure and get some near fall. 5-5 is your score. 45 seconds. And if you're Stansfield, you're looking to get that inside wrist and just try to turn him with a half or maybe even a tilt. Both wrestlers here wrestling, battling through this. 25 seconds, now up to 23. 5-5 is your score as we're on the edge of the mat. If I'm Stansfield, I try to stay right there as his coach telling him, giving him instructions. So if he does try to get out, get away, you can just roll off the mat. We come up on 8 seconds. We're going to go to our final match of the evening. and Duchesne wants a stall call, but you're not going to get it in this quality of a match at the divisional tournament.
First takedown wins the match.
So we're going to go to sudden victory in our final match of the evening at heavyweight for the Division B championship. 1 minute on the clock. First takedown's going to win it here. And you're got to believe both these wrestlers are really slippery, so you don't. If you're going to commit to a throw, either one of them, you got to make sure you're in there tight. And I know Duchesne wants a stall call, but you're hard-pressed to get a stall call here in the finals. And it's going to be Stansbury with a takedown. That's 2. He's going to get the win. He'll be your heavyweight champion, Division B. The freshman gets it done.
Yeah, what a great match there. And like you said, especially in the championship match, they're not going to get that stall call unless it's just absolutely flagrant on the staller's part. So
yeah, a great match there by the freshman Stansfield from Duchesne. Great finish to his divisional tournament here.
Let's get an applause here for the referees. More referees over here. We can't do it without them.
So that concludes our Division B coverage here. They're going to do some team awards. We've already told you that.
You had the hardest job of the day.
We've already told you that Beaver's going to walk out of here with the team trophy, and went through our list of champions for each weight. So we thank you for joining us here on StreamUtah.Live. We want to give a big shout out again to Caleb Carr, Lane Palmer, and Cortland Lyman, and all their helpers that they've had throughout the day. On behalf of the coach, and now I'm getting choked up here. See, I'm getting
emotional.
A little
over,
emotional at the end of this thing. I don't know what the deal is. We did tell you Division B Miller did take that one. So we will sign off here today. On behalf of Tad Barton, I'm Art Ader. We appreciate you joining us. We look forward to seeing you at the state tournament in 2 weeks. Good luck, participants, and we are out of here.